Chapter 248. Jing Tan could not stay there any longer after a day. None of the cats seemed to have any intention of leaving the area. Even if a cat did leave, Jing Tan did not dare to follow it. He did not know if the cat was going in the same direction as him. The red-striped cat that brought him here had been staying in the area since it came back. When it ran out last night, Jing Tan was full of expectations and followed it. In the end, he found out that it was only going to look for food and had no intention of going out. Jing Tan was lying on a branch, trying to figure out a way to get back. He did not bring a collar or any signal tracker with him when he came to the training base. Perhaps it would be useless even if he did. According to the teacher in charge, the expedition team had mentioned in their notes that there were many places in the mountain forest that they could not detect any signal at all. The compass was useless as well. It was probably due to the geology and magnetic field. This was also one of the reasons why this vast forest had not been conquered yet. Jing Tan was in a hurry to leave. First, he was afraid that the Jiao family would be worried. Second, he felt that it was not safe for him to stay here. There were not many cats gathered here, but most of them were female cats. They were all very strong. Every one of them was at least one size bigger than Jing Tan. Even the smallest cat here, which was probably not an adult yet, was slightly bigger than Jing Tan. They were slightly more ferocious. Jing Tan could not accept having sex with a cat. Even if he could accept it, it would not be a pleasant experience. Just thinking about it made him shiver. As he was thinking, a sound came from under the tree. A few cats were fighting over a mouse. Jing Tan came here. In addition to the leading cat with red fur, he also saw a red-furred wild boar and a red-furred mouse. The few cats were fighting over the red-furred mouse. Yesterday, a nearly 20-centimeter red-furred mouse had been taken up by the leading cat for dinner. Later, a few small red-furred mice were caught by the cats. They were probably the cubs of the big mouse. It seemed that the big cat had dug up a mouse nest. The small red-furred mice were snatched by the cats as if they saw a delicacy. They even fought over a small mouse. Yesterday, the red-striped cat had fought with another cat. After it won, it immediately ate the small red-furred mouse, afraid that it would be snatched by other cats if it didn't pay attention. From yesterday to now, Jing Tan had eaten a few fruits, a bird's egg, and a fish caught in the stream. The fruit was eaten by a cat. Jing Tan saw that it was not poisonous, so he ate a few fruits on the tree. The taste was not bad. The bird's egg was dropped in the grass when the cats were catching birds. The cat did not want the bird's egg, so Jing Tan picked it up. For the cats, the bird's egg was just a toy. When they were bored, they played with it like a ball. As for eating it, they had no interest. Jing Tan thought about the experience of eating the fish. Maybe it was the cat's tolerance for the fishy smell. Jing Tan had a hard time eating it, but he did not feel nauseous after eating it. The internal organs and fish head were not eaten. After Jing Tan caught the fish, he cut it open with his claws, removed the internal organs, and rinsed it with the water of the stream a few times. The water of the stream was very clear. As for the parasites and microorganisms, Jing Tan did not care about them. He could not care about them. It was better to fill his stomach first. The cats also ate the fish and drank the water here and lived well. They grew strong and healthy. Jing Tan believed that he should be able to bear it. Looking at the sun that rose and began to set, Jing Tan made up his mind and decided to go out and try. Even if he could not return to the base, this forest was not the Amazon jungle. If he walked in one direction and was more careful, he would be able to get out, right? At most, he would have to wander around for another 10 days, half a month, or even a few months. It would be good if he could go back. If he waited here, he did not know when the cats would leave. If they did not leave, then would he have to stay here forever? After making the decision, Jing Tan came down from the tree and looked around. There were a few cats playing around. The red-striped cat was lying on the tree and sleeping. The leader cat was looking at the birds flying in the sky and curling its lips. It was probably thinking about where to go to look for food at night. Should he say hello? Jing Tan snorted in his heart. There was a language barrier. How could he say hello? He remembered that when he came here, he seemed to have come from that direction. There was a stream there, and there was a big wild boar there. He should walk along the stream. After Jing Tan confirmed the direction, he lifted his feet and walked in that direction. As he walked, Zheng Tan felt that the leader cat was looking at him. It did not stop him, nor did it do anything else. After walking for about 50 meters, Zheng Tan heard a call from behind. It was the red-striped cat. It had come down from the tree and was running toward Zheng Tan. Perhaps it realized that Zheng Tan was going to leave, so it came over to stop and persuade him to stay. However, before it could get close, the leader cat jumped down and slapped the red-striped cat to stop it from coming closer. The red-striped cat pressed its ears and seemed to be very unhappy. It felt that Zheng Tan was a good cat and would be a good companion, so it brought him back. How could it leave? After stopping the red-striped cat and making sure that it would not come over, the leader cat walked in the direction of Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan felt some pressure from its larger body, but Zheng Tan did not feel any malice or threat. When the leader cat passed by Zheng Tan, it paused and looked at Zheng Tan, then continued to walk. After walking a little further, it turned back to look at Zheng Tan again. Zheng Tan's heart skipped a beat. It was leading the way. He hurried to catch up. After running for 2 steps, Zheng Tan stopped and turned back. The striped cat was still standing there. It did not follow him, but it kept looking at him. If it was a cat that lived in the jungle, it would be good to stay here. Unfortunately, Zheng Tan's ambition was not here, and he was not a real cat. He actually wanted to make a comfortable nest for the striped cat that could shelter it from the rain, but later he realized that it would be too conspicuous. If someone came here, they would probably find it. With Zheng Tan's ability, he could not make a nest that was too hidden. Since these cats lived well here, they must have their own survival skills. Zheng Tan did not want to be nosy. If he could leave successfully, he probably would not come here again. Zheng Tan thought. After one last look, Zheng Tan lifted his feet and followed the cat in front of him. It was a little different from what Zheng Tan had imagined. The places that the leader cat led Zheng Tan through were different from what Zheng Tan remembered yesterday. Along the way, the leader cat also caught a red-haired mouse. It was probably from the same litter as the little red-haired mice, but it did not expect to be bumped into by the big cat. The tail of the red-haired mouse was stepped on by the leader cat. Compared to the paws of the leader cat, the red-haired mouse was really not enough. Zheng Tan looked. The leader cat did not seem to care about such a small red-haired mouse. Today, when the other cats were fighting for the little red-haired mice, the big cat did not even bother to look at them. The 2 cat paws played with the red-haired mouse for a while, then the leader cat lost interest. It pushed the half-dead red-haired mouse toward Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan lowered his head and looked at the red-haired mouse that rolled in front of his paws. It was lying on the ground with its belly turned over, but there was no other movement. It looked like it was about to die. He did not move. In the past few days, he had eaten snakes and fish, but he really had not eaten a mouse. He had killed one, but he could not bring himself to eat it. The leader cat continued to walk forward. Zheng Tan did not care about the red-haired mouse on the ground and planned to follow it. Unexpectedly, the leader cat saw that Zheng Tan did not touch the red-haired mouse, so it turned around and pushed the red-haired mouse to Zheng Tan's feet. Did this mean that if he did not eat the mouse, he would not lead the way? But Zheng Tan really did not want to eat this. At least, he could not eat it now. The 2 cats stood there like this, facing each other. Zheng Tan was helpless. They could not keep staring at each other like this, right? But the cat in front of him was looking at him with an ungrateful look. What should I do? Zheng Tan looked around, and his eyes fell on a vine plant. He went over and tore off a section of the vine, removed the leaves on the vine, and tied the red-haired mouse on the ground with that section of the vine. He held the extra section of the vine in his mouth. After that, Zheng Tan raised his chin towards the cat in front of him. Is this okay? The leader cat looked at Zheng Tan, then looked at the thing that was tied up like a cocoon. It looked at Zheng Tan with disdain, then lifted its feet and walked forward. It did not matter if it looked down on it as long as it led the way. After all, they would go their separate ways in the future. Out of sight, out of mind. Zheng Tan thought to himself. However, he continued to walk for a while. After the cat in front of him ate a few unknown insects along the way, Zheng Tan became more and more suspicious. Did this big cat actually want to come out to look for food? Since there was no better way for the time being, Zheng Tan continued to follow it. At worst, he could wait for the cat to finish looking for food and then follow it back to the forest. The red-haired mouse that was tied up like a cocoon was swung around as Jing Tan ran. Jing Tan was too lazy to care about whether it was dead or alive. After being played like that by the leader cat, it was probably going to die soon. Anyway, he was not going to eat the red-haired mouse. When the time came, he would just throw it away. About half an hour later, Jing Tan jumped onto a tree, climbed to a high place, and looked at the setting sun. He felt that his sense of direction, which had disappeared for a day and a night, had returned. He was suddenly in a good mood. This was not the place where he came from. It was a little off, but not far. Jing Tan felt that he could find the way he came from. As for the leading cat, after bringing Jing Tan here, it turned around and left. Perhaps it knew that cats like them could not wander too far away, and they could not appear in areas where humans lived. Therefore, it had to guard this place, a place where no humans had entered. As for the striped cat, it was probably an accident that it appeared at the base. Jing Tan couldn't get used to their lives, and they couldn't get used to the life that Jing Tan wanted them to live. Looking at the endless forest under the twilight, Jing Tan took a deep breath and prepared to rush to the base. As for the half-dead red-haired mouse, Jing Tan looked down and saw that the mummified red-haired mouse was chewing on the vines energetically. Its two front teeth moved, and the vines were bitten open. The vines were much thicker than the red-haired mouse's teeth, and Jing Tan thought that the vines were quite sturdy. He did not expect the red-haired mouse to bite open a big hole as easily as tofu. It looked like the vines were about to break. There was no movement just now, and in the blink of an eye, it was like this. Noticing that Jing Tan was looking at it, the red-haired mouse, which had already squeezed half of its head out of the vines, fiercely bared its two small white teeth at Jing Tan. Jing Tan now understood that the red-haired mouse's bared teeth depended on who it was facing. If the leader cat was there, it would only dare to play dead. Chapter 249. A mouse was not afraid of a cat? A small mouse was acting fierce in front of a cat? This mouse was not even as big as an egg when it was curled up. How could it be so arrogant? To be honest, it was Jing Tan's first time encountering such a situation. Therefore, his original plan to throw away this troublesome mouse after the leader cat left was changed. The vines on this little mouse were still tied up and had not been completely bitten off. What was even more arrogant was that after the red-haired mouse glared at Jing Tan, it continued to gnaw on the vines. It did not seem to care about Jing Tan at all. It was really unscrupulous. Jing Tan raised his hand, intending to teach this rampant red-haired mouse a lesson. Previously, the red-haired mouse was tied up with vines. Now that they had walked for so long, the red-haired mouse had already squeezed its head out of the cocoon. At the same time, under the cocoon, its small tail was also exposed. Jing Tan bent his palm, lifted the red-haired mouse's tail, and spun it around. After 20 rounds, Jing Tan stopped. The red-haired mouse did not move for a long time, as if it was dizzy from being spun around. Jing Tan raised his hand and was ready to poke the mouse to see if it was stupid from being spun around. Unexpectedly, just as his hand was about to touch it, the red-haired mouse suddenly stretched out its neck to bite. If it were not for Jing Tan's quick reaction, and the fact that the red-haired mouse's movements were affected by the spinning, it would probably have been bitten. Looking at the red-haired mouse biting the vines, he knew that this guy's teeth and bite force were quite lethal. It actually had the courage and strength to bite? However, at this time, Jing Tan did not plan to spin it around anymore. He just wanted to break its neck. What was important now was to hurry on. He did not have time to waste here with a mouse. However, just as Jing Tan raised his claw halfway, the red-haired mouse that had almost bitten off the vines suddenly stopped and looked around vigilantly. It stretched out its neck to look under the tree and revealed a sense of cautiousness, as if it had discovered something dangerous. Jing Tan didn't know if the red-haired rat had truly discovered the abnormality or if it was plotting something. Just in case, Jing Tan still had to be vigilant. If there really was an abnormality, he had to pay attention and deal with it early. Thus, Jing Tan quickly pressed the red-haired rat down, not allowing it to move. Then he looked down the tree. Suddenly, the red-haired rat squeaked as it was pressed down by Jing Tan. It struggled, but was unable to move away from Jing Tan's palm. Jing Tan did not have the slightest intention of pitying it. If he used a little more strength, he would be able to squash it to death. Only then did the red-haired rat realize that the cat in front of it was also a dangerous creature. Perhaps in its memory, it only had a deep fear of the cats in that area, but it had no memory of Zheng Tan, an animal with a very strange smell. It probably also felt that Zheng Tan had no intention of eating it, which was why it was so rampant before. Its experience since birth had taught it that being bigger than it did not mean that it was dangerous, and being smaller than it did not mean that it was harmless. Unfortunately, this time, it had miscalculated. This cat indeed had no intention of eating it, but it was not to be trifled with either. It had enough power to squash it to death with one palm. Therefore, after it cried out once, it stopped, and after struggling for a while, it settled down again. However, its eyes were looking around, probably thinking about how to escape. Zheng Tan did not pay attention to the red-haired rat that he was stepping on. He focused on looking down, his ears perked up to listen to the movements around him. Just when he felt that the red-haired rat was playing with him again, he suddenly heard a slight sound. Zheng Tan, who was about to find trouble with the red-haired rat, immediately focused his attention on that slight sound. The rustling sound of something rubbing against the ground and the surrounding grass gradually came in this direction. Zheng Tan held his breath and looked in that direction, feeling nervous. He could already guess what it was. A snake as thick as the mouth of a bowl came out from the grass over there. With its size, it would not have any difficulty swallowing a cat the size of Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan had seen snakes of this size in the city before, but they were specially raised by some people. At that time, Zheng Tan had not yet turned into a cat, so he did not feel that much fear. But now, in this forest full of danger, Zheng Tan's hair almost stood on end. Fortunately, the snake was not heading in the direction of the tree that Zheng Tan was in. Moreover, the snake had already eaten, and there was an obvious protrusion on the snake's body. Looking around, Zheng Tan guessed that the snake was probably planning to go to the wetland not far away. After the snake left, Zheng Tan waited for a while before coming down from the tree. This time, Zheng Tan did not plan to release or kill the red-haired rat directly. He found another vine and tied the rat up. This time, he spent more effort, tying 2 knots in a circle, then tying the next circle, repeating the process a few times. This way, even if the rat bit off a section of the vine, it would not be able to escape immediately. Yes, Zheng Tan planned to keep the rat as an early warning. This primeval forest, which could be said to be well preserved, had many dangerous and uninhabited places. In the ancient and magical forest, all kinds of creatures were breeding and living in an endless stream. Countless lives had been here for generations, and the vastness of the primeval forest made people feel that it was unfathomable. In the past 10 or 20 years, expedition teams had been organized both domestically and abroad to explore this forest, which was filled with all kinds of legends and stories. Some universities and research institutes had also organized expedition teams, and once they entered, they would spend 1 or 2 months or even longer. However, there were still many places that people could not reach, and miracles that could not be discovered. At the same time, it also showed that there were countless unpredictable dangers in this forest. Zheng Tan admitted that he had underestimated this forest. In Zheng Tan's original mind, the forest that was filled with all kinds of dangers was similar to the Amazon jungle. What was there to be afraid of in a place like Tangshan City? Even when he followed the red-striped cat into the forest, Zheng Tan did not encounter any danger or crisis. But now, he suddenly realized that he had been too naive. Many of the wild animals that lived in this forest were deliberately hidden, and Zheng Tan might not be able to discover them in the first place. There were also unknown dangers. Zheng Tan did not think that he was smarter than the expedition team, and his experience in the forest was not as good as this little rat's. Since he did not have a high IQ and could not compare to the native residents of the forest, and he did not have a second red-striped cat to lead the way, Zheng Tan chose to take this red-haired rat with him. It might be useful in the future. Even if it was not, it could be used as a backup ration, and when there was danger, it could be used as bait to distract the attention of dangerous creatures. The speed at which they returned to the base was much slower than the speed at which they entered the forest. During the process, Zheng Tan had to be vigilant of his surroundings. He would stop from time to listen for movements in the surroundings. He also had to take this red-haired rat with him. Once he found that the red-haired rat was about to gnaw off all the vines, he would change to another vine to tie it up. Fortunately, there were many plants and vines here. Zheng Tan specifically looked for those that were resistant to gnawing and had some thorns to increase the resistance of the red-haired rat's gnawing process. He had heard that there were many plants that had long been extinct in other parts of the world. They were called living fossils by botanists. Perhaps those botanists would scream if they saw them here, but Zheng Tan had no interest in them at all. Along the way, Zheng Tan saw a very large tree. Zheng Tan didn't know what kind of tree it was, and he had never seen it before. He guessed that it was because it was too old. There was a hole in the trunk, and many snakes were crawling in and out of the hole. Zheng Tan jumped onto a tree to determine the direction he should go and observe his surroundings. He saw the snakes from afar and quickly ran. He didn't dare to court death. Speaking of gains, Zheng Tan picked up a piece of amber. He had picked it up when he went to the stream to drink water. In the past, he had heard people say that ambers were found in mining areas or by the sea. He didn't expect to find one here. The piece of amber was about the size of a quail egg. There was a small flower inside. He didn't know what kind of flower it was, but if it was a species from tens of thousands of years ago, it would be really valuable as a collector's item. Zheng Tan found a vine and wrapped the amber around his neck. This way, it wouldn't be easy to throw it away. He would give it to little Pomelo when he returned. Zheng Tan didn't feel anything when he wore the amber. It was light and easy to carry. On the way, Zheng Tan ate some fruits and caught a snake. He didn't know which snakes could be eaten and which couldn't. Anyway, he happened to see a snake of the same species as the one he ate last time, so he killed it. It was a little smaller than the one caught by the striped cat. In order to hurry, Zheng Tan bit the bullet and ate some more. He fed the rest to the red-haired rat. Anyway, it was just these things. It didn't matter if it ate or not. The red-haired rat seemed to be very hungry and didn't refuse. Many rodents were omnivores. This red-haired rat could eat meat and vegetables, which saved Zheng Tan a lot of trouble. After walking for 3 days, Zheng Tan quickened his pace at dusk on the third day because he smelled the scent of people. When the sky darkened, Zheng Tan was already running on the mountain where the base was located. It was just that at this time, the light was dim, so many people didn't notice Zheng Tan. Although he was already very tired, Zheng Tan was very excited when he saw the base. He didn't slow down. Instead, he ran even faster. He even forgot that the red-haired rat was tied to the vine in his mouth. In the base's dormitory, Jiao Pa closed the door and walked out of the dormitory building. He wanted to walk around and smoke a cigarette. For the past few days, they had been in a bad mood because of the cat. The 2 children didn't go out with the trainee team for a few days. They said that they wanted to wait in the room. They didn't even close the window, wondering when the cat would come back. Jiao Pa searched in the wild. He even spent money to hire some villagers to help. Jiao Ma asked the residents who lived on the mountain one by one. They all said that they had seen a black cat a few days ago and hadn't seen it since. In fact, in the hearts of many of the surrounding residents, as well as some of the teachers and guards of the base, they were certain that the cat had been dragged away and eaten by some wild animals. This kind of thing had happened here before. There were even cases of dogs being lost. After a while, people would hear about the remains of the cat being found somewhere in the wild. The teeth marks of unknown animals were all on the bones. A few guards who came out to patrol the base saw Jiao Pa. They came over to greet him and ask about the cat. For the past few days, they had seen this teacher with the surname Jiao come out to smoke. They heard that the parents and children at home were worried sick because the cat had gone missing. There were even cat search notices outside. "Teacher Jiao, you haven't found your cat yet?" a young-looking person asked. Jiao Pa shook his head. "Don't worry. Maybe it will come back by itself at any time. In the past, there was a cat in my house that disappeared for a month and came back by itself." "Yeah, don't worry. You can go back and rest. Don't go out." Yesterday, someone went out in the middle of the night and was bitten by a snake. Fortunately, it wasn't a venomous snake. The guards talked one after another. Suddenly, one of them pointed at the wall not far behind Jiao Pa and shouted, "What is that?" Jing Tan had just climbed over the wall when he saw a beam of light coming over. He quickly jumped down and planned to run to the building where he lived. Unexpectedly, the vine suddenly broke off when he landed. The red-haired rat had almost bitten off the vine. When Jing Tan landed on the ground, the rat pulled the vine away. It wanted to escape, but Jing Tan held it down with a slap. Chapter 250. Seeing Jing Tan, Father Jiao's heart, which had been hanging in the air for the past few days, finally relaxed. It was good that he was back. He was worried that his cat's son had been taken away by some wild animal. However, when Jiaopa walked closer, he frowned when he saw the mouse that Jing Tan had pinned to the ground with the help of his flashlight. The light at night was not good, and it would affect people's judgment of color. Even so, when the flashlight shone on the mouse, the red light reflected made Jiaopa's heart skip a beat. His heart, which had just calmed down, was in his throat again, and his heart rate increased. The security guards behind him rushed over. "Hey, is this Mr. Jiao's cat?" "It should be. It seems to be the one on the cat search notice." "It's this one, definitely. Oh, it even has a mouse in its mouth. Is it back for a reward?" The security guard who first saw Jing Tan climbing over the wall said as he looked at the squeaking mouse. The other security guards also turned their attention to the mouse. "Why do I feel that the mouse's fur is red? It really is red. Is it dyed? Let's see if it's a pet mouse." The security guards started to discuss. The light was not good, so the security guard who saw Jing Tan only saw Jing Tan holding something in his mouth. Before he could see clearly, Jing Tan had jumped over the wall. Now, he naturally thought that Jing Tan came in with the mouse in his mouth and did not notice the vines that fell on the grass. Jiaopa took a few deep breaths and said to Jing Tan, "Don't let go." Then he looked at the few security guards. After looking around, he said to the young security guard, "Can you lend me your lunchbox?" "Yes." The young man was looking at the red-haired mouse curiously. When he heard Jiaopa, he quickly handed over the lunchbox in his hand. In the afternoon, his girlfriend sent him a lunchbox of mung bean soup. After he finished it, he planned to bring it back to her when he was on patrol. He could use the time to have some sweet moments. A lunchbox wasn't worth much, so it was fine to borrow it. In any case, this bunch of teachers would definitely compensate him when the time came. The Jiaopa couldn't care less about the mung bean smell in the lunchbox. He opened the lid of the lunchbox to reveal an opening. "Hey, Teacher Jiao, are you trying to catch mice?" "I'll do it. I know how to catch mice. I used to catch field mice when I went to the wild with other people." The young man handed the flashlight in his hand to the colleague next to him and squatted down to catch them. Before Father Jiao could finish his sentence, the man reached out and grabbed the red-haired rat under the cat's paw. The Jiaopa quickly opened the plastic lunchbox and passed it to her. "Be careful." The Jiaopa wanted to tell the guard not to squeeze it to death. After all, when the students were doing experiments in school, they accidentally broke the necks of the white mice when they were doing experiments. The Jiaopa looked at the rat that was much smaller than the students when they were doing experiments and then looked at the careless guard who volunteered to help. The Jiaopa was anxious. But this time, before the Jiaopa could finish his sentence, the guard had already thrown the red-haired rat into the lunchbox. Although his actions were a little rough, he did a good job. The only regret was that his hand was bitten. "Thank you, but you still have to go to the infirmary for a checkup. The wound can't be ignored." "Bill me," the Jiaopa said to the young man after he closed the lid of the lunchbox. There was a small hole in the lid of the lunchbox, so there was no need to worry about the rat suffocating. When the young man heard this, he thought, "Hey, it's free treatment." There were people on duty 24/7 in the infirmary. Recently, there were a few medical students who came for their internships. He heard that they were quite pretty. The young man's heart was rippling. After greeting his colleagues, he went straight to the infirmary. He had a reason to skip work and see beautiful girls. What a good thing. After the guards left, the Jiaopa carefully held the lunchbox and looked at Jing Tan, who was still looking around. "Where are you going?" His tone was calm, but Jing Tan felt that there was a pressure around him. He shivered. It was probably because of the low temperature at night in the mountains. Jing Tan followed the Jiaopa back to the dormitory. He directly climbed through the window. Anyway, he lived on the second floor, so it was easy to climb through the window. Little Pomelo was sitting at the table with a pen in her hand. She wasn't in the mood to work on the summer vacation homework that was spread out on the table. If she flipped a few pages forward, she would see a pencil-drawn cat on every page. While she was thinking, the screen was pulled open. Little Pomelo and the Jiao Yuan, who was torturing the crab to vent his depression, both looked at the window. Black charcoal. Mom, black charcoal is back. Jiaoma had just finished washing the clothes. She had just received a call from the Jiaopa. The Jiaopa had something to do and would be back later. Seeing the black cat on the table, his depressed mood was finally lifted. He thought to himself, this cat is just like a human. If I don't leave it alone for a period of time, it will go crazy. This time, it even went missing, causing everyone to be worried. Grounding it was necessary. For the rest of the time, this cat would not be able to go out again. Jiaoma scolded Zheng Tan and ordered him to be grounded. At the same time, she carefully checked Zheng Tan's body to see if he was injured. Then she found a plastic tub and filled it with water for Zheng Tan to soak in. Zheng Tan came back covered in dust. He even felt the active fleas on his body. He really did need a good bath. But something seemed to be missing. Where's the amber? Zheng Tan realized that the amber around his neck was gone. He still had it when he went up the mountain. It probably fell off when he went through the bushes around the base. He would look for it tomorrow. After Zheng Tan finished her bath, she wrapped herself in a towel and sat on a stool to wait for her fur to dry. Father Jiao came back with an anxious look on his face. He didn't bring the plastic lunchbox with the red-haired rat, and he didn't know where he put it. What happened? The Jiaoma asked. Is black charcoal injured? The Jiaopa asked. No, he just had a meal and took a bath. He seems to be in good spirits, the Jiaoma said. That's good, the Jiaopa breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the young guard who was bitten by the red-haired rat was in trouble. It had only been an hour since he was bitten, but the young guard's hand was already swollen like a bun. He was also dizzy. Fortunately, they had a good supply of medicine, and he came to get treatment in time. Otherwise, he might have died. The Jiaopa immediately came back to check on the situation. When he saw that Zheng Tan was fine, he gave a few words of advice and left. Zheng Tan listened to the Jiaopa's words and broke out in cold sweat. He finally realized how dangerous the rat was. Fortunately, he was not bitten by the rat in the forest. Otherwise, he would have become the feces of the beasts or insects in the forest. Before the Jiaopa left, he said that he might come back very late. He might not even come back to sleep. The Jiaopa was not the only one. The other teachers who led the team, whether they were asleep or not, all rushed to the same place. The students who came out to make phone calls were all wondering what had happened. In a room in the base, many teachers were huddled together. It was originally a temporary lounge. Everyone complained that it was too close to the toilet. It was uncomfortable to stay here in the middle of summer, so very few people came here. But now, no one cared. Some male teachers did not change their clothes when they heard the news. They ran over in their singlets and shorts. They did not care if they were laughed at by the other teachers. They stared at the red-haired rat in the cage on the table. The red-haired rat was in the middle of the cage. It was gnawing on a peanut. Its eyes were still looking at the people outside the cage. It did not seem to be afraid at all. Perhaps in its heart, these strange creatures were much better than the cat. The cat had almost killed it, and these strange creatures did not seem to be a threat. When Zheng Tan went missing, some teachers secretly laughed at the Jiaopa for bringing a cat. Wasn't he looking for trouble? Even a dog was more obedient than a cat. Cats were troublemakers. When had they ever been obedient? But now, these people were jealous, especially the teacher who brought a dog. Although the dog had helped him catch a lot of prey, it was far less valuable than the red-haired rat. Teacher Jiao, your cat has to be praised this time. An old man in a white singlet and reading glasses went up to observe the red-haired rat. The surrounding teachers did not dare to squeeze with him. Many teachers were taught by this old man. The Jiaopa smiled and did not say anything. He thought that the cat should be praised, but it should also be grounded. But speaking of which, that cat was really good at causing trouble. Who would have thought that it would come back with a red-haired rat in its mouth after disappearing for a few days? Originally, They thought that it would be a female cat. The Jiaopa was still not sure whether it was a red-haired rat or not. It needed to be identified, but the possibility was very high. He could not tell which species of red-haired rat it was. He had not done any research on this. The reason why he made it public this time instead of hiding it was because he knew very well that it could not be hidden. The security guards had already seen it. When the time came, it would be exposed. Before calling these teachers over, the Jiaopa had made a few phone calls to prevent things from developing in a bad way. No one else knew about this. This little guy must be taken care of. No, I'll call someone to take care of it, the old man said. We won't trouble you, Professor Wang. We have already arranged for someone to take care of it. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. He was a professor at Tsinghua University. He had the most authority among the group of young teachers at Tsinghua University. Although he had to give in to the old man most of the time, he could not give in on this matter. The old man was now a member of the research institute. This red-haired rat must be kept in Tsinghua University's own place and use their own people. This was also the instruction given by Dean Xie during the phone call. When it was time to fight, they had to fight. After all, Dean Xie was responsible for it. Dean Xie would arrive tomorrow morning. Hey, it's not yours. Why are you in such a hurry? Little Jiao, don't worry. The person I found is absolutely professional. He has been raising rats professionally for 20 years, the old man said to the Jiaopa, ignoring the person's words. Well, the address had changed from Teacher Jiao to Little Jiao. The leaders and seniors were quarreling, and the Jiaopa did not dare to interrupt. He stayed between the leaders and seniors. The Jiaopa went back to his room at night and brought in a box with cat litter. He asked Jing Tan to urinate or poop in the box. Are they going to do a urine and poop test? Jing Tan stared at the box as if he was facing an enemy. He had never used this kind of thing at home. The Jiaopa sighed and said to Jing Tan, they just want to see what you ate. In other words, those people only wanted to know if Jing Tan ate other red-haired rats. It would be better if there were some undigested fur and bones. They could find many things worth studying. Jing Tan's face twitched, and he continued to twitch. Studying poop. These scientists were really hardcore. If he knew it would be so troublesome, he would have just thrown the red-haired rat outside. Why did he bring it in? Jing Tan regretted, but it was too late to regret now. At that time, he was rushing back and did not even think about the red-haired rat. When he regained his senses, he had already climbed over the wall and entered the base. Chapter 251. After Father Jiao gave his instructions, he didn't come back for the whole night. It was said that he was held up by the leaders and seniors for a discussion. The species of the red-haired rat hadn't been completely identified yet, but it was now regarded as a treasure by the researchers in related fields. Father Jiao, as the first person to discover the red-haired rat, should have the right to speak. He was held up by the people there and couldn't leave, so he didn't sleep well the whole night. Although those people usually went to bed early and woke up early, they would get excited whenever they encountered something they were interested in. It was common for them to stay up all night in the laboratory when they were young, but they couldn't stay up all night as they were getting older. However, they made an exception this time. Therefore, if they didn't leave and rest, Jiaopa wouldn't be able to rest either. Jing Tan woke up with the Jiao family early in the morning. Jiao Ma bought breakfast for the two kids and Jing Tan. A man in his early 20s came in while they were eating. Hello, Miss Gu. The man greeted her with a smile. He quickly glanced around the room and paused on Jing Tan for a while, then moved his eyes away. It seemed like he was looking for something. You must be Shaoli. I already know. It's in the bathroom, Jiao Ma said as she led the man to the bathroom. Jing Tan was eating an egg when he saw the man putting on gloves while walking towards the bathroom. He immediately knew what he was after. Everyone was having breakfast early in the morning, but the man came in to take away the poop. How impatient could he be? Scientists were indeed a strange race. The man named Shaoli put on his gloves and came out with the box. When he saw Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo looking at him, he seemed a little embarrassed. He knew it wasn't right for him to come at this time, but he had no choice. His superiors had already given him the order, so he had to carry it out. He had promised to dedicate his life to science. What was a little embarrassment? Mom, Let's take black charcoal to the vet after breakfast. I heard that there are many parasites in the wild. If he eats something bad, Jiao Yuan said. However, before Jiao Yuan could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Jiao Ma. Eat your food. You don't have to worry about this. After eating, go and do your summer homework. After a pause, Jiao Ma added, black charcoal can't go out. You have to wait for your dad to come back. Jiao Ma wanted to take Zheng Tan out to see a veterinarian, but Jiao Pa had already told her that those people were now eyeing black charcoal, so she couldn't take him out. Jiao Ma sighed as she looked at the cat eating an egg on the chair. Raising a cat was even more troublesome than raising a child. Why was he so good at causing trouble? She wasn't interested in any red species or new genetic discoveries at all. She just wanted the cat to behave. Unfortunately, when it was almost noon, Jiao Pa finally came back. Along with Jiao Pa were a few people in their 40s and 50s, as well as 2 old men. Zheng Tan recognized a few of them. The one leading them was the dean of the Institute of Biological Sciences at Tsinghua University. In the past, when this person saw Zheng Tan around the Institute of Biological Sciences, he didn't have much of a reaction. He didn't seem like someone who liked cats. But now, this person couldn't hide the smile on his face. He had been staring at Zheng Tan since he entered the door. He nodded and said, "Good cat. This is a good cat." Zheng Tan was speechless. He couldn't bring himself to be happy with this compliment. It would have been better if the word cat had been changed to human. Being called a good person was better than being called a good cat. It had to be said that Jiao Pa's prediction was very accurate. These people came over to ask Jiao Pa to take Zheng Tan out. They wanted to see if they could find the red-haired rat's territory through Zheng Tan and find more red-haired rats. One rat wasn't enough to go around. Some people even wanted to put a rope around Zheng Tan or put him in a cage to take him out, but the Jiao Pa refused. Zheng Tan followed them out. Many of the people accompanying him were big names in their field of research. However, Zheng Tan didn't feel honored at all, and he didn't have time to look at the others. He was thinking about how to act dumb later. How to act dumb in a more natural way, like a normal cat. The group of people attracted a lot of attention as they walked. Some of the young teachers and researchers working in the base rarely saw one of them, but now they saw a group of them. They stood there and called out their names, not knowing how to say their names. They were so nervous that they even stuttered when they spoke. However, these big names weren't in the mood to talk to the teachers and researchers. They were all staring at the cat in front of them. At the end of the road, Zheng Tan stopped. There was no road ahead. It was all woods and grass. "Hey, why did he stop?" "Mr. Jiao, why did your cat stop?" a few impatient people asked. Therefore, the Jiao Pa started to work with Zheng Tan in front of everyone and let him continue to lead the way. Zheng Tan yawned. He thought about how Huang had dealt with his mistakes in the courtyard. Then, according to his memory of Huang, he tilted his head and his body and fell to the ground. Then, he started to roll on the ground as if nothing had happened. The Jiao Pa, the Jiao Pa was impressed by Zheng Tan's ability to act dumb. He must have done it a lot. The others felt a wave of disappointment. Although they didn't have high hopes, there was still hope. Now that they saw Zhang Ziyan's actions, they felt that their hopes were even slimmer. They didn't know that the man and the cat were actually acting in front of them. Of course, no one would believe it. Zheng Tan now understood that she was a cat. A cat could act shamelessly in broad daylight and act like a fool. No one would suspect her. This was the first time he had rolled on the ground in front of everyone. Anyway, he was thick-skinned and wasn't afraid of being laughed at. If it was in the past, he definitely wouldn't have done it. However, rolling on the ground now was better than being targeted in the future. Some people couldn't help but ask the Jiao Pa to continue to order Zheng Tan to look for the rat. Even if they couldn't find it now, they could at least tell them the direction. They just wanted to know if the cat remembered where it caught the red-haired rat. Since these people wanted to follow him, then so be it. Zheng Tan decided to fulfill their wishes. After rolling on the ground, he stood up and shook his fur. He continued to walk forward as if nothing had happened. He played with birds and insects along the way. Since he was still outside, he would be grounded when he got back. He was fine, but the people behind him had it tough. After walking one round, they were all out of breath. Some of the older ones had to be supported by others. They knew that their physical strength was definitely not good enough, but they just wanted to see the direction with their own eyes. They would follow him for a few more steps. If they couldn't hold on any longer, they would ask their subordinates to follow him. Even if they couldn't find it this time, they could still ask someone to go in that direction. Otherwise, with so much manpower and money spent every year, there wouldn't be many new discoveries. What could they find if they ran around like headless flies? They might even lose their lives. The Jiaopa was still trying to persuade them not to count on Zheng Tan and to go back. However, these people were more stubborn than the other. This road seems to be the one we took when we brought the students out to collect specimens, the Jiaopa said. He didn't know where Zheng Tan was leading them to before, but now he finally understood. The cat wanted to torture these people. If they walked a little further, they would find it, and they would have to go back. It's true. Some of them were more familiar with the area. They felt that something was wrong just now, but they didn't say anything. Some of them were still hoping for a fluke. When Zheng Tan brought them to a place near the road again, they were finally discouraged. That's right. What can you expect a cat to do according to your wishes? If cats were so good, they would have been used for training by people in certain industries long ago. Why would they train dogs? Perhaps this cat was really just a coincidence. This is fate. An old man who was sitting on a stone and gasping for breath sighed while slapping his legs. He did not have much regret or unwillingness. He had lived for so long and had seen a lot of things. In the past, he had seen albino bears and albino moles that had caused a sensation in this place. He had also followed the expedition team organized by the international organization to explore the mountains and brought back many specimens of living fossils. Now that he could see a suspected red mouse, he should be satisfied. How many people who went in for money never came out? Most of the time, people who found new species or animals that were on the verge of extinction only found them by chance. Just like the old man said, this was fate. The group of people was so tired that even walking back to the base on the road was tiring. In the end, they called a car to pick them up. After the Jiaopa went back, he talked to the leaders and then took Zheng Tan to the vet. After disappearing for a few days, it was better to have a checkup. The vet was not far from the infirmary. Zheng Tan also saw the young man who helped catch the red-haired rat. He heard that it was very dangerous yesterday. Fortunately, he survived the treatment in time. He didn't expect that he could talk to girls so energetically now. In the infirmary, the young man was telling a few girls about how he caught a rat, scaring them. Now that he knew that the rat he caught yesterday was a rare animal, he was showing off to everyone. He was the one who caught the rat, and the lunchbox was also his. What? You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, look at my wound. Can a normal rat bite be so swollen? Sure enough, he forgot the pain after the scar healed. Zheng Tan despised him. After the checkup, the vet confirmed that Zheng Tan's physical condition was good and prescribed some insect repellent for Zheng Tan. After leaving the vet, Zheng Tan saw that it was close to the place where he climbed the wall last time. He thought about it and went there. He still remembered about Hoopa. It would be a pity to lose it. The Jiaopa didn't say much and followed him out. There was a bush there. Yesterday, Zheng Tan had crossed from there to take a shortcut. Zheng Tan went into the bush and followed the path he took yesterday to search. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound in the bush. He looked over and saw a cat in the bush. It was a domestic cat, but he didn't know whose family it was. At that moment, the domestic cat was playing with something with its paws bent. Zheng Tan looked carefully. Wasn't it the amber he lost? Zheng Tan rushed over and slapped the cat twice. The cat arched its back and cried out twice, but felt that it was not strong enough. When Zheng Tan was about to slap it a third time, it quickly ran away. Zheng Tan looked at the amber carefully. Fortunately, it was wrapped in vines. Otherwise, there would be many scratches on it. Pulling the amber wrapped in vines out, Zheng Tan decided to give it to the Jiaopa first. He couldn't take it anyway. Mr. Jiao, what is your cat doing? A security guard looked over and asked. The Jiaopa held the amber Zheng Tan pulled out at an angle where no one was looking. It then stood up and said to the security guard, "It just got into a fight. This guy likes to bully other cats." The security guard obviously saw the cat that escaped from the bush. He didn't doubt the Jiaopa's words. Early in the morning, someone had asked him to pay attention to the movements of the teacher and the black cat, but he didn't find anything unusual. Wasn't it just a cat? Did those people have to watch it so closely? The Jiaopa seemed to casually change the bag and put the amber wrapped in vines into the bag of insect repellent. Chapter 252. After returning, Jiaopa found an excuse to take a break. He took out the item that his cat's son had taken out and looked at it. When he got it, he wasn't sure what it was. He didn't know if it was a precious item, but his past experience told him that the cat always had its reasons for doing this. So, just in case, he carefully hid it. Now that he had time, he took it out and looked at it. He carefully pulled the vines away, revealing the amber inside. The vines were peeled off and put aside, not thrown away. This plant was found in the flora, and it was indeed from the mountain forest. Jiaopa was sure that his cat's son had indeed been to the mountain forest, but he didn't know what kind of adventure it had encountered. As for the amber, Jiaopa didn't know much about identification. He had only made artificial amber before, and there were a few natural ones that were given to him by others. One of them was a worm amber that was said to be worth tens of thousands of yuan, but the worms in the worm amber were only 80% intact. The inside of the worm amber was a plant. He had only seen artificial amber, not natural amber. Because he was at the base and didn't want to be discovered by others, Jiaopa could only use the simplest identification method to identify whether the amber was artificial or natural. Amber could fluoresce under ultraviolet light. Of course, now that the technology of counterfeiting was getting better and better, artificial amber could also fluoresce, so Jiaopa could only make a preliminary identification. The identification result showed that the amber fluoresced under ultraviolet light, and the small flower inside was very bright. It was so blue that it was almost purple. Jiaopa even checked the rare plants newly compiled by some botanists in the past 2 years, but he couldn't find anything similar to the small flower inside. If the amber was real, Associate Professor Jiao had a hunch that the small flower inside might be a plant from tens of millions of years ago, or even hundreds of millions of years ago, a plant that had never been discovered. Once it was confirmed to be real, it was enough to make the botanists and paleontologists excited. They were not interested in red mice or anything like that. After all, their research was different. However, ancient plants were different. Furthermore, it was a complete flower. There were many problems with the stamen inside. If there was a red mouse, there might be a second one. This amber that contained a complete flower and recorded a natural miracle from tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years ago was very likely to be unique in the world. For biologists and geologists, the value of amber lay in its historical evolution. For collectors and investors, amber that contained rare organisms or plants could be called a rare treasure. Jiaopa could take out this amber. The matter of the red mouse could be studied by several professors at the same time, and it would definitely be published in Nature. Jiaopa, as the discoverer, would definitely be listed in the journal. This would be of great benefit to him when he applied for project funds in the future. If this amber was included, it would definitely be the icing on the cake. Years ago, when a professor in a paleontology research institute discovered an ancient plant, he was the first author of the research results published in Nature. Jiaopa could do the same. In Tsinghua University, where competition was fierce, from teachers to students, there weren't many teachers at Jiaopa's age who could publish papers and research results in Nature and Science, the 2 top academic journals in the world. It was easy to imagine the benefits that Jiaopa would receive. The red mouse could be regarded as a shining point in nature, and the worm amber was also a miracle inadvertently created by nature. Nature would always inadvertently create one miracle after another, and those who could discover these miracles would always be known as those with great luck. People with great luck. Father Jiao looked at the cat lying on the bed, trying to catch up on its sleep, and rubbed his forehead helplessly. How could a cat cause so much trouble? Jing Tan was already being targeted. If the amber was exposed, it would be even more troublesome. The matter of the red mouse could be said to be accidental. It was natural for a cat to catch a mouse, but what about the amber? If someone found out, Jiaopa could only say that it was his own collection. However, Jiao Pa didn't plan to expose the amber. He hoped that everyone's attention would be focused on the red mouse and ignore other things as much as possible. Black charcoal, leave this amber with me for now. Jiao Pa took out a small box. Inside the box was the amber that Jing Tan found. Jing Tan heard this. No, this was for little Pomelo. He reached out and was about to snatch the box. I'll keep it for you for now. I'll return it to you when we get back. But you have to promise me that you'll hide it well and don't throw it around, Jiao Pa said again. Jing Tan thought about it and decided that it was fine. He couldn't take it with him now anyway. It was safer to leave it with Jiao Pa. Jing Tan wasn't stupid. He could tell from Jiao Pa's expression and words that the amber wasn't a simple item. At least, it was to some people. Rather than keeping it himself or letting little Pomelo keep it, it was better to let Jiao Pa keep it for him. For the next few days, Jing Tan was very well behaved. He also knew that there were many people watching him. Some of the idiots who thought that they were well hidden had already been discovered by Jing Tan. Therefore, Jing Tan felt that it was better to listen to Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma and stay in his room. After all, the student's internship was coming to an end. In 2 days, they would return to Chuhua City. Jing Tan could still endure for the next few days. For the past few days, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo had been following the students outside to learn how to make specimens. There were animals, plants, and insects, but Jing Tan was not interested in them. He was more inclined to listen to the story of the red-haired rat. He heard that the red mouse had caused a commotion. The identification results were probably out. It was the red species that Jiao Pa had mentioned. Yesterday, Jing Tan had been called over to join in the fun when the photos were taken. This morning, Jiao Yuan showed Jing Tan a local newspaper. It had a large article about the red nest rat. Yes, the red mouse had been identified as a nest rat by a few professionals. However, it was different from the smaller nest rats. This red nest rat was definitely much bigger than a normal nest rat when it matured. Jing Tan didn't care whether it was a red nest rat or a red Mickey Mouse. He stared at the few color photos and the article about him in the newspaper. There was a lot of information about the red nest rat in the newspaper. However, there were only 2 vague lines about Jing Tan. It only said that the red nest rat was accidentally caught by the cat of Associate Professor Jiao Mingxing of Chuhua University's School of Life Sciences. After that, there was nothing else. Jing Tan flipped through the newspaper for a long time, but he didn't see any other words about him. In the only photo with Jing Tan in it, Jing Tan was standing next to the Jiao Pa. It was very inconspicuous. No one would recognize that Jing Tan was the famous Black Sea in the cat community based on this photo. He had a common face. Only when he said his name would people know who he was. Otherwise, with so many black house cats in the country, who would know who he was? At first, Jing Tan was a little annoyed. Didn't they say that he had made a contribution? What was this? However, after thinking about it carefully, he realized that this was probably what the Jiao Pa wanted. Fame or freedom? After thinking it through, Jing Tan obviously chose the latter. It was just like when he realized that a cat had no cat rights and was not protected by the law. He could only accept the fact that he was killed. Compared to Jing Tan's low profile, the red-haired mouse spent a lot of space in the article. The few photos that were taken by professionals attracted a lot of attention. The nest rat's tail was very flexible, and it was also capable of twisting. Especially in the photo where it used its tail to wrap around a tree branch, its body drooped down and hugged a nut. It looked very smart and cute, and its red fur added a lot of points. However, behind the photo, who would have thought that it was actually an extremely dangerous creature? Jing Tan really realized the value of this red-haired mouse after he returned to Chuhua City. This summer, Chuhua University was destined to not be quiet. According to the usual practice, the undergraduate students had all gone home. Some of the graduate students had also applied for leave to go home. Some of the shops around the university were closed. In addition to the high summer temperature, there should be very few people walking around the campus during the day. However, that was not the case this year. The attention that people paid to the red-haired mouse was beyond Jing Tan's imagination. If one were to say that there was no hype involved, Jing Tan would never believe it. However, this did not prevent him from enjoying the show. Zheng Tan squatted on a sycamore tree and looked at the cars with the license plates of various provinces driving in the direction of the Institute of Biological Sciences. There were also some people on the campus who were doing part-time work at the Institute of Biological Sciences during the summer. At this time, they were also guest guides. They wore hats with the words, Institute of Biological Sciences of Tsinghua University, printed on them. Although the weather was hot, they were sweating so much that they could drink all the mineral water in one go. Because they were proud. Looking at the people who were running to the Institute of Biological Sciences these days, if they were not leaders of universities or researchers of research institutes, there were also some experts and professors who came from abroad. In the past, the university was famous, but it did not have this kind of attention. Now was the hottest time of the year in Tsinghua City. Moreover, now some domestic and foreign research institutes were buying the hair, blood, and other things from the red-haired mouse from the Institute of Biological Sciences of Tsinghua University. This made some of the students happy, especially Exian and the others. In the past, Zheng Tan heard Exian complain that because of the needs of experiments, they had to buy cells or bacteria from abroad. The other party shipped them very quickly, but they were stuck at the domestic customs for too long. Even if they had prepared all kinds of approval forms, licenses, and other relevant materials in advance and handed them to the customs company to act as agents, they spent too much time at the customs. The condition of the cells was deteriorating, and when they came back, they failed and had to order again. Talking about this, Exian and the others had tears of bitterness. But now, when they thought about how the foreign people would also buy things related to the red-haired mouse from them, they felt a burst of joy in their hearts. Zheng Tan heard that the price of a single hair of the red-haired mouse was equivalent to the price of a house in Tsinghua City. When the Tsinghua Evening News reported this incident, it jokingly said that the red-haired mouse was worth 10,000 taels of gold for a drop of blood. Zheng Tan also heard that the red-haired mouse was raised like a treasure. Even the blood was taken very carefully to ensure the health of the red-haired mouse. At night, the Jiaopa came back from the courtyard. Today, Principal Xie specially selected 2 female white mice that were bred in the courtyard. He said that he put them in to cultivate a relationship with the red-haired nest mouse. He probably wants to cultivate an excellent second-generation mouse in the future. Principal Xie treasured those white mice. Back then, he spent a lot of money to cultivate them. Usually, some of the teachers in the courtyard wanted to buy a few, but Principal Xie wouldn't let them. This time, he was really generous. And then, asked the Jiaoma curiously. Zheng Tan also perked up his ears to listen. And then, the Jiaopa slowly drank the mung bean soup and said, the 2 white mice were heroically killed in less than a minute. Chapter 253. Just as Zheng Tan thought, the red-haired rat did look smart and cute, but behind that was a ferocious nature, as well as the nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Judging from the way the researchers treated the red-haired rat, during this period of time, the red-haired rat did not encounter any threats at all. It ate well and drank well. Even the wood it used to grind its teeth on was custom-made. The hardness of the wood was selected after many calculations and measurements to be suitable for it to grind its teeth. Even if it bit to death the 2 white mice that Dean Xie had carefully cultivated, no one would do anything to it. Instead, they would contact the mice cultivated by other research institutions to discuss countermeasures to implement the Sustainable Development Strategy. Who knew if they would come back with international aid in the future? In short, that red-haired mouse would be lucky in the future. It was said that any new decision made by the institute regarding the rat would require a meeting and the approval of a few authoritative figures before it could be implemented. It was also because of this that the rat had become very cocky recently. According to the Jiaopa, this rat dared to bare its teeth at the researchers and did not give face to anyone. It was always causing trouble and was fearless. If it could not finish drinking water, it would jump into the water trough to play with it. Now, it was even picky about its food. It had to eat fresh everything, or else it would go on a hunger strike. In fact, until now, this rat had not really gone on a hunger strike. The breeders were always using different methods to serve it. Zheng Tan saw the 2 photos taken by the Jiaopa recently. The red-haired rat was a size bigger than when Zheng Tan first caught it. It was also clearly chubbier. Some rats had to live in fear and sneak into the sewers to steal food, such as domestic rats. Others were carefully served, such as this red-haired rat. Rats were infuriated to death when compared to other rats. Once, when Jing Tan went to the Jiaopa's office to climb through the window, he happened to bump into Principal Xie, who was about to drive out. However, Principal Xie did not reprimand Jing Tan. Instead, he smiled warmly at Jing Tan. After returning home, Jing Tan got the answer from Jiaopa recently. Dean Xie had used the red-haired rat to secure a lot of projects and support from various parties. Jiaopa was also one of the beneficiaries. Although the red-haired rat was no longer Jiaopa's private property, Jiaopa still benefited a lot from it. With the approval of a few big shots, Jiaopa's title of associate professor would soon be removed. Moreover, it was much easier for Jiaopa to apply for projects now. As the saying goes, having someone in the government makes things easier. Sometimes, success or failure could be decided with just a word from someone. Even in this circle, which was regarded as a pure land with a halo, changes were already quietly happening. Because of this, Yuan Zi once sighed to Jiaopa when he came over, "Your cat is worth it, King worth it." Every time Yuan Zi came to the Jiao family, he had to do one thing: worship black charcoal. In Yuan Zi's own words, he was not worshipping a cat, he was worshipping the god of wealth. Now, Jing Tan was already numb to Yuan Zi's way of doing things. In his opinion, Yuan Zi was just an idiot. "Your cat is really a god. Old Jiaopa, let me tell you, ever since I worshipped this Shinsai, the company has been developing positively. Hey, let me show you my collection." Yuan Zi, who was drunk, was very talkative. He took out his phone and flipped through the photo album, insisting on showing it to Jiaopa. Jing Tan moved closer to take a look. There was a photo album named Jinsai in the phone, and it was full of black cats. Jing Tan and Yuan Zi's office and home were custom-made black Shinsai cats. Don't make it sound so magical. It's just a coincidence that I ran into something. It's a small probability event, Jiaopa replied. Yuan Zi was about to explain when Jiaopa's phone suddenly rang. Jiaopa gestured to Yuan Zi to answer the call first. He took out his phone and looked at it. It was an unknown number. Jiaopa did not rush to answer. Instead, he waited for a while. If the other party hung up quickly, he didn't plan on answering. This kind of thing happened often. After he answered, it was either a promotion, a wrong number, or a scammer. There were also some who wanted to ask about the red-haired rat. No matter what, he didn't want to answer. Unexpectedly, the phone kept ringing this time. The other party seemed to be saying, "If you don't answer, I'll keep calling." Jiaopa pressed the answer button. He was not in a hurry to introduce himself. "Hello." Jing Tan listened to the voice on the phone. He also suspected that it was about the red-haired rat. Recently, the red-haired rat was still in the limelight. However, the other party didn't seem to be talking about the red-haired rat. They were talking about something else. Jing Tan couldn't hear them clearly. He only heard a few words. "It's my cat." Jiaopa looked in the direction of Jing Tan on the sofa. Yuan Zi, who was thirsty and about to drink some water, immediately listened to the Jiaopa's call. He didn't even drink the water. He kept holding the cup and listened to the Jiaopa's call. His eyes kept glancing in the direction of Jing Tan. "It's convenient. I'll be home tonight. The address is on the 5th floor of Building B in the East District." "Okay, I'll see you later." Jiaopa hung up the phone and looked at Jing Tan with a puzzled face. He wondered what the cat had done in the year that he had been away. "Who was it?" Yuan Zi asked. The person said his name was Yen He. He asked for my name and whether black charcoal was my cat. He said he would come over later to discuss something. Jiaopa had never heard the other party's voice. This was the first time he had talked to the person called Yen He. What the other party wanted to talk about was obviously related to his cat. Previously, he had suspected that it was about the red-haired rat. However, the other party didn't mention anything related to the red-haired rat. But other than that, what else could they talk about? He even came over to discuss in person. His tone sounded like he was giving him a lot of benefits. Yuan Zi's face turned serious. "Anyway, we can't sell this moneymaker." Jiao Pa cleared the things in the living room and discussed with Yuan Ziyi what to do later. Of course, I don't need you to tell me that. The name Yanhe sounds a little familiar. Yuan Ziyi didn't plan to leave right away. He decided to stay a little longer to see what the visitor was up to. At the same time, he wanted to support his brother. Although he was only the boss of a not-so-famous company, he had his own way of judging people after so many social engagements over the past few years. Don't worry, I'll help you sound him out later. If there's anything, we'll take care of it together. Zheng Tan was even more confused. He carefully thought back to what he had done in the past few months. It seemed like he hadn't done anything that would offend the heavens and the gods. There shouldn't be anyone who would come and complain or blame him. However, the name Yanhe did seem to have heard it somewhere before. He really couldn't remember where at the moment. About half an hour later, Yanhe arrived at the Jiao family. Only then did Zheng Tan know who this person was. No wonder the name sounded familiar. Wasn't this Yanhe the son of the old lady who lived by the lake? However, he had often heard the old lady mention Xiao He, and other people say President Yan, so he didn't match the name Yanhe. As for Yuan Ziyi, this guy's reaction was even more intense. Originally, he was sitting on the sofa with an "I'm not easy to talk to" look on his face. After seeing Yanhe, he immediately jumped up from the sofa with a smile on his face. "President Yan, it's you." Zheng Tan. So, Yuan Ziyi, this amusing idiot, changed sides at the first second they met? Yuan Ziyi and Yuan Ziyi had met at a banquet and chatted for a while. At that time, one of Yanhe's subsidiary company's goods needed to be inspected again. There were some problems with the company's quality inspection department, and there were also some problems with the test reagents and drugs that they had purchased. Therefore, Yanhe wanted to find other companies to help with the inspection. Yuan Ziyi deliberately found an opportunity to promote his company. Both parties exchanged business cards. After that, Yanhe didn't contact Yuan Ziyi again. Obviously, he didn't think highly of Yuan Ziyi's company. And now, Yuan Ziyi didn't expect to meet this potential big client that he had missed by the skin of his teeth. He thought that he wouldn't come into contact with him for a long time. However, looking at Yanhe's reaction, Zheng Tan guessed that he probably didn't remember who Yuan Ziyi was at all. Yuan Ziyi introduced himself. Yanhe didn't know if Yanhe really remembered him or if he was just pretending. He smiled and said a few words, then went straight to the topic. It turned out that the old lady had agreed to go to the south with the old man who came looking for her. It would probably be very difficult for her to come back in the future. Yanhe also didn't want the old lady to live here. It was too far away. Even if the old lady returned to Chuhua City, he wouldn't be able to take care of her. Yanhe had another property in Chuhua City. When the old lady came back, she would directly live there. There was no one living in the house here, so it would be a waste to keep it. He planned to sell it. However, the old lady was the kind of person who would develop feelings for the house after living in it for a long time. She had a lot of requirements for the buyer. She didn't think much of it until a few days ago when the old lady was reading the newspaper and saw Zheng Tan in the photo. At that time, we didn't know that the cat in the newspaper was yours, but the old lady saw it at a glance. The old lady said that this was fate. She asked me to come over and ask if your family had any intention of buying a house. Yanhe briefly explained the matter. Jiao Pa and Yuan Ziyi were both smart people. Yanhe's words were half true and half false. Who would believe that the house couldn't be sold? Who didn't have a few friends or relatives who liked the house? However, Yanhe could definitely come over because of the old lady. Otherwise, this old so would never deign to come over in the midst of his busy schedule. Indeed, Yanhe originally planned to sell the house to a relative of his friend. The other party was also a good person. The old lady was still thinking about it. When she was about to agree, she saw the news in the newspaper and recognized the cat. She asked someone to inquire about it. When she saw that the Jiao family with 4 people and a cat living in such a small house, she thought that they would have to buy a big house sooner or later, right? The old lady felt that she could be where she was today because of Zheng Tan. She didn't lack money. What mattered was fate. It didn't matter if you were a human or a cat. When people reached this age, some of the things that they cared about were difficult to understand. Even if Yanhe, the filial son, didn't understand the old lady's actions, he would still nod in agreement. It was just a house. Compared to the old lady, it was nothing. He could afford to lose it. He didn't sit for long. After he explained the matter, he asked the Jiaopa to think about it and give him a reply as soon as possible. After all, the old lady would be going to the south soon. He just had to wait for the result. After he left, Yuan Zi shouted exaggeratedly, "Old Jiao, do coincidences like this happen often in your family?" Yuan Zi didn't believe that he didn't see the rising trend of the real estate market. At this time, he still wanted to sell the house at a low price. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Why didn't such good things happen to him? The Jiaopa didn't say anything. He was deep in thought. Old Jiao, just agree. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. Yuan Zi urged. Chapter 254. After the Jiaopa made his decision, he brought Jing Tan to the lakeside villa after dinner the next day. The old lady had been waiting at home for a long time. When she saw Jing Tan, her eyes narrowed with a smile, making the Jiaopa's eyelids twitch. What exactly happened to make the old lady so affectionate to her cat son? Her affectionate attitude was not like that of an ordinary pet. No matter how special a cat was, in the eyes of most people, it was just an animal. The old lady was obviously overly affectionate, which made the Jiaopa even more suspicious. What was she doing without the family knowing? When he went over yesterday, he only mentioned a few things casually and did not go into detail. The Jiaopa was still suspicious. After all, it was hard to believe that someone could get such a bargain in this day and age, but it really happened. The Jiaopa had saved up some money in the past 2 years. He could buy a new 3-bedroom house, but he might not be able to afford the villa here. Moreover, the other party had lowered the price so low. Any normal person would be suspicious. The Jiaopa came over today to clarify the matter. Otherwise, he would not be at ease. No matter how big the bargain was, he would not make a move before he understood everything. After arriving at the villa, the Jiaopa became more and more uneasy. The car parked outside was expensive and had a Nanjing license plate. There were also servants and bodyguards in the house. Even though they were dressed in casual clothes, they obviously had the aura of bodyguards. The Jiaopa did not recognize them as relatives of the 2 old ladies. "Where is black charcoal? Come, I've prepared something for you to eat." The old lady called Jing Tan over. The old lady was usually very polite, but she was too happy to see Jing Tan today. Moreover, the old lady's life was really good recently. She was so happy that she directly put the Jiaopa behind her. It was the old man behind the old lady who called the Jiaopa over to sit. Jing Tan looked at the old man's series of actions, as if he was the host. It seemed that the communication between the 2 old men was very smooth, and their relationship was developing quickly. The old lady realized that she had done something wrong and apologized. Before the Jiaopa could say, "It's okay," the old man waved his hand and said, "It's okay. He won't mind." "Jiaopa," the old lady looked at the old man reproachfully. This was too rude. While they were talking about the house, Jing Tan had nothing to do. He just stayed at the side. The food and drinks were specially prepared by the old lady. It was not cat food. It seemed that she had done a background check on Jing Tan. Jiaopa mainly wanted to know how Jing Tan and old Madame Yang got to know each other. If he knew the process, he would be able to infer other things. Old Madame Fu slowly recounted the incident, and as she spoke, she was filled with emotions. The old man seemed to be unwilling to let the old lady talk about this. Thinking about it, the old lady's health was not very good at that time, and she was at a crossroads waiting to make a decision. If the surgery was not successful and the old lady did not make it, the old man's face turned pale when he thought of this. He only calmed down after the old lady patted his hand. After explaining the incident, the old man did not let the old lady talk about the details. He directly talked about the house. The old man took over the topic and directly talked to the Jiaopa. The Jiaopa did have the intention to buy a house in the past. Now that the price of the house was rising, he wanted to buy a house early. Even if he did not live in it now, it would be good to buy a house as a backup. He did not expect to encounter such a good thing. After learning the whole story, although he did not understand the old lady's decision, he did not have any other doubts about the house. He told the old man. The old lady sat quietly by the side and listened to the conversation with a smile on her face. She glanced at Zheng Tan and recalled the first time she saw the black cat. That day, she was very conflicted. She did not make a decision about the surgery. The black cat reminded her of some memories hidden deep in her heart. Moreover, when the black cat raised its paw and touched her palm, the old lady's heart suddenly trembled. It was an inexplicable feeling. She felt as if she had received a blessing from the black cat. At that time, she thought that maybe she could make it through. In the eyes of others, this was just the old lady's psychological effect. However, in many cases, the psychological changes of a patient's condition could not be ignored. Whether or not the old lady was affected by Zheng Tan's slap, the old lady felt that she could make the right choice. She could make it through, and now she met the person she had missed. Her life had become better, and it was all thanks to this black cat. This cat was very kind. The old lady had indeed lowered the price of the house. Moreover, the various decorations of the house were very suitable for family life. When the house was originally renovated, the materials used were excellent. There was also a piano, tables, chairs, benches, beds, wardrobes, and other high-end items. The furniture that was left behind were all in good condition. Overall, the Jiao family had indeed gained a great deal. It was as if a pie had fallen from the sky. While they were talking about the house, the old man was also testing the Jiao Pa. He wanted to know what kind of person this buyer was. However, when the topic was about the Jiao Pa's mentor, Yuan Zi's father, Old Master Yuan, the old man sighed. He was also friends with the late Old Master Yuan. When Old Master Yuan passed away, the old man was busy with business and did not know about it. He only heard about it later. However, at that time, Old Master Yuan had already been buried in his hometown. After that, Yuan Zi's career was mainly in the central region. Other than business trips, he rarely went to the south. The old man did not meet Yuan Zi and did not keep in touch with him. Now that he mentioned it to the Jiao Pa, he realized that they were actually not completely unrelated. Because of this, the old man was much kinder to the Jiao Pa. The smile on his face was much more sincere. The conversation with the Jiao Pa became more and more agreeable, especially the recent incident with the red-haired rat. When it ended, the old man's displeasure completely disappeared. "Since I've decided to sell it to you, it's up to you whether you want to live in it or rent it," the old lady said. The old man did not interrupt, but the smile on his face disappeared. "Don't worry. If we live in it, we will definitely take good care of it. Even if we want to rent it, we will choose someone who cares about the house," the Jiao Pa said seriously. What he said was true. Jiao family members cared about the house very much. Although the house in the courtyard was small, it was orderly and not messy. It had the warmth of a small home, and they were used to living there. If the villa was rented out, the Jiao Pa was not willing to let someone with a messy private life ruin his house. After the Jiao Pa said that, Zheng Tan noticed that the old man's smile had returned to his face. It was obvious that the old man was very satisfied with the Jiao Pa's words. He sneered in his heart. "This old man is so nosy. If I didn't know better, I would think that this old man loves this piece of land deeply." The old man gave the Jiao Pa a business card and told him that he and Yuan Zi could go to Nanqing to have fun. This was the old man's personal business card. It was not for business purposes. "When I go to Nanqing, I will definitely visit Uncle Han." Zheng Tan looked at the card. The old man's surname was Han, and his name was Han Fei. Zheng Tan thought that he sounded like a bandit. Old man Han was in a hurry to leave Chuhua City and return to Nanqing. Once the decision was made, he immediately got it done. Jiao Pa did not need to worry about anything. After the matter was settled, Jiao Ma and Jiao Pa came to the villa to take a look. For the time being, they did not tell the two children. It was better not to make this matter public. After all, the Jiao Pa had been in the limelight this summer. If this matter was spread out, those jealous people would definitely make a scene. Although they did not say it, the Jiao Pa indirectly asked the two children about this. Although Jiao Yuan liked a big house, he still preferred to live in the courtyard. After all, the other children were in the courtyard. It was more convenient. Little Pomelo thought that as long as everyone was together, it did not matter where they lived. Zheng Tan was more inclined to live in the courtyard. It was more convenient to walk around. Moreover, although the campus area was not absolutely safe, it was much better than outside. Since they all wanted to stay in the courtyard, then the villa could be rented out. However, the tenants had to be strictly checked. The new semester was about to start. At this time, there were many people renting houses. The Jiaopa was not in a hurry to rent it out. The most important thing was to look at the people. In the last 2 days of August, the school was already very lively. People carrying bags of various sizes could be seen everywhere. There were also some parents who were sending their children to college for the first time. Zheng Tan squatted on a high tree and looked down at the people coming and going below. He also looked at the new cute girls. Every year, from June to September, it was the time when the new and the old were replaced. From the end of April to the beginning of June, the school broadcast all kinds of sentimental sentiments about the brothers who slept on the bunk above me. However, during the last few days, the school could not wait to stamp the word "scram" on the departure procedures. Leave as soon as possible to make room for the new students. In September, the atmosphere was completely different. The school broadcast was full of youthful, positive, and hot-blooded feelings. It gave the new students the impression that the senior is very beautiful and the senior is very hardworking. There was a large flower bed next to the sycamore tree that Zheng Tan was staying in. There were many people sitting at the edge of the flower bed. The large pine tree in the middle of the flower bed provided a large amount of shade. There was a new student who was carrying a mop over. When he saw that there was no more space at the edge of the flower bed, he went to a shady area and sat on his mop. He crossed his legs and shook his feet. He took out a palm-sized MP4 and opened an electronic document to read. "Bro, what are you doing?" someone beside him asked. "Reading a novel." The person who was shaking his feet showed the MP4 in his hand to the other person and told him the plot of the novel with great interest. "Oh, I've heard of this. It's about farming monsters and leveling up. My cousin likes to read it, but I think it's quite ridiculous." The person beside him said with some disdain. He felt that this person's taste was too low. This time, the person did not agree. "What's wrong with farming monsters and leveling up? Are you discriminating against me or what? Haven't you been farming monsters and leveling up your whole life? Doing homework for various subjects, doing all kinds of exams, changing the map for junior high school exams, changing the map for the high school exams, and changing the map for the college entrance exams. During this period, you'll be farming monsters. Maybe you're talented, or maybe you're lucky. Farming monsters to level up to the level of a graduate student. Later on, you'll find out that university students are everywhere, and graduate students are as common as dogs. Isn't life just about farming monsters and leveling up?" The person swayed the flip-flops on his feet. He sat on his mop bag and continued to read the e-book on his MP4. He did not care about his words at all, nor did he feel that there was anything wrong with them. Not far behind him, the people in the graduate student reception area looked at him silently with subtle expressions. Chapter 255. The person holding the MP4 realized that the MP4 was almost out of battery, so he simply turned it off and planned to walk around again. Unexpectedly, when he raised his head to look around, he discovered something very interesting. His gaze also stopped at the parasol tree not far away. Zheng Tan was originally squatting there to look at the new students, but he suddenly found a gray magpie that was noisy and jumping around. It was annoying. Recently, there had been a lot of birds around the courtyard. Every time Zheng Tan was lying on the tree in the courtyard, he was often annoyed by these birds. It seemed that they knew that Zheng Tan wouldn't do anything to them and wouldn't scratch them like the other cats. General was in solitary confinement. Because there were too many people during the start of school, its owner was worried and simply locked it at home. Without General chasing them away, the surrounding birds became arrogant again. This place wasn't far from the courtyard, so the surrounding birds probably recognized Zheng Tan. When they saw Zheng Tan squatting there, they would occasionally provoke him. They flew past Zheng Tan, chirping as they flew. If it happened once, it would be fine, but it happened a few times in a row. No matter how good a person's temper was, they would be annoyed to death. The surroundings were very noisy, and the people resting by the flower beds didn't pay attention to the birds not far away. If he wasn't bored and looked around, he wouldn't have seen the situation over there. After enduring for a while, Zheng Tan saw an opportunity. When the bird flew past him, he slapped it. Although he didn't hit it, his claws still hooked the feathers on the edge of the bird's wing. The bird was probably frightened, and after flying to another tree, it didn't fly over again. Without the bird causing trouble, Zheng Tan yawned and continued to look at the people coming and going. Just now, there was a fair girl in a short skirt who was interrupted by the bird. Now that the girl was long gone, he could only continue to look for better quality girls. Noticing that someone was looking at him, Zheng Tan looked over and saw the funny guy who had been silently blacklisted by a few people at the reception desk. However, Zheng Tan didn't care. What was there to look at a man like him? He continued to look for cute girls. As he was looking, Zheng Tan heard a burst of discussion. Following the sound, he saw a limousine slowly driving over from the school gate. This was the reason why people were talking about it. Most of the people around were carrying large and small bags, dragging trailers, and carrying bags. Occasionally, they would drive a few private cars for children, which would make many people envious, not to mention such a dazzling limousine that suddenly appeared. Of course, other than being envious, there were also many people who were jealous. It was rare for them to see such a luxurious car. They did not expect to see it here. Sigh, in this day and age, children are spoiled to this extent. Not only do they drive their children, but they even drive such a long luxury car. What do you know? This is called flaunting your wealth. I heard that many rich people can attend any kind of school as long as they are willing to spend money. This was obviously saying that the child of this family relied on money to enter the school through the back door, and not through the proper college entrance examination. He's rich, but is it necessary to send a child to school? It's as if he's afraid that people don't know how rich his family is. The people on the other side of the flower bed were also discussing and mocking when they heard a phone ring. At the same time, the person who had been sitting on the mop stood up and dragged the mop towards the limousine that had already stopped at the side. When the person approached the car door immediately opened. Someone got out of the car and took the trailers from the person's hands. Then, everyone saw the person get into the limousine. Until the limousine drove away, the people here were still a little embarrassed. It turned out that the person in question had heard all the mocking words they had said just now. Zheng Tan, on the other hand, did not think much of it. Even though the students in the school were no different from the rest, there were plenty of people who hid things well. For example, Zhao Lu was one of them. Who would have guessed that Zhao Lu was the daughter of the chairman of the Changwei group? It was just that some people were more low-key. Many of his roommates even did not know that their roommates who usually chatted, played mahjong, drank beer, and ate at food stalls were actually rich second-generation heirs or officials. Perhaps they would only find out a few years after graduation at a class reunion or after listening to everyone's gossip. It turned out that the legendary second-generation heirs were so close to them. Looking at the car that had already disappeared on the main road, Zheng Tan did not take it to heart and continued to look for girls. There were many new students in the school these few days. Parents and students were busy everywhere in the school. Zheng Tan could not stay idle after observing the school for a few days. There were too many people and it was not convenient for him to walk around the school. After thinking about it, Zheng Tan decided to walk around the villa by the lake and climb into the house to take a nap. The house was not rented out yet. Although some people had contacted the Jiaopa to rent it, after meeting the tenants, the Jiaopa and Jiaoma rejected them. They did not think highly of the tenant's character, so the house was still empty. When Zheng Tan was free, he would climb into the house and find a room to sleep. When the old lady moved away, other than a few paintings, many other things were left here. Therefore, the house did not look much different from when the old lady lived here. It did not look empty either. It was just that no one lived here, and it did not look lively. Zheng Tan was already familiar with the structure of the house. Even if the doors and windows were closed to others, Zheng Tan knew that there were at least two places where he could squeeze in. The gap between the two places was difficult for people to squeeze in, but for the current Zheng Tan, it was just enough for him to squeeze in. The Jiaopa had purposely left the gap so that Zheng Tan could have a place to rest when he came out for a stroll. For example, today was an example. The sun was glaring, but not long after, it started to rain. The people walking outside did not expect it to be like this, but they were already used to the sun and rain, so they only complained a little. Jing Tan walked over and saw that it was raining. He went into the house and ran to the sofa by the window on the second floor to take a nap. From the looks of it, the rain would not last long. When he woke up, he saw that it was sunny again. When Jing Tan woke up, he looked at the clock on the wall. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He would be back in half an hour. Jing Tan climbed over the window to the balcony on the second floor. He squatted on a round pillar by the railing. There was no sunlight here at the moment, so Jing Tan stood on the pillar to enjoy the breeze and look at the lake not far away. Not far from the house Jing Tan was in, a person who looked like a student walked out of a house. It was the person who wore beach pants and slippers but rode in a limousine 2 days ago. Jing Tan saw 2 days ago. Behind that person, 2 middle-aged men came out. One of them was a real estate agent, and he was talking to the other middle-aged man. It's okay. If you don't like this one, there are a few more options. There are 2 better ones behind. Let me show you. The real estate agent led them forward. Bai Jin, what do you think of these houses? The other middle-aged man turned around and asked while flipping through the information printed on the property in his hand. Unexpectedly, when he turned his head, he realized that the person behind him was not following him. Instead, he was walking in the opposite direction. Bai Jin, where are you going? The middle-aged man did not continue to follow the real estate agent. He quickly turned around and followed him. Feng Baijin followed his father's assistant to look at houses today. The surrounding environment was good. His mother took a fancy to it and asked him to rent a house around here. She also sent an assistant to help look at the houses. However, after looking at a few houses, they did not settle on anything. Either they were not satisfied with the houses, or they put them aside first. They would make a choice after looking at the next few houses. When Feng Baijin walked out, he looked around and saw a black cat squatting by the railing on the second floor of a house not far away. He walked over curiously and saw the rental information at the door. This house is also for rent? The middle-aged man asked the real estate agent. Oh, this house. The landlord of this house has a lot of requirements. The real estate agent explained briefly. In fact, he felt that the landlord had so many requirements that it would be difficult to rent it out. Therefore, when he was recommending houses, he did not consider this house at the top of the list. Moreover, the landlord had not set the price yet. Therefore, when he was recommending houses, this house had always been at the bottom of the list. Where is that black cat? Feng Baijin asked the real estate agent, pointing at the cat that was looking down at them from the second floor. Oh, this is the landlord's cat, the real estate agent said. When he came to look at the house before, the landlord named Jiao had told him that this was the landlord's cat. Even if the cat climbed the walls, jumped through the windows, and scratched the door, he could ignore it. At that time, he felt that this family was quite interesting. They were too indulgent with the cat. He even talked about it when he was eating with his colleagues, so he remembered it clearly. The landlord is a teacher from Tsinghua University. Although the real estate agent was not optimistic about this house, he was very enthusiastic in recommending it. The middle-aged man saw that Feng Baijin was curious about this house, so he wanted to see it. Unfortunately, the real estate agent did not have the key, so he called the Jiaopa. The Jiaopa had just finished a meeting, so he was free for the time being. After receiving the call, he drove over. Seeing Jing Tan yawning on the balcony on the second floor, the Jiaopa's eyelids twitched again. What did it have to do with this guy again? Father Jiao took Feng Baijin and the others to see the house and told them some of his requirements. Feng Baijin did not have any objections to these. He was not a crazy person, and his private life was still decent. He did not mess around. If he wanted to play, he would only play outside and never bring people to the house. After work, the Jiaoma hurried to cook for the 2 kids. Then she rode her scooter to the villa. She still had to check on the house. When the Jiaoma arrived, Feng Baijin's parents also drove over in the stretch limousine. They did not mainly develop their business in Tsinghua City, but in the neighboring province. This time, they dragged a lot of things to the student dormitory, but they found that the dormitory was indeed very small. After looking around, the 2 parents were not satisfied. This was the first time their children were away from home, and the first time they were going to live on campus. Was it really good to live in such a small place? Therefore, Feng Baijin's mother set her sights on the residential area by the lake. Hearing that the children and the assistant were satisfied with the house, the two parents put down their work and came over. The furnishings in the house were all very high-end, and Feng Baijin's mother was more and more satisfied. Not bad, this house is very good. She could tell that the previous owner of this house was a person of status. How much is the rent? The rent for this house is at least 30,000 yuan a month, right? Feng Baijin's mother said as she admired the furnishings on the display cabinet. The Jiaoma was speechless. In fact, the Jiaoma was prepared to ask for 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. She felt that it was too high. She thought that if the person was really good, she would lower the price. She had asked her colleagues about the price before she gave it. She did not expect to hear the person in front of her say 30,000 yuan. This was not the capital, and the Jiaoma had never come into contact with such a high-class rental. She was stunned. The Jiaopa did not say anything. He just smiled and did not answer. Feng Baijin's mother took it as a silent agreement. Oh right, there's something else. The loft on the slope of this house is not for rent, the Jiaopa said. Why? Feng Baijin's mother was puzzled. Chapter 256. The attic was decorated like a simple living space, the kind that people could live in. The decoration was very nice. Obviously, the old lady didn't use this place as a place to store junk. There was a bed, a table, a bookshelf, and a small bathroom. It was said that this place was originally renovated for her grandson, but after her grandson went abroad, no one lived here anymore. At night, people could stay here and see the night sky through the window at the top of the slope. Therefore, when Feng Baijin and his mother heard the Jiaopa's words, their first thought was that the landlord was looking for an excuse. However, Feng Baijin's mother was very satisfied with this house. She didn't care about the size of the house or how luxurious the decoration was, but she cared about the taste of the house. Previously, she had seen a few rental materials provided by the real estate agent, but she wasn't interested in any of them. They had many similar houses in the neighboring province, and she was tired of looking at too many of them. This was the only one that satisfied her. Feng Baijin also felt that this place was good. It didn't have the cold atmosphere of a luxurious house, and it made people feel like they were at home. It was just an attic with a slope, and 2 floors were enough. Anyway, there weren't many people living here. His parents were going back to the neighboring province soon, and they wouldn't stay here for long. At most, they would leave a few people here to take care of him. After negotiating for a while, they were ready to sign the contract. The rent was set at 20,000 yuan. Feng Baijin's mother said that the rent should be 30,000 yuan. The 20,000 yuan price was proposed by the Jiaopa, and the 10,000 yuan price was lowered mainly because he hoped that someone would take care of Zheng Tan when he came to rest here. Feng Baijin didn't think it was troublesome. It was just a cat, and he only needed to provide food and water occasionally. Feng Baijin had to admit that he thought too simply of this matter. However, when he realized it, it was too late. He didn't know that there was a kind of trouble in this world called the landlord's cat. Father Jiao and Mother Jiao didn't need to say anything when they were talking about the price. Feng Baijin's mother even thought that 20,000 yuan was too cheap. She specially mentioned the few ornaments in the house and told Father Jiao not to remove them. They must be placed inside. When they returned home in the evening, Mama Jiao was still saying that if the monthly rent was 20,000 yuan, the money to buy the house would be earned back in a few years. Now, Mama Jiao truly realized why Yuan Zi said that they bought the house at such a low price, a pie in the sky. After the freshmen started school, Zheng Tan went to the villa a few times. Feng Baijin had already moved in for a few days. Other than him, there was also a couple in their 50s who were in charge of taking care of Feng Baijin. Zheng Tan heard the housekeeper call Feng Baijin, Young Master Baijin. Feng Baijin was annoyed by this title, but the housekeeper said that it was always like that on TV. Rich people nowadays were all like that. No matter how many times Feng Baijin said it, the housekeeper wouldn't change it. The auntie seemed to be very capable. She took care of the villa very well. She swept the floor, cooked, washed the clothes, and even took care of the plants in the backyard. Feng Baijin didn't really like the term young master. When his family rose, he was only in primary school. After primary school, Feng Baijin's life changed drastically as he became rich. When his classmates treasured the recorder, he was already carrying an ultra-thin imported Walkman. When everyone was still showing off their Walkman, he was already carrying an MP3 player that cost a few thousand RMB. However, Feng Baijin wasn't that particular. For example, at this moment, he was wearing beach pants and flip-flops. With this guy's temperament, he could wear a few hundred RMB flip-flops that cost a few RMB to make them look like cheap goods from a street stall. Feng Baijin's mother tried her best to change Feng Baijin's taste and temperament. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't change it. She could only infiltrate through some details in Feng Baijin's life. A typical example was the rental incident. The main reason why they could tolerate the attic being occupied by a cat was because of the house. Even though Feng Baijin's parents wanted to change their son's unsophisticated temperament, they didn't succeed. Feng Baijin was their only child. They couldn't bear to be too harsh on him. In the past, they would occasionally say a few words, but now, they didn't say much. Many people said that Feng Baijin was very vulgar. From his taste to his pursuits, they were all vulgar. What was the point of chasing after girls in school? He should go and chase after celebrities. However, Feng Baijin didn't care about his vulgarity. He always said that it wasn't vulgar, but down to earth. Humans were still alive. They had accumulated good karma in their previous life. In this life, they were reincarnated to enjoy life, not to suffer. They should live as they should. What made Zheng Tan satisfied was that when he went to the attic, he found that the attic had been cleaned. Even though the attic was only prepared for Zheng Tan's cat, the auntie often went there to clean it. She didn't touch the furnishings in the house, and there was nothing missing. However, Zheng Tan didn't go there often. During this time, he sometimes went out at night. Today, he suddenly decided to go to the old building area to have a look. Now, Zheng Tan sometimes walked to the lakeside villa, and sometimes went to the old street to see the old man playing the eru on the overpass. Thinking about it carefully, he hadn't been to the old building area for a long time. Part of the old building area had been demolished, and part of it was waiting to be demolished. However, there were a lot fewer people. It was estimated that only the last group of people were still there, but they wouldn't stay for long. Zheng Tan came to the place that hadn't been demolished yet. He hadn't been there before. He jumped on the wall that was already somewhat incomplete, and then climbed to an empty building. Zheng Tan looked at the part that had been demolished. There, he used to teach the cat abuser a lesson with a beer bottle. In the past, Li Yuanba also walked there with peanut candy. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed, and this area was almost completely demolished. After the demolition, in less than 2 years, modern high-rise buildings would appear here. The old building area only existed in those old photos. The only people who would remember this place were those who used to live here and had deep feelings for this old building. Sometimes, the city's construction was so fast that one's memory couldn't keep up. One needed to stop and think about it to remember what it used to be like. There was a street lamp where Zheng Tan was standing now. It seemed that the people who hadn't moved here had pulled the line themselves. He really needed to pay more attention to this road, or he would trip over it. Just as he was reminiscing about the old residential area, Zheng Tan suddenly heard a commotion. He came down from a high place and walked in the direction of the sound. He walked over the incomplete wall. Not far from the street lamp, a kitten was fluttering with small insects. It looked like it was less than a month old. It was thin and small, and when it walked quickly, it staggered a few times. It couldn't even run steadily. It pounced once and rolled twice, but it was still playing happily and didn't notice the other movements around it. After the kitten fluttered for a while, its claws hooked on his snakeskin bag. The bag was pressed down by several heavy bricks, and the kitten's claws hooked on the surface of the bag. The kitten's control of its claws was not very flexible. After hooking it, it couldn't break free. It hung there, twisting left and right, and it was useless to pull its claws. He didn't know whether to say that the quality of the snakeskin bag was too good, or that the kitten was too weak. In short, Zheng Tan looked at its stupid appearance and felt anxious for it. After squatting on the wall and watching for a while, Zheng Tan jumped down from the wall and walked over to the kitten. At this time, the kitten realized that a strange cat was approaching. It looked at Jing Tan with some vigilance. Its claws hooked on the snakeskin bag struggled harder, but it still couldn't break free. The kitten anxiously called out a few times. Jing Tan felt that the sound was a little strange. It was different from the sounds of the kittens in the pet center, and it was also a little different from the sounds of the big and small kittens. It was probably the difference in the species that caused the difference in the sound. Jing Tan didn't think much about it. However, when Jing Tan got closer and sniffed, he found that the smell of the kitten was a little familiar. While thinking about who the smell belonged to, he helped the kitten's claws to break free from the snakeskin bag. After regaining its freedom, the kitten ran a few steps away from Jing Tan, but it stopped. It looked back at Jing Tan, called out, and then slowly walked toward Jing Tan. Jing Tan wasn't in a hurry to leave. He simply squatted there and thought about who the smell belonged to. While Jing Tan was thinking, the kitten came to Jing Tan's side and tentatively raised its claws to touch Jing Tan's arm a few times. It probably felt that Jing Tan wasn't a threat, so it became bolder and moved around Jing Tan. Just when Jing Tan remembered who the smell of the kitten belonged to, his ears twitched. He stood up and looked forward. Not far from the corner in front of him, a cat that was a size bigger than Jing Tan walked out. It flattened its ears and looked at Jing Tan, its throat making a warning sound. Although it was very afraid of Jing Tan, it still walked toward Jing Tan step by step. As it walked, it bared its teeth and growled. After this cat appeared, the kitten that was originally fluttering around Jing Tan ran over there. It ran and called out as if it was acting spoiled. Jing Tan looked at the cat not far from him and sighed in his heart. This cat was getting worse and worse each time. At this moment, the cat that was baring its teeth at Jing Tan was the big leopard cat that had met Jing Tan twice and lost to him twice. Most of the females in the cat family were quite ferocious, not to mention the tigers and leopards that lived alone. In the pride of lions, most of the time, the female lions were responsible for hunting. For example, among the ordinary cats, Li Yuanba and Black Rice were also very ferocious. Most of the time, Jing Tan would not treat the other party as a gentleman just because they were female, because they could beat you up until you could not take care of yourself in the next moment. Take this leopard cat for example. If Jing Tan had given in, it would have been dead long ago. The animal world was simple and crude. The weak were prey to the strong, and there was no such thing as a gentleman. Because of this, Jing Tan always ignored the gender of cats and dogs when he met them. As for this big leopard cat, if he hadn't seen this kitten, Jing Tan wouldn't have remembered that this guy was actually a female. In the past, anyone who saw this ferocious look would think that it was not to be trifled with. Speaking of ferocious look, Jing Tan looked at this big leopard cat carefully. The reason why he sighed that the cat was getting worse and worse each time he saw it was because this big leopard cat no longer had the arrogant look that it used to have. It also didn't have the look that made people want to buy it at a high price. There were a few scars on its body, which ruined its overall beauty. One of its ears had an obvious gap, and its legs seemed to have some problems. Although it wasn't obvious when it walked slowly, Jing Tan could still see it. While Jing Tan was observing the big leopard cat, the big cat was also wary of Jing Tan. The kitten that had run next to the big cat turned around and ran toward Jing Tan. It was running happily and didn't notice the strange atmosphere at all. Chapter 257. Jing Tan wasn't interested in the skinny and small kitten running towards him with its tail raised. Although he was curious about how the leopard cat ended up like this, he was only curious for a moment. Everyone had their own fate, and every cat had their own life. Jing Tan lifted her foot to push away the kitten that was bouncing over. Just as she was about to leave, Jing Tan heard a child's voice. Big Flower, where are you? Big Flower? Jing Tan, who had already turned around, looked back at the leopard cat whose ears were twitching and who was no longer as nervous as before. Was Big Flower calling for it? Hearing the footsteps getting closer and closer, Jing Tan quickly left, but stopped at the corner. He jumped onto the bumpy red brick wall and looked back. A 7- or 8-year-old child ran over, and behind him was an old man with a flashlight. After seeing the leopard cat, the child was obviously relieved. Then, he ran over and picked up the kitten. He stroked the leopard cat's head and said, "Big Flower, it's too late. Don't run around. Go back." Big Flower seemed to be its new name. The name sounded quite ordinary. Zheng Tan watched the two people and two cats leave. He thought for a moment and followed them to take a look. That family belonged to the last batch of households to move out. Their original family conditions weren't very good. How could such a family raise a leopard cat? The leopard cat looked a lot thinner than before. Even the kitten was thin and weak. Zhang Ziyan guessed that they didn't have much milk to feed the kitten. This family was not like Air Mao. Zheng Tan didn't stay for long and went back. In the next 2 days, Zheng Tan would walk around the old building area at night and see how the leopard cat was living now. Although it was not as luxurious as before, at least there was a guarantee of life now. Moreover, the two children in that family were very good to the big leopard cat. The father of the two children drove back with 2 small braised chicken legs for them after delivering the goods. They also saved some meat for the big leopard cat. Although food with too strong a taste was not very good for pet cats and dogs, sometimes it was good to have food. There was no need to pay attention to that at all. This family was the same. They gave the cat what the people ate. It was estimated that the big leopard cat had not fully adapted to it. It had lost so much weight, and even the kittens were not growing well. Once, when Zheng Tan went over, she saw the two children hugging the big leopard cat to sleep. The big leopard cat also leaned against them very docilely, occasionally licking and helping to comb the children's messy hair. It looked just like an ordinary house cat. Zheng Tan learned the reason why the leopard cat ended up like this from Air Mao. That day, when Zheng Tan was going downstairs for a walk, he happened to see Air Mao cleaning the house. He had just finished bathing black rice. There were wet cat and human footprints on the floor. After mopping the floor, Air Mao sat on the sofa to rest. While he despised Zheng Tan for being idle all day, he mentioned the leopard cat to Zheng Tan. It turned out that the second owner of the leopard cat had some trouble at home. There was a big mistake in the business field. Last month, he was so busy with debt that no one in the family paid attention to the leopard cat. Later, a relative of the family saw it and had the idea of cat fighting. He took the leopard cat to cat gambling with other people. That was their new hobby. He thought that the leopard cat was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be defeated by a wild cat after winning a few rounds. Its ear was bitten off, and there were many injuries on its body from the few bites. It was also beaten up because it lost a few rounds. After that, it was probably sold to a cat meat restaurant, Air Mao said with strong contempt and disgust for those people. Zheng Tan thought that the leopard cat was still alive. Although it wasn't doing well, it was still better than being eaten. In fact, Zheng Tan felt that if the leopard cat had maintained the state it was in when he first saw it, even if it was taken to cat fighting, it might not lose. The key was that it had been trained when it was the second owner. Cats were not easy to train, and their wild nature was deeply ingrained in them. Therefore, the so-called training of a cat trainer to temper its nature in a short period of time would probably involve some extreme methods. When Zheng Tan saw the leopard cat for the second time, it was indeed a lot softer. If it fought in that state, even with its advantage in size, it might not be able to win against the cats that survived the wild every time. One day, after dinner, Zheng Tan walked to the old residential area again. Thinking of what Air Mao said, Zheng Tan sympathized with the leopard cat. As a pet, it was indeed very lucky to have a good owner. In comparison, Zheng Tan felt that it was better to stay in the Jiao family. As he was thinking, Zheng Tan raised his head and looked in front of him. The leopard cat was squatting there. When it saw Zheng Tan, it immediately stood up. It didn't look vigilant like last time, but turned around and ran away. Zheng Tan was speechless. Did he look that scary? That leopard cat was getting more and more timid. Zheng Tan complained in his heart. Zheng Tan was about to head over to the house to take a look, but before she could take a few steps, she noticed that the leopard cat had returned. What was different from before was that it was holding the kitten in its mouth. Zheng Tan was puzzled. Why was it holding the kitten in its mouth? The leopard cat approached Zheng Tan. At first, the leopard cat's footsteps were hesitant. It moved slowly step by step, but when it realized that Zheng Tan didn't show any intention of attacking or harming it, it quickened its pace. The kitten in its mouth was confused and innocent. It didn't know what its mother wanted to do. Looking at the cat that was getting closer and closer, Zheng Tan had a bad premonition. She wanted to turn around and run. Before Zheng Tan could move his feet and run, the leopard cat stopped half a meter away from Zheng Tan and put down the kitten in its mouth. After the kitten landed on the ground, it looked around. Probably because it smelled its mother's familiar scent, it became bolder and moved around the leopard cat. However, the leopard cat gently nudged its head in Zheng Tan's direction. Zheng Tan was speechless. It couldn't be what he was thinking, right? The kitten didn't realize its mother's intention. It couldn't resist and was pushed towards Zheng Tan. When the kitten saw Zheng Tan, it immediately ran over and played with Zheng Tan's palm. The kitten's teeth were long, but it didn't have much strength when it bit, so Zheng Tan didn't feel any pain. Zheng Tan looked at the kitten that was fluttering around her hand. When she looked at the leopard cat again, she realized that the leopard cat had already walked back. "Hey, you forgot to bring your son." Zheng Tan saw that the leopard cat was walking faster and faster. When it walked faster, he saw that there was something wrong with its hind legs. It lost its balance and looked a little limp when it ran. That wasn't the point. The point was that the big cat ran away after it brought the kitten over. Zheng Tan pushed the kitten back. The kitten thought that Zheng Tan was playing with it, so it struggled even harder. When it looked back and saw that its mother was running further and further away, the kitten meowed a few times and chased after her. Unfortunately, its small arms and legs were still developing slowly, so it rolled after a few steps. When the kitten meowed, the big cat stopped and looked back. Then, it turned around and continued running. The kitten couldn't keep up with its speed. Soon, the kitten realized that its mother was gone. It was tired of chasing, so it sat on the ground and looked at the dark alley in the distance. It meowed softly. Zheng Tan now understood that the big cat wanted him to help take care of its child. He wouldn't do something like taking care of someone else's child. Even its mother didn't care about it, so why should he care? Zheng Tan turned around and was about to leave. The kitten finally remembered that there was another cat here. It looked in Zheng Tan's direction, then got up and chased after it. It ran 2 steps and rolled, then got up and ran again. Unfortunately, a kitten was a kitten. How could it be faster than a big cat? Not to mention Zheng Tan, who disappeared in a few seconds. Zheng Tan ran to the fork and heard the kittens meowing. He stopped and squatted there to think. Then, he tiptoed back to the corner and carefully poked his head out to look at the alley that was full of bricks and debris. The kitten didn't meow loudly. It was squatting there in confusion, not knowing what to do. It meowed softly. Zheng Tan retracted his neck, thought for a while, then poked his head out to look in that direction. After hesitating for a while, he lifted his foot and kicked a small stone next to him. The stone was kicked out, and the sound of it rolling attracted the kitten's attention. It also saw Zheng Tan at the corner. Under the dim light of the only street lamp in the alley, the furry ball walked toward Zheng Tan. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. The raindrops fell and hit some glass bottles and metal plates, making a sound. Zheng Tan looked at the sky and cursed in his heart. F***ck the weather forecast. What happened to the sunny week? What happened to the good weather for going out? Can't you let me take a walk happily? The raindrops fell more and more rapidly. Looking at the kitten rolling every 2 steps, Zheng Tan quickly walked a few steps and picked it up. He stood up and ran into the dark alley with no light. Anyway, there was basically no one around. Even if there was someone, they wouldn't see him. At this time, there should be a lot of people at Tsinghua University. It wasn't good for him to run over like this. Zheng Tan thought for a while, then turned and ran towards the villa by the lake. Anyway, it wasn't far from there. More importantly, there weren't many people there at the moment. Zheng Tan purposely found an inconspicuous path and a place with more cover. When he walked near the villa, Zheng Tan jumped over a bush. When he landed, he slipped and almost fell. Zheng Tan simply stopped to catch his breath. However, he found that not far in front of the door of a shop, under a big umbrella, a child was standing there looking at Zheng Tan. The child was holding a drink and blowing bubbles into the bottle for fun. When he suddenly saw this scene, he was so excited that he blew the drink out of the cup. The child didn't care about the drink and stared at Zheng Tan without blinking. Zheng Tan saw that it was just a little kid who noticed him, so he didn't care anymore. After looking at the route, he grabbed the kitten and ran into the forest 2 steps away, continuing to run towards the villa by the lake. After Zheng Tan ran away, the child's mother came out of the shop, picked up the child, opened the umbrella, and prepared to go home. "What are you looking at?" the child's mother asked. "A big cat carrying a kitten and running away with sauce." The child bent one arm and demonstrated. Chapter 258. When Zheng Tan brought the kitten to the villa, it was raining heavily. Zheng Tan was covered in rainwater. The kitten was carried by Zheng Tan, so it didn't get wet. It was in a better condition than Zheng Tan. Before renting out the house, Father Jiao installed a small ladder at the side. People couldn't use it to go up. The ladder couldn't bear the weight and could only bear the weight of a cat. The ladder was also very small, so it was just right for the cat to use. Feng Baijin didn't care at that time. He even felt that this family was really good to the cat. Zheng Tan didn't usually use the small ladder. He could find a place to climb up the attic. It was convenient and free. He could go up however he wanted. Today, he was carrying a kitten, so it wasn't convenient for him to climb the wall. So he climbed up the ladder. Opening a window in the attic, Zheng Tan climbed in and closed the window to block the rain and wind outside. He turned on a table lamp next to the window. In fact, it didn't matter if he didn't turn on the light. Zheng Tan could adapt to the dark environment here. Turning on the light next to the window was just to tell the people downstairs that the one moving in the attic was Zheng Tan and not some other thief. Zheng Tan remembered that there were many things in the cabinet in the attic that the old lady didn't take away, such as towels. The towels hadn't been used for a long time, but they were very clean. Zheng Tan took one out and wrapped it around the kitten, so it wouldn't catch a cold. Although the temperature wasn't low, the kitten was still fragile and easy to get sick. The wooden floor in the attic was very clean. Zheng Tan directly put a few towels on the floor and put the kitten there. The kitten kept meowing. Zheng Tan didn't know if it was hungry or wanted to express something else. He looked around. On the single bed in the attic, there was a small tiger plush toy. The old lady had bought it as a birthday gift for a friend's child. Later, for some reason she changed it to another gift. The tiger plush toy had been left here. When the old lady moved away, she didn't take it with her. To the old lady, this toy didn't have any special meaning. Zheng Tan used it as a pillow to sleep when he came here. Zheng Tan took down the plush toy that was almost as big as him and put it next to the kitten. Maybe cats were very close to soft plush things. The kitten went over and touched it with its paws. The kitten's attention was diverted, and it stopped meowing. Zheng Tan stayed at the side and wiped her feet with a towel. Along the way, her feet were also covered in mud, and there were muddy footprints on the floor. However, the auntie downstairs would come up to clean the house tomorrow. Father Jiao had offered to pay a cleaning fee every month, but the auntie refused. In fact, the two auntie and uncle salaries from Feng Baijin's parents were much higher than those of white-collar workers, so they didn't care about the cleaning fee. When the Jiaopa rented the house, he said that Zheng Tan had stayed here for a long time, so he was very familiar with the place. He knew how to open the cabinets and windows. This was to warn Feng Baijin and the others in advance, so that they wouldn't be scared when they saw Zheng Tan turn on the lights and cabinets. Feng Baijin stood at the stairs leading to the attic. Just now, when he came out to pee, he suddenly heard a kitten meowing. He went out to take a look. The lights by the window in the attic were turned on, which meant that the landlord's cat was in the attic. However, the cat usually climbed through the window to sleep. He had never heard of a kitten. Although he didn't hear the kitten meowing anymore, Feng Baijin was still curious. He quietly walked up the stairs to the attic room's door and leaned against the door to eavesdrop. He heard another kitten meowing. This time, Feng Baijin was sure that there was a kitten inside. That was definitely not the meowing of an adult cat. After thinking about it, Feng Baijin thought of a possibility. The landlord's cat had given birth to a kitten. But then he thought about it. Every day, Aunt Lee went upstairs to clean, but she didn't see the kitten. Was it just born today? How could a newborn kitten meow like that? That didn't seem right. It didn't sound like a newborn kitten either. Could it be that the landlord's cat had given birth a long time ago and was just hiding the kitten? Could it be that the landlord actually knew about it but didn't say it out loud? Was that why he didn't rent the attic? Feng Baijin's imagination was running wild. He didn't know how far his thoughts had extended. Zheng Tan didn't know that he had been accused of many things. At this time, he was thinking about how to deal with the kitten. Compared to Amy, the kitten was too weak. He didn't even know if it could survive. Anyway, Zheng Tan didn't think that he had the ability to raise a kitten. The leopard cat really gave him a difficult problem. Since the leopard cat had brought the kitten out, it must have its reasons. Zheng Tan didn't send it back. Should he leave it here and let Feng Baijin take care of it? Zheng Tan didn't know much about tenants, so he couldn't make a decision. In his heart, he didn't want to bring the kitten back to the Jiao family. He was enough for the Jiao family. However, if there was no other choice, Zheng Tan could only bring the kitten back to the Jiao family. Zheng Tan really wanted to slap himself. He was so kind. As he was thinking, Zheng Tan heard the sound of knocking on the door. The door creaked open. The attic's door was never locked. It was convenient for the aunt downstairs to come up and clean. Driven by curiosity, Feng Baijin twisted the door lock and opened the door to look inside. The attic's room was dark for Feng Baijin. Fortunately, the room wasn't big. With the help of the light next to the window, Feng Baijin saw the black cat, playing with a towel, and the lump on the floor. After looking carefully, Feng Baijin found the kitten in the lump. There was no other way. The tiger toy blocked the light. After seeing clearly, Feng Baijin paused, then immediately turned and went downstairs. "Aunt Li, there's a cat upstairs." "I know. It's the landlord's cat." Aunt Li was watching TV on the first floor. "No, it's a small one. A very small one. What's wrong? Did the landlord's cat give birth on the roof?" The uncle also came up and asked. "It must be." Aunt Li immediately stood up and was about to go upstairs to take a look. "I heard that female cats like to move after giving birth. No wonder I couldn't find it usually. It probably moved back because of the rain." The three people thought that they had found the truth and ran upstairs. At first, Aunt Li was afraid that the female cat would protect the kitten. After seeing that Zheng Tan didn't react at all, she went up to take a look. "Oh, what a sin. Such a small kitten is so thin. Big cats are so irresponsible," Aunt Li said and looked at Zheng Tan with dissatisfaction. Zheng Tan was speechless. What kind of look was that? Was she accusing him? It was none of his business that he was thin. The three people were still talking about the kitten. The more Zheng Tan listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. After knowing that he had been given birth, Zheng Tan went crazy. "Damn, that's not my seed. And it's definitely not my child. I'm a man. A man." Unfortunately, the three people couldn't hear Zheng Tan's grievance of being trampled on by the alpaca. Although the kitten wasn't afraid of people, it was still very repulsed by unfamiliar creatures. It kept crying and struggling when it was picked up, but probably because it had been tossed around for a long time and was hungry, it didn't have much strength. "It has grown so many teeth. It's been more than a month. How did you take care of it? It's so thin. I'm going to make a bowl of egg soup." Aunt Li ran out as she spoke. There were many people who lived around here who hired nannies, so Aunt Li had met some people when she went out to buy groceries or take a walk. She knew a lot of things. 2 days ago, she heard a nanny complain about helping the owner take care of a kitten. Aunt Li didn't pay much attention at that time. She only remembered part of the content. The kitten's food had to be not cold, not hot, not hard, and not dry. She remembered that the nanny seemed to have said that she was going to make egg soup, but she didn't know if the kitten would eat it. Anyway, it was good to try. It was just an egg. Look at how thin the kitten was, alas. Soon, Aunt Li came up with a bowl of egg soup. She first dipped some on the kitten's nose, and the kitten licked it off. Because it smelled the fragrance of the food, it was much more energetic. "Looks like it's still food." Aunt Li was satisfied. She picked up a spoonful of egg soup and tested the temperature. Then she brought it to the kitten's mouth. The kitten didn't struggle now. It lowered its head and licked the egg soup in the spoon. Looking at the three people surrounding the kitten, Zheng Tan felt that these tenants were actually not bad. It was good to let them take care of the kitten. It would save him a lot of trouble. After one thing was solved, Zheng Tan looked out of the window. It was no longer raining, so it was time to go back. So, Zheng Tan opened the window and jumped out. When Zheng Tan went down from the attic, he heard the nanny in the attic scolding, "What's the mother doing? The kitten is still here, but she just ran away." Zheng Tan was so angry that he almost fell out of the attic window. Damn, I'm so wronged. The next day, when Zheng Tan went to the lakeside villa, Aunt Li wasn't there. According to the uncle, it seemed that she was sending the kitten to the pet center and buying some suitable cat food. At the same time, in the old building area, the family with the leopard cat was preparing to move out. Where's the kitten? The child's father asked. I don't know. Yesterday, I saw the big flower take the kitten out. At night, it came back alone. I went out to look for it, but I couldn't find it. Maybe someone took it away, the child's grandfather said. That's good. The kitten will suffer if it follows us. Kittens are not as fragile as big cats. This kind of cat is intelligent. It knows that the kitten will suffer if it follows us, so it probably thought of a way to send it away, the child's grandfather sighed. He had bought the big cat from a mahjong buddy who owned a restaurant. His child had taken a fancy to the big cat and found out that the cat was pregnant with kittens after he bought it. Unfortunately, only one of the 3 kittens survived because of her poor health and poor living conditions. Although the kitten was thin and small, the old man believed that the kitten would definitely grow up to be very strong in the future. The child's father didn't believe in intelligence, but he didn't say much. Anyway, it was good for them not to take the kitten with them. Otherwise, the journey would be torturous. This time, he planned to take the compensation money to do business in the coastal area. It was indeed inconvenient to take the kitten with him. He thought of giving the kitten away. Yesterday, he told a friend here that he planned to give the kitten away when the 2 children weren't paying attention. He didn't expect that the female cat would take the kitten away by herself. Today, when the children at home asked, they said that the kitten had left with its father. The 2 children even cried. When the old van left the old building area, in the car, the big leopard cat stayed at the rear window, looking in the direction of the old building area. When it couldn't see it anymore, it went back to the seat with the child holding it. Tsinghua University. At noon, Feng Baijin stopped the Jiaopa when he was about to go home to take a nap. Feng Baijin wanted to call him yesterday, but it was already past 9. He felt that it was too late, so he didn't call. Since they bumped into each other today, it was a good time to talk. Feng Baijin followed him on the scooter that he just bought a few days ago. He thought for a moment and said to Jiaopa, Mr. Jiao, did you know that your cat gave birth? Chapter 259. The Jiaopa stopped the car and looked at Feng Baijin. The wind was too strong. I didn't hear you clearly. Can you say that again? Feng Baijin looked at the slightly swaying leaves of the tall sycamore trees on both sides of the road. He didn't understand what the Jiaopa meant. Last night, Feng Baijin and the other 2 thought that the landlord must have known that his cat had given birth. That was why he was so concerned about it. But now, it seemed that the landlord was still very surprised. After reversing the car and joining the Jiaopa, Feng Baijin said again, Your cat gave birth. The Jiaopa was speechless. This was even more shocking to Father Jiao than the discovery of the red nest rat. However, after the initial shock, Father Jiao knew that there must have been a misunderstanding. His cat's son must have picked it up from somewhere. Or perhaps, it was really his child but the mother cat was not around. No matter what, the Jiaopa had to get to the bottom of this. He wasn't in a hurry to go back. The Jiaopa put away his surprised expression and said, Kitten. The male cat in my house. Male cat. This time, it was Feng Baijin's turn to be surprised. He had suspected this before, but yesterday, Aunt Li said that only female cats would protect their kittens. Many male cats would kill kittens directly. Aunt Li had seen male cats kill kittens several times before. Feng Baijin voiced out his doubts. Adult male cats in the wild may kill other lactating kittens, but the pet cats now are more easygoing. Some of them even get along well with the kittens. They may even help take care of them, the Jiaopa said. Are you going back to the villa now? I don't have classes in the afternoon. I'm going back now. Okay. Wait for me for a while. I'll go to the yard and then I'll go with you, the Jiaopa said. Feng Baijin parked the car on the side and called the villa to inform them. Jiaopa drove back to the courtyard to get something. He didn't go home. After explaining to Jiao Wei that he would help take care of little Pomelo at noon, he went directly to the lakeside villa with Feng Baijin. At this time, Aunt Li had already brought the kitten back from the pet center. The results of the checkup were good. The kitten had suffered a lot in the past, and its nutrition couldn't keep up. It would be fine to take good care of it. After more than a month, it would be vaccinated. Aunt Lee bought a lot of cat food from the pet center. She also bought some kitten products. When the Jiao Pa and Feng Baijin arrived, Aunt Lee was busy in the kitchen. The butler was reading the pamphlet given by the pet center. The kitten was no longer placed in the attic. Instead, it was placed in a guest room that had been cleared out. In the past, there had not been many people living there. Now that it had been tidied up, it was just right to put it there. It was close enough for people to take care of it. After returning from the pet center, the kitten had been meowing. After Aunt Lee put the tiger toy next to it, the kitten's meowing gradually stopped, and it quickly fell asleep. The Jiao Pa came to the newly made cat bed and looked at the small ball lying in it with the tiger toy. Based on the color of its fur, it was possible. The kitten's fur was dark gray. If one looked carefully, they could see some dark spots that were similar to black patterns. However, cats and dogs couldn't be judged based on the color of their fur. The Jiao Pa took out the camera and took a few photos. Then he poked the kitten gently with his hand. The kitten was sleeping soundly. After being poked a few times by the Jiao Pa, it just smacked its lips, moved its mouth, and changed its position to continue sleeping. The Jiao Pa stood aside and listened to Feng Baijin's detailed description of what had happened last night. So, it seems that the black cat at Mr. Jiao's house picked it up? Aunt Lee heard that the landlord's cat was actually a male cat. Now, her bad opinion of Zheng Tan had faded. She even thought that Zheng Tan was doing a good deed. Aunt Lee thought that the kitten must have been abandoned. If it had been taken good care of, how could it be so thin? At the same time, Aunt Lee was also happy. Since it was not born by the landlord's cat and was just an ownerless kitten, she could raise it herself. She was busy for a while last night and took the kitten to see a doctor this morning. She liked the kitten very much. When she first moved in, she was thinking about when to raise a pet to relieve boredom. She did not expect to meet this little guy. Feng Baijin saw that Aunt Lee was happy and knew what she was thinking. However, he didn't say anything. He looked at the Jiao Pa, who was deep in thought, and asked for his opinion. What Father Jiao meant was that if it was his son's cat, he would definitely bring it home and raise it himself. It wasn't a big deal to have another cat at home. Although the place was a little small, it was a cat. As long as it could solve the problem of food and accommodation, it could just follow its father for a walk. But if it wasn't, since Aunt Lee wanted to raise it, it could stay here. But how could he test it? Feng Baijin watched the Jiao Pa take out a pair of gloves from his pocket and put them on. Then, he took out a bag from his bag, took out a cotton swab from the bag, and put it into the kitten's slightly open mouth. The kitten was probably still dreaming and didn't open its eyes. It probably thought that the thing in its mouth was some kind of delicious food. It even hugged and bit it a few times. The Jiao Pa took out the cotton swab and put it into a small plastic cylinder. He put the cylinder away and sealed it with a sealed bag. Looking at the Jiao Pa's series of actions, Feng Baijin opened his mouth and felt that it was incredible. It looked like he was going to do a DNA test. Feng Baijin had only seen people do a DNA test in his life. He had never met anyone who did a DNA test for a pet before. What should he say? He could only say that the landlord valued the cat too much. There was a hilltop attic in front of him, and now he wanted to do a DNA test. Was it necessary? Feng Baijin didn't understand. Although he didn't think it was necessary, Feng Baijin was curious and still cooperated. After the test, he forced the Jiao Pa to have lunch and talked about the cat. The Jiao Pa didn't say much about Zheng Tan, and Feng Baijin didn't ask any more questions. When the Jiao Pa left, Feng Baijin asked the Jiao Pa to let them know after he came to a conclusion. After leaving the villa, the Jiao Pa went back to the courtyard and didn't see Zheng Tan. At this time, Zheng Tan had already sent little Pomelo to school. He would probably go out for a walk later, so the Jiao Pa went back to the courtyard. In the office, the Jiao Pa called Yuan Zi. A DNA test. Or for your cat. Yuan Zi was surprised. Do you want to do a blood type test or a DNA test? Yuan Zi was surprised, not because he thought the Jiao Pa's request was ridiculous, but because he was surprised. In fact, Yuan Zi knew people who did similar tests for pets, but those tests were for high-end species, such as the Tibetan Mastiff. which was expensive and had a high bloodline requirement. Some horse racers also did pedigree tests for horses. The people in charge of these tests had a lot of work, such as DNA tests for pets' relationships, identification of individuals' identities, DNA genealogies for certain high-end species, DNA evidence collection, and pedigree tests. However, Yuan Zi had only heard of animals like dogs and horses. As for cats, this was the first time Yuan Zi came across one. Chuhua City didn't seem to have seen a similar testing company or department. It wasn't that there was a technical problem, but mainly because from a businessman's point of view, there was no market demand for this. Otherwise, Yuan Zi would have opened up this field a long time ago. Relatively speaking, the human paternity test program already had a very fixed template. After a set of identification procedures, the cost was relatively low. But pets were different. For dogs, there were too many types of pet dogs. To do it accurately, the experimental procedures for paternity tests of different types of dogs might be different. The cost of designing a separate set of identification procedures was too high. It was estimated to cost tens of thousands of yuan, which was much higher than the value of most pets. Who would be willing to spend money on this? A few days ago, there was a famous dog owner who spent a lot of money to breed a good purebred offspring. In the end, he found out that the purebred offspring were a litter of mixed fur. He even filed a lawsuit. He even said that he wanted to do a DNA test for the purebred dogs. In the end, he found that the cost was too high, so he settled it privately in other ways. Do a DNA test first. I've already got the sample, the Jiaopa said. He knew that he could ask his cat's son, but it would be better to have sufficient theoretical evidence. Yuan Zi paused, then suddenly said, I almost forgot. The genetic database you built yourself has the data of your Maneki Niko. *CK. You've been prepared for this day, haven't you? The Jiaopa didn't answer, but said, send someone over to get the sample from me later. Yuan Zi's company had several departments that were responsible for primer synthesis, sample sequencing, and some related experiments. These services were mainly targeted at various universities in Chuhua City, and each university had several people in charge of related services. Okay, I'll call the person in charge of Chuhua University. Yuan Zi moved the mouse on the computer to search for the person in charge of the sample delivery. By the way, you've removed the word vice from your name. When are you coming out to have a drink? Let's solve this first. The Jiaopa wouldn't be happy if he didn't solve this problem. Okay, I'll let you know when I get the result. Don't worry, I'll arrange for a reliable technician to do the test for you. Since it was something that Yuan Zi, the big boss, had specially ordered, it progressed quickly. There was no need to queue up, and the person in charge of the test was also an experienced veteran. 2 days later, the Jiaopa received the test results. Comparing the genetic data of Zheng Tan in the database, the Jiaopa called Zheng Tan to his room for questioning after he got home at night. After dinner, Zheng Tan was about to go to the villa to see the kitten. This afternoon, he went to the old residential area and found that all the people there had moved away. The leopard cat was also gone. Thinking of the skinny kitten, he decided to go there for a walk. He didn't expect to be stopped by the Jiaopa black charcoal. Give the kitten you picked up to Feng Baijin and the others to raise, the Jiaopa said. That's good. I also think it's a good idea to let them raise it. Zheng Tan thought to himself. Seeing that Zheng Tan didn't care and even seemed to be relieved, the Jiaopa picked up his phone and was about to call Feng Baijin. After thinking about it, he didn't know if Feng Baijin had classes, so he directly called the villa's phone. The person who answered the phone was Aunt Li. Hearing that the Jiaopa said that the kitten would be raised by them, Aunt Li was very happy and even asked Zheng Tan to go over to play more often. While the Jiaopa was on the phone, Zheng Tan jumped on the desk and wanted to see if the Jiaopa was browsing the pet forum on the internet. However, he found a document next to the mouse. On it, there were some pictures that Zheng Tan couldn't understand. However, although he couldn't understand the pictures, Zheng Tan could understand the words at the bottom. After reading through the content, Zheng Tan felt that her grievances had been cleared, but at the same time, she felt a sense of helplessness. Chapter 260. Because of the kitten, Feng Baijin and the other two became more familiar with the Jiaopa. They no longer had the formal communication between the landlord and the tenant. The name of the kitten was given by Feng Baijin, because the kitten always liked to put the tiger toy in its nest. Without the tiger toy, it kept calling, so Feng Baijin directly named it Huzi. Some people had nicknames like Huzi. In the Jiaopa's hometown, many people had nicknames like Huzi, but some pets were also called Huzi, especially pet dogs. Aunt Li and the uncle were quite satisfied with the name. The kitten was strong, so it might be small now, but it would be small in the future. When Zheng Tan went to check on the kitten, the two uncle and aunt were standing next to the kitten, watching it play. When the people at the pet hospital checked on Huzi, they told me that the kitten would definitely grow up to be tall and strong. Aunt Li said happily, "They were just comforting you. It's just a kitten, and they don't even know what its parents look like. Who knows what it will be like in the future?" The uncle sneered. However, Zheng Tan noticed that the uncle looked at the kitten with a smile when he spoke. Obviously, he liked the kitten, although the uncle always said that he preferred dogs. The kitten's condition was obviously much better these days. It fluttered its fur and was very energetic. Zheng Tan watched it for a while and then left. When the kitten grew up, it would probably be restless. Thinking about the leopard cat, he knew that its genes were good. Moreover, Zheng Tan suspected that the leopard cat was conceived in the cat fighting field. If it inherited a fierce and aggressive temperament, when it grew up, would this place still be peaceful? A 3-month-old cat was equivalent to a human's 5 or 6 years old. A 1-year-old cat was equivalent to a human's 13 to 15 years old, and a 2-year-old cat was equivalent to a human's 24 years old. Generally speaking, a cat's puberty was between 1 and 2 years old. It seemed that it would only take a year for the kitten to grow up. Taking the peanut candy as a reference, when the kitten grew up, it would go out and fight in its territory. Who knew what would happen when the two met in the future? Just thinking about it gave him a headache. After leaving the villa, Zheng Tan didn't leave the place immediately. Instead, he walked to the lakeside and walked along the road. A fish leaped out of the lake and fell back into the water with a splash. Zheng Tan was admiring the scenery by the lake when he suddenly heard a few cat meows from the greenery by the roadside. It was the sound of a fight. Zheng Tan stared in that direction for a while. Soon, 2 cats ran out of the greenery one after another. The cat in front was slightly stronger, and the one behind. Zheng Tan recognized it. Wasn't this the 3-legged tortoiseshell cat that Air Mao's great-aunt raised? Zheng Tan had heard from Air Mao that his great-aunt lived in a house near the lake, but Zheng Tan didn't know which lake it was. When he first came here, he wondered if the old lady lived here, but he didn't look carefully. Now, it seemed that the old lady really lived here. The old lady's 3-legged tortoiseshell cat had lost one of its legs, but Zheng Tan knew that this cat was very strong. It could even catch big and fat rats. Now, it proved that this cat could not only catch rats, but also fight well. Didn't you see that it was chasing the strong cat in front of it? The tortoiseshell cat seemed to recognize Zheng Tan as well. It glanced in Zheng Tan's direction and did not do anything else. After the cat that had been chasing it ran away, the tortoiseshell cat no longer chased after it. It also ignored Zheng Tan and turned to walk in the other direction. Zheng Tan followed it. The tortoiseshell cat should be going back. He also followed it to see where Air Mao's great-aunt lived. After he figured out where she lived, he would take a detour. The tortoiseshell cat walked slowly. When it walked, it was obvious that it was different from other cats. However, when it ran, Zheng Tan didn't dare to underestimate it. The place where Air Mao's great-aunt lived was slightly further away from where Feng Baijin lived. It was also a 2-story villa. It was slightly smaller than Feng Baijin's, but the yard was bigger. Zheng Tan watched as the cat climbed over the fence and entered. She stuck her head out and looked into the yard. There was a wheelchair in the yard. The old lady was in the wheelchair. "Hey, little black charcoal, what a rare guest." The old lady in the wheelchair squinted and said. She seemed to be very happy about Zheng Tan's arrival. Zheng Tan didn't expect to be discovered by the old lady. He really didn't intend to go in and say hello. He just wanted to make sure that the old lady didn't live here. He didn't expect the old lady to be so observant. After the tortoiseshell cat went in, it jumped into the old lady's arms and found a comfortable position to lie down and close its eyes. It seemed to be indifferent to everything around it. Seeing that Zheng Tan didn't go in, the person in the wheelchair waved to Zheng Tan. Little black charcoal, come. Let's talk. Zheng Tan hesitated. He always felt that the old lady was weird. He couldn't figure out what she was thinking. However, even if it was for the sake of the Jiao Pa and Air Mao, the old lady wouldn't do anything to him. Besides, she was in a wheelchair. After climbing over the fence, Zheng Tan stopped 3 meters away from the wheelchair and looked at the old lady in the wheelchair. Looking at the old lady's smiling face full of wrinkles, Zheng Tan felt uncomfortable. Little black charcoal, how have you been recently? Zheng Tan didn't answer. He couldn't answer. He just looked at the old lady and waited for her to continue. As a cat, is it very hard? The old lady still had that smiling face of hers as she looked at Zheng Tan. As for Zheng Tan, he felt a chill run down his spine. What had this old hag seen? When Zheng Tan's body tensed up, the old lady in the wheelchair slowly moved her gaze away and said calmly, "Have you heard of a story? There was an old Zen master who was taking a walk in the temple at night. He saw a chair by the wall and knew that someone must have broken the temple rules and jumped over the wall. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he walked to the wall, moved the chair, and squatted down where the chair was originally placed. Not long after, a young monk jumped over the wall. In the dark, he stepped on the old Zen master's back and jumped into the courtyard. When his feet touched the ground, he realized that it wasn't the chair that he had stepped on, but his own master. The young monk panicked. He thought that the old Zen master would scold and punish him. However, to his surprise, the old Zen master didn't scold or punish him. He only said in a very calm tone, "It's late and cold. Go and put on more clothes." Coincidentally, Zheng Tan had heard of this story before. When Jiao Ma was reading an education book, she had discussed it with Jiao Pa. They called this kind of education the Tai Chi style. It was like Tai Chi, turning the problem into nothing. At this moment, silence was better than words. The master's calmness made the disciples' heart tremble. From exposing to spontaneity, from rule by others to autonomy, it allowed the person who made the mistake to find the problem and correct it with dignity. But in this kind of situation, Zheng Tan felt that the old lady's words had a deeper meaning. It's rare to be confused. After the old lady said the last sentence, she closed her eyes. It seemed that she didn't want to talk anymore and was ready to rest. Hearing the last sentence and connecting it to the previous story, Zheng Tan's heart suddenly jumped. In different historical environments, the meaning of the sentence, "It's rare to be confused," was different. Some people used it to ridicule, while others used it to self-correct. However, the old lady's sentence clearly pointed out one thing. Some people understood that even if you pretended, you were only pretending for others to see. Zheng Tan was not a qualified cat. Even now, he still couldn't grasp the degree. If he didn't pay attention, he would show some details that were far better than other cats, such as reading, making a phone call, recognizing maps, and so on. More than one person knew that Zheng Tan had these abilities. Jiao Pa, Little Pomelo, Air Mao, Fong Shaokeng, Celestine, and so on. In terms of IQ, Zheng Tan was far less intelligent than many people around him. He was slow to think, and some things could only be figured out later. However, many people around Zheng Tan might have already realized that something was wrong, or they might have thought in the direction that some people thought was strange but close to the truth. It was just that they usually lived in peace and knew what was right and what was wrong. For some people, such as Ran Qi, as long as Zheng Tan was harmless to them, who would care if Zheng Tan was a god or a demon? Zheng Tan once heard a philosophy student say when he was walking around, "Life is an art, but in reality, people often ignore the art of life. They always like to understand everything, and they can't tolerate even a little bit of sand in their eyes. They seem smarter than anyone else, but many times, they do things contrary to their wishes. People can't be smart about everything, and they can't be calculative about everything. Otherwise, they will be exhausted, and the gains won't make up for the losses. However, they can't be confused about everything. If they don't know anything and are irresponsible, then they will really be confused." Zheng Tan felt that philosophers were a bunch of lunatics with too many holes in their heads. They always thought about what other people thought, and thought about things that other people couldn't think about. However, Zheng Tan had to admit that what they said did make sense. After all, this was a matter of propriety, And Jiao Pa and the others had grasped this propriety very well. There were more smart people in the world than people thought. There were also many strange people and strange things in the world. In this era, there weren't Frankenstein monsters everywhere, but people who used the guise of scientific research to earn money from the country were everywhere. Moreover, Zheng Tan had a lot of people covering for him. In the past, Zheng Tan didn't pay much attention to it, but now that he thought about it carefully, he realized that he had a lot of loopholes, and yet he was still safe and sound. He could even go out freely every day. Thinking about it this way, Zheng Tan felt that life was still full of sunshine, and he wasn't fighting alone. Taking a deep breath, Zheng Tan raised his head and found that the old woman had left at some point. Zheng Tan was the only one in the courtyard. After leaving the old woman's courtyard, Zheng Tan walked along the cement road by the lake. He walked briskly back to Tsinghua University. On the lake, a fish leaped up, fell down, and disappeared. The ripples gradually calmed down. After returning to Tsinghua University, Zheng Tan saw that it was still early. There was still some time before lunch, so he planned to walk around the kindergarten and see what that naughty kid, Zhuo Xiaomao, was doing. Yes, the 42-year-old student, Zhuo Xiaomao, had entered kindergarten. The 42-year-old came from Zhuo Xiaomao's self-introduction at the beginning of school. My name is Zhuo Xiaomao. My nickname is Zhuo Xiaomao. I also have an English name, Zhuo Xiaomao. I'm 42 years old this year. That day, Zheng Tan squatted by their classroom window and looked at them. When he thought about it, he found it funny. When Zheng Tan arrived at the kindergarten, the children were playing with toys and slides. Zhuo Xiaomao was holding a building block, and next to him stood an unfamiliar man in his 20s. Chapter 261. Zheng Tan had never seen the man before. All the teachers in the kindergarten were female, and they had been selected many times and had some connections. They were relatively reliable. Zheng Tan knew both of the teachers in Zhuo Kitten's class. There was no such man. Tsinghua University's kindergarten was very strict. Strangers were not allowed to enter. The children of the school's staff were all here. The guard was also an old man. He knew most of the people here. Therefore, it was impossible for him to make such a mistake and let in an unfamiliar person. Of course, that was only for people. It was useless against special cases like Zheng Tan. Those walls and fences could not stop cats at all. Zheng Tan jumped onto a tree not far away and looked at Zhuo Kitten and the man. Zhuo Kitten was setting up building blocks. She set up a small car. The man next to her was guiding her. After that, he probably got anxious and squatted down to help her set up. He did not stop talking. Zheng Tan listened. This person was talking about high-end cars. To many children, this was a completely unfamiliar term. To them, a Hummer was not as attractive as a fire engine. I'm still missing a wheel. Zhuo Kitten looked at the person next to her expectantly. I'll go look for it. The man set up a building block, then got up and took a step back. He was going to the box where the building blocks were placed to see if there was anything suitable. Just as the man retreated, he stepped on something when he landed on the ground. His foot slipped and he fell to the ground. The indoors were covered with foam mats, but this was not the case outside, especially the place that Zhuo Kitten had chosen. Although it was not a cement floor and was covered with a layer of wood, it was still painful to slip like this. Looking at the man's twisted face on the ground, one could tell how it felt. Before Zhuo Kitten could react, a child who was slightly closer to her laughed out loud when he saw the man slip. The other children heard the commotion and looked over. They also laughed. It was easy for a chain reaction among children to form. After being laughed at by a group of children, the man lost a lot of face. The two female teachers heard the commotion and came over to see the situation. The teacher surnamed Bai was especially nervous when she saw the man's appearance. How is it? Teacher Bai asked. It's okay. The man on the ground struggled to get up. Although he said it was okay, it was also because of his pride. Looking at the way he was gasping for air, it was definitely not that easy. It's a marble. Another teacher found the reason why the man slipped. Marbles were very dangerous for children in the lower class. They could easily slip and accidentally eat them. After all, many children like to put anything they picked up into their mouths. Therefore, marbles were definitely not among the toys provided by the kindergarten. It was impossible for such things to appear here. It must have been left behind by one of the kids from the senior class. The man gritted his teeth and said, "A few days ago, he saw some kids in the upper class playing this game. Although they put it away and cleared the area, he didn't expect to miss one." The two female teachers searched the field one more time. After confirming that there were no more marbles, Teacher Xiao Bai helped the man and left. They went to the school hospital to take a look, while the other teachers stayed behind to continue looking after him. Zheng Tan, who was not far away, saw clearly that Zhua Kitten had taken out the glass bead from her pocket and placed it there when the man was squatting down to set up the building blocks. The two teachers would never link this incident to little kitten Zhua. What could a 2.5-year-old do? Here, little kitten Zhua was the youngest in the lower class. The other children were basically sent here when they were 3 years old. There were also children who were 2 or 3 months old who were sent here. The parents were either too busy or afraid that their children would lose at the starting line. When they saw other families sending their children to school, they hurriedly sent their children over. In fact, whether or not the children could go to kindergarten depended on the children. If they were too young, their minds would be weak and they wouldn't have the ability to take care of themselves. Sending them to kindergarten would not only tire the teachers but also make the children suffer. It might also make the children feel conflicted. As for little kitten Zhua, who was 6 months away from turning 3, his mental fortitude was strong enough. He also had the ability to take care of himself. He could eat, sleep, and poop by himself. He was much stronger than some 3 or 4-year-olds. Moreover, little kitten Zhua was the one who suggested that he go to kindergarten. On the first day of kindergarten, when the teacher finally calmed all the children down, the little guy howled, causing the other children who had finally stopped crying to cry again. For these children, it was too easy to cry when they were away from their parents for the first time. As for the initiator, little kitten Zhua, when everyone was crying, he ran to the table in front of him and picked a big and good apple to sit by the side and eat. He didn't know who he learned it from. This little bastard was so bad. The children quickly stopped paying attention to what had just happened and began to play on their own. They had been in the classroom for a long time before. It was rare for them to come out and play, so they didn't care about those unimportant things. This was the difference between children and older children. The latter would continue to talk about what had just happened, while the former would forget about it. To them, the toys and slides in their hands were not as attractive as the toys in their hands. Little kitten Zhua pushed the cart that he had just pieced together and prepared to continue playing. He placed the blocks on the ground into a circle, then added other blocks on top of this circle to form a cylinder. These blocks were not all square. There were also triangles, circles, trapezoids, and so on. This child was able to use these blocks of different shapes to make this cylinder very high and stable. After placing all the blocks on the ground, little kitten Zhua pushed down the one that he had just pieced together and yawned. When he looked up at the tree and saw Zheng Tan, he immediately went over to Zheng Tan happily. Zheng Tan came down from the tree and stopped at a corner by the side, waiting for little kitten Zhua to come over. Little kitten Zhua was usually not very honest. He was also very obedient and had strong self-care skills. After handling his own matters, he would help other children. Because of this, little kitten Zhua gave the teacher and other students a very good and positive impression. Only when he was with Zheng Tan would he talk a little more, and that would also reveal the little guy's thoughts that were different from his appearance. Brother hey, I just punished a bad guy. Little kitten Zhua said, looking as if he was asking for praise. Bad guy? That guy? To be honest, that guy gave a good first impression. First of all, his appearance was too deceiving. He was good-looking, which would give him a lot of points. With a little self-expression, no one would think that there was something wrong with him. Zheng Tan believed in little kitten Zhua. I saw him steal little Li's teddy bear. He even lied and said that he didn't see it. Little kitten Zhua whispered the secret that she had discovered to Zheng Tan. The little Li that little kitten Zhua was talking about was another child in the lower class. Zheng Tan did hear that a child here had lost something 2 days ago. It was a crystal pendant in the shape of a teddy bear. It was about 1,000 yuan. It was a gift from that child's relative. That child often took it out to show off. Unexpectedly, After he fell outside, he came back and found that the pendant was gone. When he ran to the place where he fell, he couldn't find the pendant. That parent even suspected the kindergarten teacher, but there were many children here with good conditions. There were a few who were jade. In terms of value, those jade pendants were worth a lot. Why didn't he see anyone lose it? Why did your family lose it? They couldn't find anything and were worried that it would affect the other children. In the end, they could only leave it as it was. Now it seemed that the person who had picked up the pendant was that guy? After listening to little kitten Zhua's whisper, Zheng Tan found out that little kitten Zhua couldn't sleep that afternoon. She took the periscope that she had made out of children's toothpaste and 2 small lenses and saw it. The children in the kindergarten all slept here at noon. They didn't go home. Little Lee woke up during lunch break to go to the toilet and fell. As for the periscope, there was a simple periscope made out of cardboard and 2 lenses according to the principle of light reflection in the primary school's labor curriculum. Zheng Tan had seen some children play with it in the courtyard some time ago. It was the first time that Zheng Tan had seen someone as small as little kitten Zhua. Every time he squats for a long time, he gets up and steps back. He steps back this much. Little kitten Zhua gestured with her hands. In other words, this guy didn't place the marbles blindly. He placed them there after observing and measuring them. However, wasn't this observation skill used wrongly? However, he was still a child after all. He didn't think too far ahead and didn't want to tell the teacher or parents. He only thought of it as a small game for himself to have fun. As for why little kitten Zhua didn't tell little Lee about it, Zheng Tan heard little kitten Zhua's tone just now. He didn't have a good impression of little Lee, who had a loud voice, loved to show off, and wet the bed. He even put a bug on little Lee's skirt, scaring her to tears. However, no one knew that it was little kitten Zhua who put the bug. From the perspective of a parent, this was the time to educate him about what was right and wrong and what was the best way to do it. However, Zheng Tan didn't know how to do it and couldn't do it. He couldn't even speak, so how could he educate him? Little kitten Zhua, is this your cat? A little girl came over and asked. Although little kitten Zhua said that his name was Zhua Yang, many children still liked to call him little kitten Zhua. Little kitten Zhua shook his head. No, he's my brother. When the little girl heard the answer, her eyes widened. She said in disbelief, no wonder you're called little kitten Zhua. Your brother is a cat. Can you become a cat? Oh. The little girl's face was full of disappointment. She looked sideways at Zheng Tan and reached out her white and tender little hand to pull Zheng Tan's beard. Zheng Tan dodged. Zheng Tan didn't have a good impression of these little brats. No matter how cute they were, they could annoy people to death. They didn't know how to control their strength and cried easily. Therefore, he didn't plan to stay here any longer. He raised his hand at little kitten Zhua. Little kitten Zhua was about to say something to the little girl, but when she saw Zheng Tan's action, she quickly reached out and touched Zheng Tan's cat hand. Goodbye, brother He. Little kitten Zhua waved at Zheng Tan's back and turned around to continue what she didn't say just now. She told the little girl not to pull Zheng Tan's beard in the future. Otherwise, brother He will be angry. After Zheng Tan left the kindergarten, he was still thinking about what little kitten Zhua had said about the boy being a bad guy. It wasn't a good thing to keep such a person in the kindergarten. As he was thinking, he took a shortcut to pass by the school's hospital. Zheng Tan saw the boy and girl coming out of the school's hospital. The girl was the kindergarten teacher with the surname Bai, and the boy was the bad guy that little kitten Zhua had mentioned. Now, the boy was walking uneasily. He probably had a bad fall. When they passed a fork in the road, the two separated. Teacher Bai went back to the kindergarten. Later, she had to supervise the children to eat lunch and sleep, so she couldn't leave. The man, on the other hand, took a different route. Chapter 262. The man did not leave through the main entrance. Instead, he left through a side door that led to the old street. At this time, the number of people on the road gradually increased. Some people who had set up stalls were busy occupying seats. The students of Tsinghua University, who only had 2 classes in the afternoon, had also finished their classes. They came out for a walk and to eat some snacks. Zheng Tan did not follow too closely. There were many people there. Many people did not pay attention to their feet when they walked. If he went over, his limbs and tail would probably be broken. Moreover, Zheng Tan could see the situation from the sidewalk. It was not worthwhile to take the risk and look for trouble. As he followed, Zheng Tan saw that the man's footsteps became faster. There was a small stall next to him. The stall was filled with accessories and gadgets. Girls liked them very much. There were many people around the stall. After the man passed by, Zheng Tan noticed that there was a woman's phone in his hand. After getting the phone, the man turned it off skillfully. He opened the back cover of the phone, took out the card, and threw it into the bin beside him. Then he put the phone in his pocket. That technique was something that only a veteran could do. It was too fast and too natural. It was so natural that the student did not feel that he had lost his phone. The people around him also did not notice anything strange. If Zheng Tan had not seen the man steal the phone with his own eyes. After stealing the phone, the man's originally frowning and bitter face was now relaxed with a smile on his face. It was as if what had just happened had made him very happy and dispelled his original gloominess. Zheng Tan did not know if this person liked to use this method to vent his depression or if it was because he had another profession that he did something like stealing phones. No matter what, he was obviously not a good person. He was worse than what Zhuo Xiaomao had said. That's right. He even stole children's things. Stealing phones was nothing. Zheng Tan looked back. There were some people around the small stall selling accessories. He could not see if the person who lost the phone was among them. He guessed that the unlucky owner had not realized that he had lost his phone. The person in front had already walked a little far. Zheng Tan hurriedly followed. He couldn't do anything now. Zheng Tan was also familiar with the path that the people in front of him were taking. If they walked along the old street, they would not walk far before turning a corner and arriving at an old neighborhood. Although this neighborhood was old, it wasn't really that old. It was built in the 90s. It was all 6 or 7 stories high, and there were 5 or 6 households on each floor. However, from the outside of the community, one would feel that the community was old. The development of the city was too fast, and the architectural style was old-fashioned. Coupled with the newly built commercial streets and high-rise buildings not far from here, the feeling was even more obvious when standing at the fork in the road. Behind these old-fashioned community buildings, towering modern buildings looked down on everything like giants, which made this place even more old-fashioned. Sometimes, it even gave people a feeling of time and space being intertwined. Most of the people who lived in this old community were old men and women. There were also some young people who worked nearby. Zheng Tan watched the man enter the community. He quickly jumped into a closed side door at the side. After looking for a while, he continued to follow the man after seeing him. When he was shopping on the old street, he had also visited several communities. This was one of them. He was neither familiar nor unfamiliar with it. In Zheng Tan's memory, the buildings here were easy to climb. When he walked in, he could hear the sound of mahjong coming from many rooms on the first floor. The old men and women gathered together to play mahjong every day when they had nothing to do. Therefore, most of the rooms on the first floor were tea house, like entertainment places. A mixed fur little Pekingese barked at Zheng Tan a few times after seeing him. Not far away, a white puppy lying on the side of the road twitched its ears and glanced over. Then, it lay down lazily again. It was not interested in Zheng Tan at all. There were many puppies and cats in this community. When the cats moved, it was really one after another. Because cats were so common, whether it was humans or animals, seeing Zheng Tan was not strange at all. Many people did not even bother to look at him. The man in front seemed to be familiar with the barking of dogs in the community. After hearing it, he did not look back at all. He continued to walk forward, talking on the phone as he walked. Zheng Tan heard him complaining to the person on the other end of the phone about today's bad luck. His tone was very disgusted with the children in the kindergarten. He even cursed a few times viciously. This made Zheng Tan very unhappy. After all, this person was scolding Zhuo Kitten. People's hearts were biased. Zheng Tan was biased and righteous. Moreover, this person's character was problematic. Those little bastards, if they don't get beaten up for a day, they will make a scene. *CK, they are asking for a beating. The person in front was still complaining, but after walking into the corridor of a building, his emotions were restrained a lot. The building was very quiet. If he opened his mouth and scolded, he wouldn't be able to get a good look from the people around him. Zheng Tan followed him in. There was an iron door at the stairs, but it seemed that it had not been closed for a long time. The people who lived here probably thought it was too troublesome to close, so the iron door at the entrance of the building was empty. The man lived on the 3rd floor. Zheng Tan watched the man take out the key to open the door and go in. Before closing the door, Zheng Tan heard the man talk about where to go on Friday night. Zheng Tan did not stay there for long. After finding out where the man lived, Zheng Tan went downstairs and walked around the residential building before leaving. For the next 2 days, Zheng Tan walked around the kindergarten every day, but he did not see the man. There were only a few female teachers in the class. Looking at the children wearing paper rooster hats and singing "Big Rooster Ooh Ooh" with the teachers, Zheng Tan turned and left. He could not appreciate these children's songs. He always felt that if he stayed here for too long, he would be assimilated by these little kids and become childish. On Friday night, Zheng Tan went out to the residential building after dinner. Since the man said that he was going to play on Friday night, he should not be at home. Zheng Tan decided to go to his house and cause some trouble. The consequences of offending a cat were very serious. When he arrived at the residential building, there were not many people walking around at night. Many elderly people went to bed early and did not have the energy to play mahjong at night. They stayed at home and watched TV. Basically, they fell asleep around 9 o'clock. There were no street lights around, only some lights coming from the residents' houses. It was not very dark, but there were many blind spots. It was not difficult to see what was happening in the shadows. Zheng Tan looked around, found a place, and climbed up along the corner. The 2 households directly below the man's house had installed a shelter outside. One was for the outdoor air conditioner unit to block the rain, and the other was to prevent water from dripping down when the residents above were drying their clothes. Many households would install such a shelter outside their windowsills, and it was convenient for Zheng Tan to use the shelter as well. When Zheng Tan climbed up, he would use these shelters. If someone passed by, Zheng Tan would hide on the shelter. Although it was not very bright here, people close to Zheng Tan could still find him. It was not late at night, and there were still many young people walking around. When he climbed past the 2nd floor, Zheng Tan heard someone approaching, so he quickly climbed up. Damn! What a big gecko! It's black and it has cat ears. A voice came from below. Zheng Tan. Obviously, that person had found out about Zheng Tan. At the same time, fortunately, that person was not very sober. Nonsense, I'm not drunk. I'm sober. Ugh. Zheng Tan hid on the shelter on the 2nd floor and listened to the vomiting sound below. Fortunately, this person was drunk. Otherwise, it would be troublesome, but not too troublesome. After all, Zheng Tan was just a cat. A cat climbing a wall? It was not a supernatural event. After the drunkard vomited, he staggered away, and his phone fell into the pile of vomit. The drunkard did not realize that he had dropped his phone. No one passed by, so Zheng Tan quickly climbed up and climbed into the window on the 3rd floor. Fortunately, the iron bars were not close together. The distance between 2 iron bars was just enough for Zheng Tan to squeeze in. Perhaps because of the iron bars, although there was no one inside, the window on the 3rd floor was not locked. They probably thought that no one would enter through there. Zheng Tan looked around. At this time, it seemed that many people had gone out for a walk. The people in the residential building opposite would not pay attention to this side. Even if they looked, they would not notice Zheng Tan. There was no light on the windowsill, and it was very dark. People could not see Zheng Tan in the dark with their vision. After opening the window, Zheng Tan looked inside. Based on the smell, this room was that man's. The room was not as messy as Zheng Tan imagined. There was a familiar smell left behind by the kindergarten's teacher Little Bai. The 2 of them were a couple, but teacher Little Bai did not live here. She should have been here this afternoon to tidy up the room for that person. There were too many obstacles. Zheng Tan decided to look at the room from above before deciding where to start messing around. Jumping from the bookcase to the wooden wardrobe next to it, Zheng Tan was about to look down when he found a key on the wardrobe. This key looked like it was used often. It was not rusty, and there was no dust on the key. There was a layer of dust around the key. The person who cleaned it did not take care of the wardrobe. Therefore, the contrast was very obvious. The smell left on the key proved that the man had used this key not long ago, but Teacher Littleby had not touched it. A key that was used often was placed on the high wardrobe. But there was obviously something wrong. Jing Tan looked at the other furnishings in the room. He jumped down and tried the locked drawers and cabinets. The others could be opened directly. Only two were locked. One was the small cabinet under the bookcase, and the other was the bedside table. He looked at the keyhole. They were similar. Jing Tan took out the key and gave it a try. The bookcase opened. The cabinet was filled with mobile phones. One of them was the stolen pink mobile phone that Jing Tan had seen 2 days ago. Looking at the 6 mobile phones in the cabinet, there were 2 women's mobile phones, 3 men's mobile phones, and one of them was more gender neutral. It was used by both men and women. The 6 mobile phones were of different ages, and the price difference was very big. One of the mobile phones could be considered a thief's mobile phone in this era. There were also 2 mobile phones that looked more high-end. They could be sold for 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. These mobile phones should have been stolen by that person. In addition to the mobile phones in the cabinet, there was also a box with a SIM card in it. In Tsinghua University, there were many street vendors and retail agents selling SIM cards that did not require the buyer to show his or her ID card. The ones here should be similar. If these mobile phones were missing, would that man be angry when he came back? Chapter 263. Jing Tan looked at his cat paw and then at the phones in the cupboard. Finally, his eyes fell on a flip phone for men. The screen of the phone was considered big for this era, and the buttons were relatively big, making it easier to use. Jing Tan put the phone aside and the pink phone aside. He opened the box with the SIM card and took out 2 SIM cards. There was no bag in the room, so Jing Tan went to the door and listened carefully. After confirming that there was no one in the room and no one outside, he jumped up, opened the door, and went out. The house had 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. It was not big. The other room was empty, and there was some gym equipment. Jing Tan walked around and found a clean bag. He put the flip phone, the pink phone, and the 2 SIM cards in it. He tied the bag and went back to the room to deal with the rest of the phones and SIM cards. During the process, Jing Tan went through a few drawers, but he did not find the missing pendant that Chua Kitten had mentioned. It had probably been sold, or it was hidden in a hidden place. Jing Tan did not find it. Jing Tan did not know where the phones were stolen or who the owner was. He did not care about that. He was too lazy to pay attention to unrelated people. As for the owner of the pink phone, Jing Tan was just going to help him out. After she was done, Jing Tan was just about to jump out of the window when she suddenly stopped. She ran to grab some tissues to wipe away some of the traces, such as the places with obvious cat paw prints and the dusty wardrobe. Although she did not do it very carefully, as long as she could get rid of the cat's traces, everything would be fine. Jing Tan threw the key to the cupboard into the toilet hole. The cupboard was locked again by Jing Tan, leaving the man to worry about. After walking around twice to make sure that his footprints were gone, Jing Tan went out the window with the bag with the phone and SIM card in his mouth. As for the remaining traces in the room, based on those alone, it was impossible to suspect that a cat was the culprit. It was easy to climb up, but difficult to climb down. It was not easy for Jing Tan to climb down from the window. After moving some distance on the wall, he jumped onto the shelter outside the window on the 2nd floor. Although this residential area was relatively old, the shelter was still quite sturdy. When he landed on the awning, there was a loud bang. The sound was not loud, but the people in the house must have heard it. However, when they opened the window to look out, Jing Tan had already jumped from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor. He landed on the ground and found a place to hide. Hiding behind the bushes, Jing Tan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the window on the 2nd floor was closed again. After a while, Jing Tan left with the bag in his mouth. There were many places that the lights could not reach at night. Although he had to take some detours, in order to hide his tracks, Jing Tan could only take the longer route. When he arrived at Tsinghua University, Jing Tan jumped over the wall near the side door. He opened the bag from the greenery and dialed the pink phone to the guard room when no one was paying attention. The phone was right in front of the guard room steps. Zheng Tan looked at it for a while until a guard saw it and picked it up. He asked the students passing by and picked it up. After he failed to find it, he picked up a pen and wrote, "Lost and found," on the notice board. Only then did Zheng Tan leave. The quality of the guards at Tsinghua University was not bad. After that, Zheng Tan did not go home directly. Instead, he went to the forest near the freshman dormitory. 2 years ago, when the freshman dormitory had not been built, that place was very remote. Almost no one walked around at night. There were many thick trees in the forest. Zheng Tan remembered that when he used to train there, he saw a hole in a tree. In the past, Zheng Tan had placed his cat tag in that tree hole. Thinking about it, he had not walked there for a while. Ever since the freshman dormitories were built and the freshmen moved in, Zheng Tan did not walk there much. Today, it was a good opportunity for him to go there and take a look. Even though after the new student dormitory was built, the secluded area of the campus had gotten a little more lively, but it was only a little. There were students walking around the forest area at night, and there were some students having sex in the small forest. However, there were not that many people, so it was not difficult for Zheng Tan to avoid them. There was no one around the tree hole. Zheng Tan jumped up the tree and looked at the tree hole. There was a pile of rotten leaves. The last time Zheng Tan came here, he had filled it with branches, leaves, and a plastic board to prevent other animals from occupying it. Now, it seemed that it was not a good idea. There were worms growing in the rotten leaves. Zheng Tan broke off a branch and dug out the things inside. It was very wet and there were many small worms crawling around. However, Zheng Tan could not think of a better way to deal with it. He could only put up with it for now and think of a way tomorrow. After digging out the tree hole, Zheng Tan put the bag with the mobile phone and SIM card inside. Although there were many places in the old tiled house where Zheng Tan could hide his mobile phone without worrying about the wind and rain, there was no telling when someone would go in there. As for the tree hole here, it seemed that only birds and cats could come in, and normal birds and cats were not as interested in the mobile phone as Zheng Tan. After thinking about it, Zheng Tan still felt that the tree hole was safer and more stable. Stealing a mobile phone from a thief, would that be considered a double cross? Who cares? Zheng Tan shook his head. He had never been a person of integrity. After opening the bag, Zheng Tan turned on the mobile phone and put it on silent mode. He opened a racing game on the mobile phone and started playing. Zheng Tan had not touched a mobile phone for a long time. Even if it was a game with rough graphics, he could still play it happily. No one would have thought that at this time, on a tree in the forest at the edge of Tsinghua University's campus, a cat was hiding in a tree hole and playing with a mobile phone. After about half an hour, the mobile phone showed that it was almost out of battery. Zheng Tan reluctantly turned off the mobile phone. There was no SIM card installed in the mobile phone. He looked at the 2 SIM cards in the bag and forgot to install them when he was playing games. Forget it, he would think about it later. Zheng Tan opened the back cover of the mobile phone with some effort and took out the battery. He would take it back and use Jiao Ma's universal charger tomorrow when there was no one at home. After taking out the battery, he put the mobile phone and the 2 SIM cards into the bag. After tying the bag, Zheng Tan looked at the battery. It was not a good idea to bite the battery. Not to mention the toxicity of the battery, Zheng Tan remembered the conversation between Jiao Pa and Jiao Yuan a while ago. Many students in Jiao Yuan's class ran out of battery when they used some electronic products. They were too lazy to buy a new one, so they just used it and bit it to dig out the battery's remaining energy. That was why there were many discarded batteries in Jiao Yuan's school with bite marks. A few days ago, there was news about a little girl who was injured by a battery because she bit it. According to the newspaper, an expert's explanation was that batteries contained chemicals. If saliva entered the battery when biting into the battery, it could cause the battery to short-circuit and explode. This was especially true for counterfeit products and low-quality batteries. It was very likely that accidents would occur because of the quality of the batteries could not be guaranteed. The batteries that students usually used were number 5 or number 7 batteries with zinc shells. Zheng Tan did not know about the battery of the mobile phone, but he did not dare to take the risk. He still cherished his cat's life. Zheng Tan was semi-illiterate when it came to academic knowledge. He did not understand and was not interested in learning more about it. He just needed to listen to Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma. It was simple, convenient, and did not need to use his brain. Therefore, to be safe, Zheng Tan ran to the vendors outside the side door to pick up the bags. After the number of students increased, there were some vendors outside the side door in the evening and at night. When the vendors saw Zheng Tan pick up a plastic bag from the stall, he thought that the cat was just playing with it for fun. There were many cats who liked to play with plastic bags, and plastic bags were not worth much. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to Zheng Tan. Instead, he paid more attention to the passing students. After putting the battery into a clean plastic bag, Zheng Tan took the plastic bag back to the house. He hid the battery in a corner of the courtyard, went upstairs, brushed his teeth, and took a shower. He had taken a lot of plastic bags today, so he needed to brush his teeth more. The electric toothbrush that Jiaoma had bought for him was not bad. The next day, when no one was home, Zheng Tan took the bag with the battery home and used Jiaoma's all-purpose charger to charge it. In order to charge the battery more, Zheng Tan stayed at home in the morning and afternoon. At the same time, he found a bag in the clutter. This was Jiaoma's change bag. It had not been used for a long time, so she probably forgot about it. Zheng Tan took the bag out, washed it under the faucet, and put it on the balcony to dry. The size of the change bag was just right for the flip phone. The strap was just right for Zheng Tan's neck, so he did not have to lift it with his teeth. After everything was ready, Zheng Tan found an opportunity to go back to the tree hole. He installed the battery and tried the 2 SIM cards. He also tried to check the phone bill. One of the cards had no money left, and the other only had a few yuan left. After installing the card that still had the phone bill, Zheng Tan thought about the man's phone number. Yesterday, when Zheng Tan went to the kindergarten, teacher Little Bai was calling the man. After she finished the call, she put the phone on the desk to look after the other children. Zheng Tan checked the call log. It showed that the number was Dear. Zheng Tan memorized the number. At the same time, in the old residential area, Zhang Dong was complaining on the phone. In the morning, when I was changing my shoes, I found a few SIM cards in my shoes. I hurriedly went to the closet to change into a suit. When I went out to take the bus, I took out a few SIM cards from my pocket. When I went home to cook noodles in the kitchen, I opened the cupboard and found a phone inside. I ran to drink some water to calm myself down. When I opened the cupboard under the coffee table in the living room, I found another phone inside. F***CK? I'm going crazy. Who the F***CK is playing with me? Zhang Dong felt that the intruder was a skilled thief, but why didn't he take the phone away? Instead, he stuffed things everywhere as if he was playing a game. Zhang Dong checked the door lock and windows, but he could not find any clues. He did not have any investigative skills, so he did not dare to say anything. If outsiders found out, he would not have a good time. If his colleagues found out, he would not have the face to do so. He could only talk to his close friends who usually hung out with him to talk about it. As he was talking, his phone received a text message. After seeing the number displayed on the phone, Zhang Dong's hand trembled. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. After he found out that his bedroom had been visited by a thief who was more skilled than him, he counted all the SIM cards he found in the room and marked out the ones that he could not find. At this time, the phone number displayed on the screen was one of the SIM cards that he had not found. This number was also one that he had used before. Because there were 4 sixes in this number, it left a deep impression on him. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Dong opened the message that he had just received. It showed. Chapter 264. Zhang Dong's first reaction when he saw the message was to throw the phone away. However, he remembered that the phone in his hand was worth a lot of money. His arm that was about to throw the phone stopped abruptly. After taking a few deep breaths, Zhang Dong calmed himself down a little. If the other party had stolen the phone and left, Zhang Dong would have accepted it. The other party was too skilled and he would have admitted defeat. If the other party played him and hid the phone and SIM card everywhere as a prank, Zhang Dong would have thought that the other party was just looking for fun. Now, the other party had sent a message. Although it was only 3 words, it was full of ridicule. Zhang Dong felt like he had been slapped in the face and then punched in the face. Obviously, the other party had no intention of stopping. Zhang Dong was now worried that the other party would come here again, or even target him and do something that could threaten his life. The more Zhang Dong thought about it, the more anxious he became. After all, there were many things that he did that could not see the light of day. Even if he deliberately ignored it at the time, once something happened, his negative emotions would soar. Staring at the screen, Zhang Dong scratched his head and pressed the call button. After all, guesses were just guesses. Zhang Dong wanted to talk to the other party directly, even if it meant sacrificing some benefits. However, after dialing, Zhang Dong heard the standard voice on the phone. He was so angry that he almost threw the phone away. The other party's phone was turned off and he could not get through. After walking around the house a few times, Zhang Dong decided to temporarily move to another place. Even if he could not provoke him, he could still hide. Therefore, he immediately called someone to rent another place and packed his luggage and left on the same day. Compared to Zhang Dong's doubts and anxiety, Jing Tan was doing well. After sending the message, he turned off his phone. He did not want to waste too much time talking, and he also wanted to save electricity. The phone was indeed a very convenient thing. He could communicate with others without knowing who the other party was. Since he could not use the computer, using the phone was not a bad idea. However, when he thought about the information about the balance of the phone bill, Zheng Tan was troubled again. Topping up the phone bill was a very simple matter for others. It did not matter if they went to the business hall or asked someone to do it for them. However, for Zheng Tan, this was a technical problem. How could he top up the phone without anyone knowing or seeing Zheng Tan? Money? Zheng Tan did. Zheng Tan knew where Little Pomelo, Jiao Yuan, Jiao Ma, and Jiao Pa's bank card were, but he did not want to touch their money. You could call him stupid, stubborn, or stubborn, but Zheng Tan would never steal Jiao Ma's money to top up his phone bill. Even though he had already planned to give the money in the card to the Jiao family, Zheng Tan felt that it was a different matter altogether. Zheng Tan could do it to Zhang Dong or someone he didn't know, but he couldn't get over the fact that it was someone from the Jiao family. When he got home, he opened the drawer of the cat tree and looked at the cards inside. There was a lot of money in the cards. Zheng Tan once saw the Jiaopa register for online banking. Zheng Tan was shocked when he logged in to check the balance. Unfortunately, no matter how many zeros there were on the card, Zheng Tan could not get a dime. It was not that the Jiaopa had moved the money out, but Zheng Tan could not withdraw the money at all. There were cameras at the ATM. He did not see anyone using a bank card to top up the phone bill nearby. If there was someone using a bank card to top up the phone bill, Zheng Tan could sneak over when no one was around to top up the phone bill. Ask someone to help? Zheng Tan did not want to do that. He still wanted to use this phone number for other things. Therefore, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. What should he do? Zheng Tan leaned on the balcony and pondered. There was a chattering sound coming from the fourth floor. It was the B*TCH bird on the fourth floor cultivating artistic sentiments. At this moment, General was drawing with a pen in its mouth. In order to prevent General from going out and harming others, its owner had taught it a few more things. Among them, drawing was something that General was interested in. Every day, it would draw with a pen in its mouth when it had nothing to do. Its owner, Professor Tan, had even specially bought a drawing board, and the pens used were also environmentally friendly. This could not only distract it so that it would not go out and attract hatred, but also make it shut up. Its learning ability was so strong that its mouth was getting worse and worse. If its mouth was not sealed, it could anger people to death. The people of the Academy of Economic Sciences were still being laughed at by other schools. General's information had also been dug out by everyone. However, it was also said that someone from the Academy of Economic Sciences had made an animated GIF based on General's original appearance. It had been downloaded quite a lot on the internet. Even Professor Tan's GIF was in it. Zheng Tan poked his head out from the balcony and looked at General's drawing. He did not know what it was drawing. It was probably abstract. After drawing, General tilted its head and looked at it. Then it raised its big paw and grabbed the eraser next to it. It wiped the drawing on the drawing board and continued its artistic career. Looking at General drawing with a pen in its mouth, Zheng Tan suddenly thought that he could also write and draw. He could try to find someone to pay for his phone in this way, but there was a certain risk in it. In order to solve the technical problem of recharging the phone, the first thing was to have cash. Zheng Tan could not think about online payment at this stage. How could he get cash, and how could he get cash through legal means? On this day, Zheng Tan went to Xiaoguo's place to shoot a new promotional advertisement. Xiaoguo's store attracted customers not only with the pet products, but also with the promotional videos that Xiaoguo released on time on the pet center's website. Every time it was the release date, a large number of pet center customers and netizens would wait in front of the computer. Then they would share the videos on some video websites or take screenshots to discuss in the forum to attract attention. This time, Zheng Tan's prop was a small backpack. This time, he was dressed as a mountain climber. However, during the shooting, the other cats were not in a good mood. They were not very cooperative during the shooting, so it took a long time. The short video that was supposed to be finished by 2 in the afternoon was not finished by 3. Zheng Tan was quite impatient. Xiaoguo was worried and asked his subordinates to comfort the other cats. As for Zheng Tan, "Black charcoal, let's talk about it. Can we hold on for 1 more hour?" Xiaoguo looked at Zheng Tan. After working together for so long, Xiaoguo also knew how to communicate with this cat. Zheng Tan ignored him. It was lying on the side with its eyes half closed, thinking about how to get cash. It was too lazy to talk to Xiaoguo in front of it. Xiaoguo talked for a long time but still did not get a response. He was ready to take out a cigarette and go out to smoke. When he reached into his pocket, he found that there was a $50 bill in his pocket. On a whim, he took out the bill and waved it in front of Zheng Tan. "Let's hold on for 1 more hour. This is your overtime pay." Originally, Xiaoguo was just joking. After waving the bill in his hand, he was going to put it in his pocket and go out to smoke. Unexpectedly, the cat, who was too lazy to even lift its eyelids, immediately stood up and was full of energy. Xiaoguo was speechless. He felt that the cat's eyes were shining when it saw the bill. After 2 seconds, Xiaoguo took out the bill that was half in his pocket and waved it slowly in front of the cat. Then he looked at the cat in front of him, whose eyes followed the bill. T. It was so effective. Xiaoguo had always directly transferred Zheng Tan's remuneration to his card, but Xiaoguo did not expect that the effect of cash would be so good. If he knew that it could stimulate the cat's work attitude, he would have taken it out directly. However, had this happened before? Xiaoguo shook his head. It did not happen in his memory. He did not know if it had never happened before or if it had forgotten. Black charcoal. Xiaoguo folded the bill and stuffed it into Zheng Tan's small backpack. "The overtime pay is yours. Let's get to work?" Let's get to work. The cash problem was solved. Zheng Tan was now in a good mood. The other cats were now calmer because of the staff's comfort. Therefore, when everyone was very cooperative, Zheng Tan worked very hard in the remaining time. It was very cooperative and very patient. It was not like before. When it saw other cats make mistakes, it could not wait to slap them. Xiaoguo held his chin and looked at the shooting. He thought that if he had to work overtime in the future, he would solve it with cash. Anyway, 50 yuan was really nothing to him now. It was a good deal to make the cat cooperate so well. After the shooting, Zheng Tan did not take off the backpack prop. Xiaoguo did not say that he wanted it, so he let Zheng Tan carry it back. After returning home, Jiao Yuan wanted to see Zheng Tan's small backpack, but Zheng Tan did not give it to him. He decided that he would carry it when he went to the pet center in the future. Now that he had the cash, the only thing left was how to top up the phone with the 50 yuan. Originally, Zheng Tan wanted to write a note and leave it with the cash at the place for topping up the phone. However, Zheng Tan found another way to top up the phone when he was walking around. There was a newsstand on the road to the student dormitory. Zheng Tan observed there for a few days. He found that every afternoon around 3 o'clock, the auntie at the newsstand would lie down and sleep there. She was not afraid that someone would steal the newspaper. The overall quality of the students here was relatively high, and the school was much safer than outside. She did not have to worry about other accidents. Even if a student went to buy the newspaper or a card, she could just wake him up. Zheng Tan's black wallet was around his neck. He did not have his phone with him. The wallet was filled with the 50 yuan cash. After the auntie at the newsstand lay down and fell asleep, Zheng Tan put the wallet behind the bushes and jumped into the newsstand with the 50 yuan in his mouth. He had become more and more used to carrying things in his mouth. At this moment, there was no one around, and there were no cameras. After jumping in, Zheng Tan looked at the person lying down and sleeping. She was still asleep, and he could hear a light snoring sound. He had decided to take action here because he was sure that the auntie was sleeping soundly. The box for topping up the card was placed on a cabinet below the window. The box for topping up the card was not tightly closed. There were probably too many people here to buy the card, so she was too lazy to close it. Zheng Tan put the money in a box for change. Zheng Tan did not see the large bills, so he guessed that they were hidden. Then, Zheng Tan came to the card box and found a card with a face value of $50. She held it in her mouth and listened to the movements on the road outside before quickly leaving. Hiding behind the bushes, Zheng Tan looked at the newsstand. The auntie was still sleeping. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He put the card into the black wallet, zipped it up, and ran to the forest with his bag. Hiding in the tree hole, Zheng Tan entered the card number and password according to the voice prompts on the phone. When the phone received a message saying that the top-up was successful and the balance was in the card, Zheng Tan was filled with emotions. It was just topping up the phone, but it was so troublesome. Chapter 265. Zheng Tan went to the old residential area again and found that Zhang Dong had moved away. He was quite dispirited. He planned to play the man one more time, but he did not expect that the man would be so scared that he would run away. However, since that person left, did he change his phone number? Zheng Tan dialed that number and found that the other person's original number was no longer connected. That person was really thorough. How could he run away like that? Zheng Tan went to the kindergarten once a day and found an opportunity to look through teacher Xiaobai's phone and record Zhang Dong's new number. This time, Zheng Tan didn't immediately send a message to scare him. That person would definitely change his number. Zheng Tan was too lazy to bother, so he wrote down the number first. If that person was caught doing bad things by Zheng Tan again, he would teach him a lesson. Zheng Tan could only find his own entertainment now. He didn't expect to do anything earth-shattering as a cat. That way, even if he had a few lives, it wouldn't be enough. Not to mention that people's hearts were sinister and their intelligence wasn't high. Even the law wouldn't protect them. Zheng Tan wasn't willing to entrust his life to morality. The tree hole where the phone was hidden was much drier now. Perhaps it was because of the season, but the weather was much drier now. It also saved Zheng Tan some trouble. On this day, Zheng Tan went to the overpass for a walk. Recently, that blind old man Elder Kuan didn't play the arrow on the overpass. At first, Zheng Tan thought that the old man was sick. At his age, he didn't do anything but play the arrow on the overpass. It was very likely that he was sick. However, once he met Xiao Jiao, he heard from her that Elder Kuan was just looking for an old friend and would be back in a few days. Since Elder Kuan wasn't around, there were fewer peddlers on the bridge. When Zheng Tan passed by the bridge, she heard a few peddlers who were stationed there complaining. They had been nervous about setting up their stalls on the bridge, afraid that the city enforcement officers would come. Some of the peddlers even changed locations and waited for Blind to come back. Zheng Tan also went to the construction site to take a look. It shouldn't be called a construction site. It should be called Hengwu Plaza now. Although it wasn't completely open yet, there were already some shops open for business. There weren't many people at the moment, but that might not be the case in a while. Looking at the Hengwu Square that changed every day, Zheng Tan sighed that time really passed quickly. He heard that Yi Hao and the others would set up a clubhouse similar to the night building here. When the time came, Zheng Tan would be able to go there often, so he wouldn't have to hitchhike every time he went to the night building. However, a clubhouse built here would definitely not be as good as the night building. After all, the main consumers here were students, not white-collar workers and social elites who were already working. It didn't matter, as long as there was a place to kill time. Zheng Tan jumped onto a residential building and looked at the Hengwu Plaza. He was thinking about bringing his phone over tonight to take a photo as a souvenir. That night, after dinner, Zheng Tan picked up his new backpack and walked out of the house with light steps. In the living room, Jiao Ma looked at Zheng Tan's back and said to Jiao Pa, who was watching the news on the sofa, "Why do you think Black Charcoal is carrying a backpack every night? Does it really like that backpack?" "Sigh, if I had known, I would have bought a few more backpacks for it. When I bought clothes for it, it didn't wear them. I thought it didn't like those things because they were awkward on its body. It turns out that it likes backpacks more than clothes." The last time she saw her cat carrying a small backpack, it changed to a bigger one after a few days. It seemed that it really liked backpacks. The new backpack looked really good. Well, when she was free, she would make one for it so that it could take turns carrying it. Sigh. Speaking of which, if we let it go out like this, will it become even wilder? Jiao Ma was worried. Jiao Pa didn't even look up when he heard that. He was still watching the TV and said, "Give it some privacy." Jiao Ma opened her mouth but didn't say anything. She took the dishes on the table and went to the kitchen to wash them. Zheng Tan's new backpack was completely black. At first glance, it wasn't easy to tell that it was a vest. There was a zipper on both sides of the backpack, and it just so happened that it could fit the flip phone. Zheng Tan went straight to the backpack after he saw it in the pet center. Xiaogui didn't say anything when he saw it, and tacitly agreed. With the new backpack, Zheng Tan could carry his phone when he went out. The backpack was more convenient than a wallet. Carrying the backpack was like wearing a vest, and it was easier to move around. Tonight, Zheng Tan planned to go to Hengwu Plaza to take photos. There were very few people who could notice Zheng Tan at night. Even if they did, they wouldn't take it seriously. When they saw Zheng Tan's backpack, they would just think that it was a pet costume that someone bought for their pet. They wouldn't think too much about it. There were many pets around. When he arrived at Hengwu Plaza, Zheng Tan found a suitable place to take photos. On the other side of Hengwu Plaza, lights flashed on the edges of the buildings of different heights. 2 years ago, this place was an abandoned construction site that no one dared to approach. However, he had overestimated the effect of mobile phones at this time. Although the price of this flip phone was relatively high in the market, it wasn't a high-end model. After he took a photo, Zheng Tan felt his balls ache when he saw it and directly deleted it. Really, he had planned to take a photo and walk the artistic route to keep memories. It seemed that the artistic route wasn't something that could be done at any time. Walking out from the other side of Hengwu Plaza, Zheng Tan looked at the several roads that had been opened. Recently, he had become familiar with this place. He wondered if he should go to other places. Even if he couldn't take photos, it would be good to experience the city at night. It wasn't far from Hengwu Plaza to the bustling commercial street. After the construction site was completed and the roads were opened, the roads here would gradually become more prosperous. After leaving Hengwu Plaza, Zheng Tan didn't plan to continue walking to the commercial street. Just as he was about to turn around and go to another place, Zheng Tan saw a familiar person. That person was Zhang Dong, who had been scared by Zheng Tan and had moved away. Beside Zhang Dong was a very innocent girl. Zhang Dong didn't know what Zhang Dong said, but it made the girl cover her mouth and laugh. Some of the actions between the two were also intimate. According to Zheng Tan's knowledge, Zhang Dong and Teacher Xiaobai didn't seem to have broken up. Teacher Xiaobai was still the same as usual. Her emotions didn't fluctuate. Sometimes she would even text Zhang Dong, and her eyes were filled with the sweetness of love. In that case, Zhang Dong, this guy, was too timing. Damn it, he bumped into me again. Zheng Tan followed the two men to the business district through the green path. In addition to some shops, supermarkets, and entertainment venues, there was also a residential area. Zhang Dong and the girl walked into a residential area. Zheng Tan followed, but he didn't walk through the main door. Instead, he climbed over the wall. There were a few security guards at the entrance. Although they might not be able to pay much attention to a cat, Zheng Tan felt that it was better to be discreet when following someone. After the two people came to a building, Zhang Dong didn't follow them in. The two of them talked downstairs, as if they were reluctant to part. Listening to their conversation, Zheng Tan knew that the girl lived with her parents. Zhang Dong's new apartment was also in this residential area. However, the two of them didn't live in the same building. They had only known each other for a few days, but their relationship had developed quickly. Zheng Tan hid behind the flower bed and took out his phone from his backpack. He turned off the flash and the sound of the camera, adjusted the focus, and took a picture. The picture was a little blurry, and he needed to identify it carefully. After taking a few pictures, Zheng Tan was still not satisfied. The camera quality of a phone these days was really bad. After the two of them were done being lovey-dovey, the girl went into the building. Only then did Zhang Dong reluctantly walk to another building. Zheng Tan took a few more pictures of the surroundings and took a picture of the name of the residential area. Then, he chose a few pictures and sent them to teacher Xiao Bai. Zheng Tan knew teacher Xiao Bai's phone number from the children in kindergarten. Once, Zheng Tan went to see Zhua Kitten play tricks on people. That lousy child tricked a child from the upper class into memorizing a bank card number. In the end, the child couldn't memorize it, so he replaced it with a phone number. The child who was tricked even proudly memorized the landlines and cell phone numbers of his family and relatives. One of them was teacher Xiao Bai's. After memorizing it, he swore that he would memorize the bank card number when he went back. If Zhua Yang from the lower class could memorize it, why couldn't they, the upper class, do the same? However, was that lousy child Zhua Kitten memorizing a bank card number? That was obviously pi. Children at this age didn't understand the kind of numbers with decimals, and the numbers were obviously wrong. They didn't even understand the meaning of bank cards. They were just competing with each other. Everything else wasn't important to them at all. At that time, other than the children who were tricked by Zhua Kitten, there were also children around who were fighting to memorize phone numbers. Among them, Zheng Tan heard teacher Xiao Bai's phone number several times. He also saw it when he flipped through her phone. After thinking for a while, Zheng Tan entered the phone number and sent the picture over. At night, teacher Xiao Bai was at home preparing for tomorrow's class. Suddenly, her phone received a message. At this time, she thought it was her boyfriend, Zhang Dong. She didn't expect it to be an unknown number with a picture. She had received similar messages before. Usually, they were advertisements or other spam messages, so she planned to delete them. However, when her finger was on the delete button, she stopped. After thinking for a while, she moved her finger and opened it. Previously, the phone number that sent the picture messages and some scams was not this kind of phone number. Therefore, she decided to open it and try it. At most, she would just deduct more money from the phone bill. What shocked her was the content of the message. The picture taken at night wasn't very clear to begin with. After the appropriate compression, it was even more blurry. However, although the picture was blurry, teacher Xiao Bai still knew the person she had been with for so long. She could recognize from the picture that the man in the picture was the boyfriend she was with now, the one who called her dear every day in text messages. As for the woman in the picture, she didn't know her at all. There were several pictures. 2 of them were holding hands, and 2 of them were hugging. Even if they didn't do anything further, looking at the way they interacted, they were definitely not ordinary relatives and friends. Zheng Tan also very considerately entered a few words to explain which neighborhood, the approximate time, what Zhang Dong was doing with the girl in which building, when they went shopping, and so on. The pictures and words were like a basin of water with ice dregs that poured over teacher Xiao Bai from head to toe. Zheng Tan didn't know how teacher Xiao Bai would react after seeing the message. He even thought that teacher Xiao Bai would delete the message without looking at it. When he went to the kindergarten the next day and saw teacher Xiao Bai's state, Zheng Tan knew that she had seen it. Furthermore, her mood was a little off. Her face was pale, and even when she smiled at the children, it was obvious that she was forcing herself. Seeing teacher Xiao Bai's state, Zheng Tan was a little doubtful if his actions were appropriate. After thinking about not caring about this matter in the future and letting them develop on their own, Zheng Tan went to the tree hole and turned on his phone. He didn't expect to receive a message the moment he opened it. It was sent around midnight yesterday, and it was from teacher Xiao Bai. Who are you? 2 a.m. Can you help me? Chapter 266. To catch a thief, you have to catch the stolen goods. To catch an adulterer, you have to catch a couple. Just a few blurry photos were not very convincing. Zheng Tan estimated that Zhang Dong would definitely use flowery words to cover it up. However, looking at teacher Xiao Bai, she would not be easily fooled this time. At her age, she was in a relationship with the intention of getting married. When encountering this kind of thing, even if she was temporarily fooled by Zhang Dong's excuses, her heart would still be troubled. And teacher Xiao Bai asked Zheng Tan to help her get evidence. Listening to teacher Xiao Bai's words, Zhang Dong had a criminal record. However, Zhang Dong was a capable person. He did not know how he persuaded teacher Xiao Bai to forgive him in the past. Now that this kind of thing happened again, teacher Xiao Bai did not intend to let it go easily this time. On weekdays, Teacher Xiao Bai was busy with the kindergarten students' affairs. The large amount of time during the day was enough for Zhang Dong to do a lot of things. Helping to keep an eye on people was not difficult for Zheng Tan, but it was a little boring. After a brief exchange of text messages, Zheng Tan did not directly give a reply. If it was a person, it would be fine. Cat's actions during the day were not very convenient, and Zheng Tan could not bring his mobile phone with him during the day. On this day, Zheng Tan was yawning as he walked to Zhang Dong's new rented neighborhood. He had observed here for a few days. Zhang Dong had recently restrained himself a lot. Even when he met the girl, although his attitude was still warm, he was probably scolded by teacher Xiao Bai and was not so greasy. Moreover, Zheng Tan did not think that this person would do anything during the day. Zhang Dong worked at a small company nearby, not far from the rented neighborhood. Zheng Tan was too lazy to keep following him. If he met him, he would go over to take a look. If he did not meet him, he would walk by himself. There was a small pet shop with 2 Totoros outside. It was very interesting. Every time Zheng Tan passed by, he would squat and stand there to take a look. In fact, Zheng Tan mainly looked at the girls who were attracted by the Totoro cats. The pet shop put 2 Totoro cats at the door and attracted a lot of people passing by, especially some young girls. The people gathered there were probably university students who had no classes in the morning and were out shopping. Zheng Tan's gaze followed the girls. The one in the middle had a nice figure. She had long legs and a slim waist. When she smiled, there were 2 dimples on her face. When the girls disappeared into the crowd, Zheng Tan was about to retract his gaze. Suddenly, his gaze froze. He saw a modern girl. Her long wavy hair seemed to be casually draped over her shoulders. Different from the clothes of the female students, her fashionable and mature charm made people's eyes light up. Although the color of her clothes was not conspicuous in the crowd, it had to be said that this woman's face, figure, and temperament was fascinating. However, what made Zheng Tan unable to move his eyes away was the scene he caught when he was about to withdraw his gaze, and the woman's red lips after that. Just now, a man who was on the phone hurried past, and the modern girl walked over. The 2 walked opposite each other, and when they passed each other, their shoulders bumped. The modern girl smiled apologetically and apologized in a low voice. The middle-aged man who was on the phone stared at the girl for a few seconds, and then hurriedly said that it was okay. After the 2 passed each other, the woman's face raised a faint smile. From Zheng Tan's point of view, he just caught a flash of the scene. At the moment the 2 bumped into each other, the wallet in the middle-aged man's pocket had been moved. After seeing this, Zheng Tan could not help but sigh in his heart. Sure enough, you can't judge a book by its cover. Before Zheng Tan finished his sigh, he saw that the modern girl's smile deepened. She stared in a direction and waved her hand. Zheng Tan looked in that direction. Diagonally across the road, Zhang Dong, who was supposed to be at work, could not wait to run over and almost hit a taxi. These 2 know each other. That's right, they are both thieves. Moreover, these 2 are not bad-looking. Although Zheng Tan looked down on Zhang Dong, he had to admit that this guy had a pretty face that was very attractive to women. The 2 should be very familiar with each other, and the way they interacted with each other was completely like old friends. There was even a hint of ambiguity. No, it should not be just ambiguity. Those little movements and the eye contact between the 2 made Zheng Tan certain that these 2 definitely had something going on. This guy is really awesome. Zheng Tan originally thought that Zhang Dong had a foot in 2 boats, but now it seemed that it was more than that. Perhaps this was just the tip of the iceberg? On the street, the 2 did not do anything too intimate. Zhang Dong raised his hand and brushed the long hair by the side of the woman's cheek. Following the hair, his finger brushed the woman's high twin peaks. His gaze also carried a hint of ambiguity. When his finger moved to a spot, Zhang Dong's finger lightly flicked. The wallet that he had stolen was also there, but it was covered by the jacket, so it was not easy to find. The woman took off her sunglasses and looked at Zhang Dong proudly. Then she held Zhang Dong's arm and the 2 of them left. Zheng Tan followed. Since he had bumped into them, he would help Teacher Little White keep an eye on them. It was a pity that he did not bring his phone this time. Otherwise, he could have called Teacher Little White over to catch them in the act. Zhang Dong was in a good mood. Yesterday, he contacted this close friend of his and knew that she was coming to Chuhua City today. When he received a call from work in the morning, he asked for leave to pick her up. At the same time, he also asked for her help with the burglary incident. Of course, when he asked her to come over to help, he also wanted to have an intimate conversation with her. It was indeed good to find a wife like Teacher Little White who cared about the family, took care of the children, and did housework well. However, Zhang Dong preferred a more passionate woman. At the same time, he could not bear to let go of Little White. In addition, due to his personality, he had formed a habit of having one wife and going out to seduce others from time to time. Moreover, when he saw his old flame, he could not help it. Jing Tan watched them walk into a hotel. The ambiguous and teasing gazes between the two of them made passers-by know that their relationship was not ordinary. And entering a hotel at this time, connecting the two of them to the interaction between them, Zheng Tan sighed again. If only he had his phone, he would be able to call Teacher Little White over to catch them. However, was it too late to go back and send it? After thinking about it, Zheng Tan quickly ran back to Chuhua University and turned on his phone in the tree hole. He briefly described what he saw and the name of the hotel. As for what Teacher Little White would do next, Zheng Tan did not know. Teacher Little White was currently in class. By the time school was over, the two of them should have finished their business. After sending the message, Zheng Tan was about to turn off his phone. Unexpectedly, there was a reply from the other side, asking if it was XXX Hotel on XX Road. Zheng Tan recalled the street where the hotel was located and replied, yes. After replying with a thank you, there was no more reply. After putting down his phone, Zheng Tan ran to the kindergarten to take a look. Teacher Little White was not there. Another teacher had taken her place. He heard that Teacher Little White had something urgent to attend to and had left. Brother Hey! Zhuo Xiaomao held a book in his hand and ran to the classroom window. Looking at Zheng Tan standing on the windowsill, he opened the book in his hand. Brother Hey! A little red flower and a red flag. Zheng Tan looked at it. There were some simple letters on it. Many children did not write the simple letters well. However, as long as they wrote it well, they would get a red flower stamp. However, not everyone could get a red flag stamp. It had to be written correctly and well. Looking at Zhuo Xiaomao's expectant eyes, Zheng Tan raised his hand and patted his head. Zhuo Xiaomao stood there and grinned, as if he had received recognition and praise. However, Zheng Tan wanted to go to the hotel to check on the situation and did not listen to Zhuo Xiaomao's words. After patting Zhuo Xiaomao, Zheng Tan jumped down from the windowsill and left. As Zhuo Xiaomao watched Zheng Tan leave, the smile on his face faded. Teacher Little White was unhappy today. Brother Hey was unhappy too. Therefore, he was unhappy too. A mushroom-headed girl from the same courtyard as Zhuo Xiaomao ran over. Zhuo Xiaomao, do you know what 1 + 1 equals? It equals 2. The mushroom-headed girl was speechless. What was she vomiting for? On the other side, Zheng Tan ran to the hotel. Just as he was wondering why he did not see Teacher Little White and wondered if she had gone into the hotel to look for someone, he saw a figure rushing out of the hotel. It was Teacher Little White. Behind her, Zhang Dong chased after her. Looking at his sorry state, he must have put on his clothes in a hurry. There were many wrinkles on them. Teacher Little White was so angry that her eyes were red. She panted and did not say a word. After her arm was grabbed, she stopped and looked at Zhang Dong. She did not know how to scold him, nor did she know how to express her feelings. Perhaps it was because she was a kindergarten teacher that she could not say anything bad. Because she could not say anything, the most direct way to vent her feelings was to slap him. Slap. Little White, you misunderstood. Zhang Dong did not care about the modern girl. He quickly found an excuse to cover up. Slap. Another slap. Listen to me. Zhang Dong wanted to stop Teacher Little White, who was about to leave. Slap. Another slap. Good slap. Zheng Tan looked at the two of them. From the sound of the slap, he knew how hard the slap was. Teacher Little White's strength, which she had trained from carrying children, came in handy now. A hotel staff came over and pushed Zhang Dong away. He then tried to persuade Teacher Little White. He seemed to know Teacher Little White. It was no wonder Teacher Little White could directly go in to catch them in the act. There were more and more people watching the show. Teacher Little White did not stand there and say anything more. She hailed a taxi and left, leaving Zhang Dong there to be pointed at. As for the modern girl, Zheng Tan did not see her. She probably knew that it was better to stay invisible. If she came out, she would only be criticized. In the afternoon, Zheng Tan ran to the forest and turned on his phone. He wanted to ask about Teacher Little White's situation. She was so angry in the morning that she did not go to the kindergarten in the afternoon. However, after turning on his phone, Zheng Tan realized that his phone had F*** stopped working. He had just topped up 50 yuan not long ago. How did it disappear so quickly? He thought about it. He had not called much during this period of time. Even if he had sent a lot of messages, it should not have stopped working so quickly. The only explanation was that she had sent pictures. In the past few days, other than exchanging messages, he had also sent quite a lot of pictures and MMS. Why did he not feel that the phone bill had decreased so quickly in the past? Communication in this day and age was not as convenient as it would be a few years later. A few years back, one could just log into a Wi-Fi chat app and send pictures and voice messages. However, it was different now. However, it was too late for Zheng Tan to realize this now. Looking at his phone, Zheng Tan thought about when he should go and recharge his phone today. Should he go to the newsstand to get a top-up card, or should he write an anonymous note with his phone number and leave it with the money at the top-up counter so that the people there could help him recharge his phone? Just as Zheng Tan was worrying about how to top up the phone bill, his phone received a message. Zheng Tan opened it and saw that he had just topped up 100 yuan. A few seconds later, another message came. It was from Teacher Little White. I'm really sorry. I didn't think it through. Chapter 267. After Teacher Xiaobai went back, she called the kindergarten to ask for leave because her emotions were unstable. Then, she stayed at home until her emotions calmed down a little. Then, she remembered the number with 4 sixes. It was also this number that had sent her pictures over the past few days, which made her realize that she had been deceived and deceived. She had to thank them. After sending a few messages and not receiving a reply, she directly called them. Unexpectedly, when she dialed, she said that the other party had stopped working. Stopped working? Teacher Xiaobai thought for a moment and suddenly realized that she had only cared about Zhang Dong's matter. She did not notice that it was very expensive to send pictures over the past few days. The other party had sent so many pictures, so it was possible that the phone had stopped working because it owed money. Therefore, she went downstairs to a phone service store and charged 100 yuan to the number with 4 sixes. Tsinghua University. Zheng Tan looked at the caller ID, paused, and pressed the answer button. Hello. May I ask if you can hear me? Teacher Xiaobai listened to the phone. Just as she was wondering if the other party was not in front of the phone, the sound of an object moving came from the phone, accompanied by some strange noise. On the other side, Zheng Tan picked his ears. A gust of wind had blown over and made his ears itchy. A few leaves had also fallen from the tree and were blown over, making rustling sounds as they hit the tree trunk. When the wind blew into the tree hole, it also caused some noise from the phone's microphone. All kinds of sounds mixed together and formed the strange sound that Teacher Xiaobai could not recognize. After waiting for a while, Teacher Xiaobai still did not hear the other party speak. She thought for a moment and said, although I don't know what grudge you have with Zhang Dong to tell me this, from my standpoint, I still have to thank you. Even if it's not convenient for us to meet, I hope you can accept my gratitude. Zheng Tan listened to Teacher Xiaobai's words over the phone. She was probably thinking of paying him a sum of money to thank him. Therefore, Zheng Tan pressed the button to hang up. Then, he typed a message and sent it over. There's no need to thank me. Teach the children in the kindergarten well. After a while, Teacher Xiaobai replied, okay. Although it was only one word, Zheng Tan believed that Teacher Xiaobai was a good teacher. Zhuo Kitten liked this teacher very much because she was not as biased as some of the teachers in the kindergarten. Some teachers would pay more attention to the children of some school leaders or famous professors, but they would treat the children of some small lecturers coldly. Zhuo Kitten had been treated coldly before. Zheng Tan understood a little from listening to him speak. Although it was a very small matter in the eyes of many people, it could have a certain impact on the child. Teacher Xiaobai was very good to every child. She was patient and looked amiable. This was also the reason why Zhuo Kitten liked her. In terms of background, Zhuo Kitten was not weak. After all, she had Lord Xing behind her. It was just that Lord Xing did not directly stand up to speak when Zhuo Kitten entered the kindergarten. Some of the teachers in the kindergarten did not understand the relationship between Zhuo Kitten and Lord Xing. However, if something happened that made Zhuo Kitten feel wronged, as long as Zhuo Kitten told her, Lord Xing would definitely put on her Lord Xing airs and tell those teachers to get lost. However, Zhuo Kitten did not tell anyone except Zheng Tan. Then, one day, she placed a flattened cockroach in the teacher's pocket. In the end, when the teacher was putting on her coat, she reached into her pocket and took out a cockroach. She screamed and caused a group of children to cry on the spot. Because of this, the teacher was scolded. In Zhuo Kitten's words, under certain conditions, one should do their own things. What she meant was, if one could solve their own grievances, they should solve it themselves. If they could not solve it, they would ask for help. He did not know what teacher Xiaobai said to Zhang Dong, but Zheng Tan did not see Zhang Dong in the school anymore. After the first few days of not being in the right state, teacher Xiaobai gradually recovered. Brother hey, Zhuo Kitten took her little notebook and ran to the window to show Zheng Tan the good results he had obtained in the past few days. Her eyes were bright as she looked at Zheng Tan for praise. Teacher Xiaobai walked into the classroom with a box of props. After the free activities were over, she would teach the children a children's song later. Her gaze swept around and then stopped at the window at the back of the classroom. As for the black cat, she had seen it a few times. Zhuo Kitten called it Brother Black. It was older than some of the children here. Moreover, this black cat would not hurt the children. Some of the children also followed Zhuo Kitten and called it Brother Black. Some of the teachers at Tsinghua University were more familiar with this cat. After understanding it, she was relieved and allowed the cat to come over and observe. The sunlight slanted in, and the wall by the window was sprinkled with gold. She watched as the black cat raised its paw and gently patted Zhuo Kitten's head. Then, she looked at Zhuo Kitten's bright smile. She also smiled. As she was smiling, she noticed that the black cat squatting on the windowsill was looking in her direction. The expression in the cat's eyes made her heart tremble. She could not help but stop fiddling with the props in her hands. She felt that the expression in the cat's eyes was very special. When she was about to take a closer look, the black cat had already moved its gaze away. It raised its paw and bumped palms with Zhuo Kitten. Then, it jumped off the windowsill and left. It nimbly flipped over the wall outside and disappeared from sight. Zheng Tan prepared to go to the lakeside villa to see Hu Zi. The little guy had grown a lot stronger recently. It was full of energy and ran around everywhere. Feng Baijian's sports shoes, which cost more than 1,000 yuan, had been bitten by it. Just as he walked to the school hospital, it started to rain. Zheng Tan had no choice but to turn back and find a place to hide from the rain. Unexpectedly, just as he found a place to hide from the rain, the weather cleared up again. Was the weather King teasing him? Zheng Tan squatted under a bicycle parking shed and cursed the weather in his heart. He looked around and saw that a cement pillar next to him was covered with all kinds of small advertisements. There were all kinds of ancestral secret recipes for difficult and complicated diseases, all kinds of fake certificates, and professional phone scavengers. They were mainly targeted at people who accidentally dropped their phones when they went to the bathroom to play with their phones. Among these common advertisements, Zheng Tan saw a newly posted message about a dog that was clearly printed in color. The dog that was missing was a short corgi leg. It was half a year old and wore a blue collar. It was lost last night. The words on the poster showed that the owner was very anxious. He also promised that the person who provided the clue would be rewarded, and the person who helped find the dog would be greatly rewarded. The phone number below was also written in bold letters. Zheng Tan looked at it and memorized the phone number. He thought that if he saw it, he would help out. The phone number was easy to remember. Zheng Tan looked at it twice and memorized it once. Looking at the sky, the sun was just right. It did not look like it had rained just now. However, Zheng Tan was not in the mood to go to the villa now. He turned around and climbed over a wall near a side door to enter Tsinghua University. From there to the eastern courtyard, if he walked in a straight line, he would have to pass by the old tile-roofed house. When Jing Tan arrived at the old tile-roofed house, there were a few cats on the roof. However, they did not lie on the roof to bask in the sun. Instead, they gathered together and looked down. The tile-roofed house was a little shabby. It only had 2 floors, and when it was first built, each floor was a little lower than the current one, so it didn't look too tall. There was a hole in the roof, and the cats were surrounding the hole to look into the house. Jing Tan listened and heard some movement from the bedroom. Out of curiosity, he also jumped onto the roof and squeezed in. He pushed away the 2 cats in front of him and looked down. Although there was a hole in the roof, other places were quite solid. There was no need to worry about it collapsing. Looking through the hole, there was a low table on the 2nd floor. On the low table, there was a large plastic bowl and a plate. The plate was filled with water, and the plastic bowl was filled with pet food. Jing Tan had heard that some association at Tsinghua University had organized a charity event. There were people feeding cats here. It was probably this house. The plastic bowl should be filled with cat food. It smelled like it. That was all. There was no need for the cats to gather here, right? He moved his ears. There was movement downstairs, and it was climbing up the stairs. Soon, Jing Tan saw the cause of the movement. A cat and a dog. These 2 were probably playing happily, running up and down the stairs. They were not tired at all. As soon as the 2 appeared, the cats around the hole stretched their necks and squeezed to look inside. 2 of them wanted to go down and play, but they did not have the guts. The others seemed like they were just there to watch. They did not move. These cats were not necessarily stray cats. They were not crowded here because they were hungry, but more because they were curious. As for the stupid dog inside, Jing Tan had just seen the sign on the cement pole. Was this stupid dog playing with the cats here? Everyone said that corgis were smart. There were corgis in the Western District compound, and they were not as stupid as this one. It seemed that the average IQ of the corgis was slightly higher. This corgi was probably dragging them down. It was probably tired from running around. The corgi jumped onto the low table with its short legs, drank the water in the plate, and ate a few pieces of cat food. Then, it opened its mouth and lay there panting. It did not think about how worried its owner was after it disappeared. It was not worried at all. According to the sign on the sign, it was lost yesterday. Today, it did not feel any sense of crisis at all. As for why it was locked here, it was not known whether it was deliberately done by someone or if no one noticed it when it came in. It put down the cat food and locked the door. In short, this guy was definitely stupid. People said that dogs did not mind if their owners were poor, and most of the time, people did not mind if their dogs were stupid. Some dogs were so stupid that their owners treated them like treasure. After Jing Tan left the old tile-roofed house, he ran to use his phone to send a text message to the owner of the corgi, briefly explaining what had happened. The other party immediately called, but Jing Tan refused to answer. He then said that it was not convenient for him to answer. The other party replied with a few words and went to find the dog. An hour later, Jing Tan was playing a game to earn points when he suddenly received a text message. Found it? Bro, thank you so much. When are you free? Let's go out for a meal and I'll thank you properly. Jing Tan could not really go out for a meal. Seeing that it was getting late, he hurriedly replied, "There's no need for a meal. If you really want to thank me, just help me top up my phone bill." After sending the text message, Jing Tan turned off his phone and did not care about it anymore. The next day, when Jing Tan came over and turned on his phone, he received a few text messages. The first one was a text message informing him of the payment. Jing Tan looked closer. 1 and 3 zeros. It was indeed 1,000 yuan. Damn, it really topped up. Relatively speaking, this was indeed a large sum of money. Jing Tan did not expect that he would receive 1,000 yuan as a phone bill just by chance and sending a text message. With this 1,000 yuan and the phone bill that Teacher Little White had given him, Jing Tan did not have to worry about owing money for a long time. Chapter 268. Since he didn't have to pay his own bills, he didn't have to worry about the downtime. He didn't have to expose himself, and he didn't have to be afraid of being investigated. He could even have fun. No wonder there were so many private detectives nowadays. The market demand was high, and it was easy to make money. Catching mistresses and finding evidence seemed to be a lucrative business. However, Zheng Tan didn't plan to do those things. He helped teacher Xiao Bai because she was nice to Zhuo Kitten. At the same time, Zheng Tan also wanted to teach Zhang Dong a lesson. After this incident, Zheng Tan had no interest in helping anyone else. After solving the annoying problem of topping up the phone bill, Zheng Tan was in a good mood. Even his paws were faster when he played mobile games. He didn't make as many mistakes as before, and he got a high score in one go. Although he didn't have to pay his own phone bill, Zheng Tan was still very active in earning cash. Every time he was brought by Xiaoguo to shoot promotional videos and advertisements, Zheng Tan didn't hesitate to get overtime pay from Xiaoguo. In the past, he was annoyed that the cats in the pet shop always made mistakes. Now, he couldn't wait for the cats to not cooperate so that he could earn more cash. Zheng Tan didn't plan to pay his phone bill for the time being. He planned to save the cash for emergency use. Sometimes, even if he had a large amount of savings in his card, it would be a waste if he didn't have cash on hand. Today, because it was the weekend, the two children were at home. Jiao Ma was dragged out shopping by a few colleagues, and Jiao Pa was not there. After being promoted to a professor, Father Jiao had applied for a good project. Now, he had a few projects on hand and was very busy. Now, a few fourth-year students, as well as a few third-year and second-year students, had joined him. Some of them wanted to familiarize themselves with the laboratory. After all, there was still a big gap between undergraduate students and graduate students. Their independent exposure to experiments was also limited. If they wanted to develop in this direction, they had to prepare in advance. Some of them were interested in Professor Jiao's current reputation and the projects on hand. After all, if they followed a teacher who had projects and topics and could produce results, not only would they be able to get a salary, but it would also be of great help to them in the future. It would be best if they could write an SCI thesis before they graduated from their undergraduate degree. Not only would they be able to compete for scholarships, but it would also be of great help to them in the future. It would be best if they could write an SCI thesis before they graduated from their undergraduate degree. Jiao Pa's reputation in the institute had indeed increased a lot, especially when there were people supporting him from the top. It couldn't be helped. Those big shots had taken Jiao Pa's red nest rat, and it would be unreasonable if they didn't help him. When Zheng Tan went to the Institute of Biological Sciences, he heard a few students talking about the situation of the teachers in the institute. Once, Zheng Tan even heard them talking about who among the current generation of Green Pepper, young teacher, was most likely to take over the position of Dean Xia. Among them, Jiao Pa's voice was the loudest. Jiao Pa's reputation had increased, and his family's status had also increased a lot. Zheng Tan knew about little Pomelo's side better. Now, some of the teachers in the affiliated primary schools were much nicer to little Pomelo. In the past, they didn't say anything to her. At this moment, there were no adults in the house, and Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo weren't 7 or 8 years old, so they had to look after them. Little Pomelo finished her homework and watched TV in the living room, while Jiao Yuan was doing test papers in his room. Junior high school students had more learning tasks. Although the children of the teachers in high school seemed to be very well off, they were also under a lot of pressure. If they didn't do well, they would directly embarrass their parents. Even if Jiao Ma didn't say anything, Jiao Yuan didn't want to hear people say things like, "Isn't your father a professor at Tsinghua University? How can you do so poorly?" Even if children of officials or rich families had bad grades, it was okay. Other students would express understanding, but if the children of the teachers in high school didn't do well, they would be choked to death. Zheng Tan opened the drawer of the cat tree and looked through the business cards. These business cards all had mobile phone numbers on them. The only exception was the one with the number 68. There was no mobile phone number on it, only an email address. Zheng Tan originally wanted to ask this experienced guy for some experience, but he didn't expect that this guy didn't even leave his phone number. "Forget it, I'll think about it later." As Zheng Tan was looking at the business cards, the phone at home rang. Little Pomelo ran to pick it up and quickly ran out and knocked on Jiao Yuan's door. "Brother, it's Xiong who's looking for you. If he's looking for someone to play basketball, tell him that I'm not free. Damn it, next week is the stage test. I'm waiting to get into the top 3 and slap those people's faces. Jiao Yuan shouted from inside. Little Pomelo passed Jiao Yuan's words to Xiong Xiong, and soon ran back to Jiao Yuan's door and said, Xiong Xiong said it's not about playing basketball. He said it's about buying gifts. Jiao Yuan screamed from inside, damn it, I forgot. Jiao Yuan quickly opened the door and ran to answer the phone in his slippers. Seeing little Pomelo and Zheng Tan at the door, Jiao Yuan, who was about to answer the phone, immediately ran back and closed the door of the master bedroom. Zheng Tan and little Pomelo looked at each other. What other secrets does this kid have? After closing the door, little Pomelo could not hear the conversation inside, but Zheng Tan heard it clearly. It seemed that a girl in Jiao Yuan's class invited them to her birthday party tomorrow. Jiao Yuan forgot to buy a gift after doing the test paper, and now Xiong Xiong asked him to go out and look at the gift. Hearing Jiao Yuan's tone, that girl should be quite pretty. She might even be the prettiest girl in the class. Sk, what's there to be embarrassed about chasing a girl? He even closed the door to talk about something. But then again, it seemed that parents nowadays did not allow puppy love. Zheng Tan did not have such concerns and restrictions when he was young. 5 minutes later, Jiao Yuan came out. He asked little Pomelo shyly, Pomelo, do you have any money on hand? I'll borrow it for an emergency. I'll return it to you in 2 days. Little Pomelo did not say anything. She ran over and rummaged through her wallet. She found 20 yuan. She did not have much money on hand. Although her irresponsible mother would transfer a sum of money to her card every year, she never looked at it. Usually, she would save up the pocket money that Jiao Ma and Jiao Pa gave her. When she reached a certain amount, she would transfer it to Jiao Pa. She also bought books and other necessities. A few days ago, the school organized a donation for a primary school in the mountains. She donated 50 yuan. For primary school students, this kind of charity donation was usually 5 to 10 yuan. More than 10 yuan was considered a large donation. Jiao family heard about this from others. Little Pomelo did not mention it at home. The money she donated was her own pocket money. She decided how to spend it. Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma did not interfere. However, because of the donation, little Pomelo did not have much pocket money on hand. She counted and found that she had less than 20 yuan. Looking at the expression on Jiao Yuan's face, she knew that she did not have enough money. 2 days ago, he bought a new basketball and sportswear, which basically used up all his pocket money. He and little Pomelo's bank cards were all with Jiao Pa. Of course, Jiao Yuan knew his father well. If he called to ask for the cards, he would definitely be exposed. He did not want his father to know about this. There are still coins in the piggy bank. Little Pomelo said as she picked up the black cat piggy bank. There were 15 cents in it. Altogether, there should be about 10 yuan. However, when little Pomelo was about to pick up the piggy bank, a cat paw pressed down on her hand, stopping her from opening the piggy bank. Then, under the puzzled gaze of the two kids, Zheng Tan ran to the cat tree, opened an unlocked drawer, took out 50 yuan, and handed it to Jiao Yuan. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo. Jiao Yuan's mouth was wide open. He took the 50 yuan and checked its authenticity. Then, with a look of disbelief, he asked, "Where did you get this?" Just as Jiao Yuan finished speaking, Zheng Tan took out another 50 yuan and handed it to him. After checking the authenticity of the note, Jiao Yuan looked curiously at Zheng Tan's small drawer. He found a bunch of notes in it, ranging from 10 to 100 yuan. "Pomelo, our black charcoal is actually a little rich cat, right? But where did black charcoal get so much money?" Little Pomelo suddenly remembered that she had heard Jiao Pa mention it before. "I think it's black charcoal's overtime pay for shooting commercials." When Zheng Tan came back from overtime, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo weren't there, so they didn't see Zheng Tan hide the money with their own eyes. Little Pomelo had only overheard a few sentences from Jiao Pa and Xiaoguo when they were chatting. She didn't expect that there really was so much money. Little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan also didn't expect that Zheng Tan had so much more money on his card. Jiao Yuan sighed, then put one of the 50 yuan notes back into the drawer for Zheng Tan, leaving only the other 50 yuan in his hand. He even helped Zheng Tan close the drawer. 50 yuan is enough. Black charcoal, save it for when you get married. Zheng Tan didn't know what to say. Jiao Yuan was still worried, so he asked little Pomelo to keep an eye on the cat tree. Little Pomelo nodded cautiously. Zheng Tan didn't know what to say again. Zheng Tan saved money for emergencies, so he wasn't stingy when he gave money to his family. He also planned to give red packets to his family members on their birthdays or during the new year. Oh, and to a kitten, he also planned to give one to her. In Zheng Tan's heart, he had always regarded himself as an elder, not a peer of Jiao Yuan. At this time, he chose to forget that the Zheng Tan in this world was actually about the same age as Jiao Yuan. Jiao Yuan went out with Xiong and didn't come back for dinner. Yulisha and Xia Xian from the western courtyard came to talk to little Pomelo about next week's blackboard bulletin. Zheng Tan had nothing to do after dinner, so he went out for a walk. There were many side roads on the old street, and one of them led to a place where it was very lively at night. Zheng Tan came here tonight to see if he could see Peanut Candy fighting a Pekingese dog. Peanut Candy had recently been eyeing a Pekingese dog with mixed fur, and every time he went there, he would fight. After walking through a long alley, it was immediately lively. There were food stalls everywhere. Every evening, this place would be quite lively. It was filled with the smell of daily necessities. Most of the people who were active here were people with low social status. After all, those social elites rarely gathered in places like food stalls. They felt that it was degrading. After entering, their expensive suits would inevitably be stained with the smell of cheap beer and cooking oil mixed with cooking oil. The people who came here also didn't maintain an arrogant and reserved demeanor. 2 big plates of barbecue skewers bought by the roadside, a table full of favorite dishes, a few bottles of beer, chatting and laughing, and showing their true temperament. Zheng Tan wasn't interested in the smell of food at all. What he was worried about was that when he was avoiding a drunkard, he stepped on a piece of bubble gum. What was worse was that the bubble gum was very sticky. He couldn't shake it off, and he couldn't rub it off. What kind of brand was this? It was so King disgusting. From today onwards, bubble gum would be listed as one of Zheng Tan's most hated things, and he would stay away from it. While Zheng Tan was struggling with the bubble gum in his forearm, 2 people at a table not far away were looking at him. Chapter 269. Near the edge, Zheng Tan was rubbing the lump of bubble gum on his palm on the ground. From time to time, people would pass by. When they saw Zheng Tan, they would quickly avoid him and say a few words of disgust. They were afraid of encountering a crazy or cramping cat. Zheng Tan was already angry because he stepped on the bubble gum. When he heard these people say, crazy cat, and sick, he was so angry that he wanted to give them a flying kick or 2. However, he couldn't get rid of the lump on his palm. It was not clean, and there was a lot of dust and gravel on the ground. It was even more disgusting than when he first stepped on it. Just as Zheng Tan was about to go back and ask Jiaoma to help him clean up, he noticed that someone was walking towards him. He looked up and saw a young man in his late 20s. Zheng Tan didn't feel any malice from him. His palm was still rubbing on the flower bed next to him, but his eyes were fixed on the person in front of him. Even if he didn't have any malice, he still had to be on guard. Is there something on his paw? The man said to himself. He then walked back to the table and pulled some cheap paper towels from the table. Zheng Tan realized that this person probably wanted to help. He looked quite righteous, so he decisively raised his hand and pointed his palm with the bubble gum at the man. Huh! The man obviously didn't expect the cat in front of him to be so cooperative. He was still thinking about how to turn the cat's paw over without being bitten. He had encountered a similar situation before. Last month, an auntie's cat in the neighborhood had a fish bone in its mouth. She asked him to help, and after a long time, the bone was removed. Both of his arms were scratched and bloody, and it hadn't completely faded yet. However, at this moment, it seemed that he was overthinking. Not every cat was so uncooperative. This cat was indeed a little special. Zheng Tan watched the man wrap the bubble gum with a piece of paper that was already covered with dust and gravel. He then pulled it off from his paw little by little and changed to a new piece of paper to wipe it a few times. Done! The man threw the bubble gum wrapping paper into a nearby trash can. Then he reached out to touch Zheng Tan's head, but Zheng Tan avoided him. Zheng Tan bent the cat's palm to take a look. He moved his palm, rolled it up, opened it up, rolled it up again, and opened it up again. That lump of bubblegum was too sticky. Even after wiping off most of it with a tissue, some of it still stuck to the fur between his palms. However, it was much better than the uncomfortable feeling from before. Stepping on the ground, Zheng Tan tried to walk a few steps. Not bad. Although it was still a little awkward, it was still acceptable. When he got back, he would ask Jiaoma to think of a way to deal with it. He just needed to take a shower. Without that big lump sticking to him, Zheng Tan felt that it was much easier to walk. The helper walked back to the table by the roadside and sat down. He continued to chat with the older man at the table. Meddling in other people's business again? The older one disagreed. I'm just helping out. There are so many people passing by, but it's not convenient. You're the only one who's convenient? Cats are the most heartless. Even those animals that are described on TV and newspapers as being grateful are only a minority. Most of them forget that you're good to them the next day. Those cats and dogs out there, don't be too nice to them. They might even bite you. The older man raised his hand and pointed in Zheng Tan's direction. He said to the person across the table, even if you feed them well, they only treat you as a meal ticket. When you're in trouble, it's good enough that they don't give you trouble. What can they do to help you? Zheng Tan was implicated. He was innocent. He looked at the person who was talking and heard the other person say, even if you kneel down and beg it, it won't come over. Hence, Zheng Tan gave the other person face and walked over. The person who was talking caught a glimpse of Zheng Tan's movement. The rest of his words were stuck in his throat. He maintained his previous posture and stared in Zheng Tan's direction. Under their surprised gazes, Zheng Tan walked over and jumped onto an empty plastic chair next to their table. He then looked at the older man. Go on. The older man's face twitched. He took back his hand, picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks, and drank half a bottle of beer. He then said to the person across from him, "What have you been busy with recently?" The young man didn't react in time to the sudden change of topic. He thought for a while and said, "A lot of things have happened at Chuling Avenue recently." Chuling Avenue was the name of the commercial street after the old street. It wasn't far from the food stall. Oh, I heard about that. 2 days ago, a rich businessman from another city came here for an inspection. He lost his phone at Chuling Avenue. I heard that after reporting the case, he even complained. The people in charge of this area have been criticized, right? The young man grunted. In recent months, there have been more people reporting crimes there. The crime rate is high. The surveillance cameras installed in the shops there didn't work. It's obvious that he's a habitual offender and is familiar with the area. What he didn't say was that when they were criticized, they were so miserable. It seemed like they didn't have to think about getting a bonus this year. They could only rely on their meager salary to continue living. Yeah, I heard that his phone is worth 28,000 yuan. You must know that the law and order there is poor. Buying such an expensive phone and showing it off on the streets, isn't that asking for theft? Saying that the law and order were poor in front of a police officer was a slap in the face. But because they understood each other, the young man didn't get angry. He only felt helpless because it was a fact that they couldn't catch the culprit. It was also a fact that the crime rate was high. How is it now? Is there any progress? The older man asked. The young man shook his head. We've investigated all the people with criminal records. Although there are a few cases that match, they shouldn't be the ones who stole the 28,000 yuan phone. There are still people hiding it. We just don't know. You investigated all the people over there? Isn't there a little Zhang or little Lu? What about your colleagues? The older man asked. He remembered that the people with criminal records over there didn't have simple backgrounds. If they were investigated carefully, those people would definitely complain. They investigated a few too. Did they leave all the easier ones to deal with and the harder ones to chew to you? Seeing that the other party didn't speak, the older man continued, It's quite difficult, right? Look, they didn't even come forward. Are you the only one who's righteous? Even if you don't say it, I know that those difficult ones will definitely complain about you again. When you were handling cases in the past, you did the difficult ones and others took the credit. You don't learn from your mistakes. Do you think this is a blockbuster film where you can show off your blood-stained glory to your heart's content? The young man lowered his head after being reprimanded, then smiled helplessly. It couldn't be helped. He had such a personality. Seeing the other party smile, the older man's anger rose again. He used his chopsticks to knock the young man's head. You smile when I say it. Are you trying to fool us again? Your mindset hasn't changed. Why haven't you learned your lesson after being scammed a few times? In this society, people who are bullied. Little Luo, don't blame me for being long-winded. You're almost 30 years old. A few years will pass in the blink of an eye. You have no money, no status, no car, no house, and no woman. In the eyes of others, you're just a loser. Most importantly, you're stupid. Stupid. Stubborn. One-track mind. There's no room for appreciation. Zheng Tan watched the two of them talk. One of them was spitting all over the table, while the other could only smile foolishly after being reprimanded. Although the topic was a little serious and heavy, why was the scene so amusing? After the older man finished reprimanding, he probably felt that his words were too harsh. He knew that once he drank, he would speak bluntly. He paused, picked up the bottle in front of him, and said, "Come, let's drink." After the two of them drank the bottle, the older man sighed and said, "Why don't you go somewhere else? Although I'm not in this line of work now, I still have some connections. I'm not a big shot, but I can help a little. You should know that there's a big difference between a police station with money and a police station with no money." Cough. No, it should be the difference in reporting expenses. No need. Thank you, Brother Chen. I think that place is fine. The older man took a deep breath and was about to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He waved his hand and changed the topic. Around them were tables placed under the night sky. There were people talking loudly and chatting everywhere. No one paid attention to the two of them. Zheng Tan perked up his ears and listened to the people around him talking loudly, from international affairs to the increase in the price of eggs in the vegetable market. The grassroots had a wide range of concerns. In many people's eyes, it was like the heart of the earth and the sea. The life of eating gutter oil was the heart of the Zongnanhai. To put it in a good way, it could be said that everyone was responsible for the rise and fall of the world. When Celestine and the others got together, they also laughed and talked about this topic. What Celestine and the others meant was that the grassroots, which many people thought was meaningless, were better than some high-end elites who were increasingly indifferent to other things except for their own interests. Zheng Tan also drank some beer. The older man poured it for Zheng Tan with the extra disposable cups on the table. They drank directly from the bottle, so the cups were useless. The older man poured the beer for Zheng Tan because he drank too much and had nothing to do. He didn't expect that Zheng Tan would really drink. "I think there's something wrong with this cat," the older man muttered. "It's okay," Xiao Luo said. "There were cats that drank alcohol, but they were very rare. Don't doubt me. Although I'm not in this line of work, my eyesight is still there. This cat. Hey, I said this meal is on me. Why are you so active? Do you have money or do I?" The older man saw that Xiao Luo was going to pay, so he quickly stopped talking and took out his wallet to pay the bill. After dinner and drinking, the two were ready to leave. "Right, give me your phone. I sent my phone to be repaired, and all the saved numbers are gone," the older man said to Xiao Luo. "I'll call you directly." Xiao Luo took out his phone. "No, I didn't bring my phone. I left it at home to charge. I came out in a hurry, so I didn't bring it. Hey, I forgot to buy a spare battery today. It's inconvenient to have only one battery." Zheng Tan secretly nodded in agreement. One battery was indeed inconvenient. Fortunately, the current mobile phones were not like the big-screen mobile phones of the future, so the battery consumption was not so high. If it was a smartphone of the future, it would need to be charged every day if it was used frequently, which would annoy Zheng Tan to death. Now, he chose to charge it secretly when there was no one at home. He didn't know when it would be exposed. "Last time I bought a cheap one, and it didn't take long for the battery to swell. I was scolded by your sister-in-law for a long time. This time, I'll buy a better one. Keep your eyes open, and don't be fooled by others. TK, now everything is fake, and everything is fake. People, when they come out to live in society, If they don't keep their eyes open and think fast, they will be cheated. Xiao Luo reported his phone number several times. The older man drank too much and couldn't remember it. He didn't have anything to write, so he asked the shop owner for a piece of paper to write it down. Zheng Tan remembered Xiao Luo's phone number. When he heard them talking about the phone theft on Chunning Avenue, Zheng Tan thought of a person.